The BTMI Barbados Surf Pro QS 5000 and Live Like Zander Pro Junior Showdown is underway. This marks the final stop for the WSL North America QS and Pro Junior season, where the stakes couldn't be higher. With the 2025 Challenger Series and World Junior Championship qualification on the line, the surf will be fierce and the energy unmatched. A week of intense competition is set to unfold, paying tribute to the island's own legend, Zander Venezia. Watch as champions rise in this unforgettable event. For tuning in. We are live and direct at the World Surf League BTMI Barbados Surf Pro QS 5000. Welcome to the broadcast. Coming up this morning, we're going to be doing a round of 96 in the men's, and then we're going to be shifting gears going into the women's round of 64, all QS style. These are going to be 25-minute heats, and we will be surfing all the way up until about 5 o'clock this afternoon. We're just about to get heat number 1 underway. We're trying to clear the water. Currently in the water, we have about a 3 to 4 foot wind swell. We are at a dead low tide. There is a small underlying north swell, so as the tide starts to come back in, we should be getting some nice chunky fat waves for these surfers to show their talent on. We're just about 1 minute away from the start, 30 seconds away from the start, so we're going to get action rolling just about 30 seconds. Stay tuned. Okay, servers, stand by. "30 seconds, surfers." All right, here we go, counting it in, 10 seconds. In 3, 2, 1. Okay, we are on live and direct. BTMI Barbados Surf Pro QS 5000, presented by Diamonds International. Coming up in this heat, in red, we have Kepa Mendia, blue, Teddy Whitman, white, Milo Fier, and in green, Andreas Schneider. We got 16 heats coming up in this men's first round. You can see the surfers there on your screen. This is heat number 1 in the round of 96. Just want to take this opportunity quickly to mention our sponsors, the BTMI, the Tourism Development Corporation, CIBC, Caribbean Bank. Also want to thank Blue Waters, Mount Gay Rum, the Community Development Department, Heineken, Carabeers, the Nation Newspaper, Sunbum, Last Resort Surfing, and last but not least, St. Luke's Clothing and Eco Lifestyle and Lodge. Also want to send a big thank you to the NCC crew cleaning the beach. We had an inundation of seaweed last night. They are working diligently and hard to keep the beach clean for everybody to enjoy beautiful beaches of Barbados. Thank you very much. There we go. Kepa Mendia is going to roll into this one. Nice down carve. Showing a little north section. Bangs it vertical off the lip on that north section. Beautiful technique by this young surfer. I'm sure his dad is watching. Welcome to the broadcast, Peter. You're no stranger to Barbados. Back in the natural art days. As we look at this replay, kind of gets bobbled a little bit on that last turn, but still absolutely smashed it. The first wave of the day, we'll see where the judges go with it. Here we go, watching White up and riding. Little paddle battle ensuing on that takeoff as Surfer and White just musters a couple of cutbacks. First of Red, 6.67 Red, 6.67 for Red. So a nice little two-turn combination for Surfer, and Red earns him a 6.6, and he momentarily will go into the lead. He's going to try and back that score up. 20 minutes remaining in this heat as we watch the replay of White. So that leaves that leaves blue and green on the outside, jockeying for position. They will be working on conventional right-of-way. Surfer closest to the peak has the right-of-way. And White and Red will go into the priority order as third and fourth. We wait for that minimal score for White to drop. It's going to come in somewhere in the 2 range. There's a couple of scores on the board already. There's one more judge to tape it in. He'll most certainly be looking to get rid of that. All right, first of White, 2.17 for White. White, your first wave comes in at a 2.17. All right, White's going to turn on this little inside. Very similar to the first wave he had. It's a series of cutbacks. He's going to look to maybe get a little bit more of a major maneuver on the inside, but he goes down. So just a couple minimal scores for White. 2.73. Here we go, green. Andreas Schneider. He's got a decent looking wave ahead of him. Throws it up in the lip. Kind of gets hung up a little bit. Doesn't really bring the nose of the board back down. That's more of a quality turn right there. Working his way to the inside. Bangs it up. Pushes out the fins. Well-surfed wave. Surfer from Costa Rica. 17 minutes and 15 seconds remaining. So we'll pick down this replay. As you see, this first maneuver was, he just had to hold up a little bit on that lip. Otherwise, I don't think he would have completed it. But then he gets busy on the inside here. Nice little wrapping cutback and sets up this nice little inside racetrack and pushes out the fins. So you can definitely see the difference in the waves today. Lining up a little bit better. A little more north in it. A little bit of a rip running through Soup Bowl right now, which is quite uncommon. Rip is usually further to the left of the screen. Here we go, Blue. He's going to pull the trigger. Timothy Whitman goes up vertical, points the nose right back down the face of the wave. One more time, pearls the board and goes down. First of green, 4.83 green, 4.83. First of blue, 2.47, so 15 minutes, 45 seconds remaining. Surfer in red is in the lead with a 6.6, followed by the surfer in white. White, you're sitting on a 2.7 and a 2.1. Third position is the surfer in green with a 4.83. You require a 0.07. And surfer in blue, you are in fourth with a 2.47. You require a 2.4. So the heat's still wide open. Red's going to look to back up that 6. He's going to work his way. This wave's not showing too much on the inside. He's going to stick with it. Possibly, nope, he goes out the back. Still plenty of time to back up that 6. And white's up and riding. Nice little top turn. Comes over with the lip. Working his way to that north section, can't get there in time. Finding a little bit of it inside. That's a little slash, and then he's out. He's currently in second position as we watch this replay. That's a really nice top turn here, but then kind of gets hung up a little bit too much. You can't get back out in front of it. That's that little north section right there that offers tremendous scoring potential. It is quite technical to be in the right position to hit that north section. When the waves are big and you poke the barrel, that north section actually comes right at you. And here we go, green on the outside. He's up and riding. Coming out onto the open face, little slash. There's that north section once again, just gobbles him up. You can definitely see a lot more energy in the water today. This wave actually looked like it was going to want to barrel right there. There's another little 10 degrees to the north, and we could be in for a treat. There is a small 12-second, 0.2 meter underlying north swell. The Soup Bowl beach actually faces to the northeast, but the reef actually faces more to the north. And when we get north swells in the vicinity of between 14 and 18 degrees, it hits the reef square. And it's pretty intimidating. It's pretty crazy. It's all those things wrapped into one, and you can get the best barrel of your life out here, guaranteed. All right, surfers looking out to the ocean. They see what I see. Just putting themselves into position. Just got to wait and see where it's going to hit the reef, how it's going to hit the reef, and if it's going to hit the reef. There's a lot of east, northeast swell in the water as well. Those waves kind of just brush the reef as you see this one doing across your screen, not really offering much. It's when we get those east swells that mix up with the north swells that Soup Bowl definitely turns on to. Last of white, 2.5. Last of green, 2.0. So green, you go to second. White, you drop to third. White, you require a 3.4. And blue, you require a 4.4. 11 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Here we go, White up and right, and he's looking for a score to move back up into second, currently in third position. Kind of gets held up by that north section. We're going to stick with White. Blue up on the outside. Oh, right. So we'll break this one down if we can show the audience at home that wave of blue. Here we go. This is the wave of blue. Lovely first turn right up in the pocket, but then kind of comes unglued here on that north section. Just pushes a little too hard. But he'll get back out there and compose himself. So we're waiting on a score for White and also for blue. And green up on the outside. Oh, that's a better turn. There you go. Nice first turn. Bangs the north section on the second turn. Out onto the open face, going to try and stick with it. He's going to get back down the face and throws it up just for a finishing maneuver. So waiting for White and red on the outside. Mandia pulls in the barrel. This could be an indication of what we'll see later when the tide starts to come back in. We're looking at a high tide about 12:30. So the previous of red coming in at a 2.2. Looking to better that to go with that 6.6. He's currently in the lead with 8 minutes, 30 seconds as we watch green up and riding, bang that first turn. And then throws it back up in that north section. What a technical move that was. Let's see how the judges reward that one. He is currently in second position, but that may flip-flop as we watch Mendia just pull in and tuck under. Not really much, just a little head dip. But I think that may be better than a 2.2. Okay, so last of White, 3.9. Last of White, 3.9. We're waiting on green. And I will update the situation. Red is in first. We're waiting also on a wave for him. I don't think it can change the situation going that far. Okay, last of green, 6.57 green. 6.57 for green. Green goes to first. Red, you dropped to second. Your last red was a 3.23. White, you have gone to third. You now require a 6.01. And blue, you require a 6.7. 6 minutes, 50 seconds remaining. So with 6 minutes, 30 seconds remaining, surfer in green, Andreas Schneider dropping a 6.5 going to first. So priority on the outside is with blue, then white, then green. So blue, white, green is the priority order. So Kepa Mendia currently ranked 41st on the rankings on his campaign to reach the Challenger Series. We watch red, here we go, up and right in Kepa Mendia, and he goes up and out the back in last priority, so not really, no harm, no foul. We come up on the 5-minute mark, 5 minutes. So the top 20 of this North America rankings are just incredible. I mean, there's so much talent here on this island. I think everybody within the top 20 is here. Not sure. So every surfer in the top 31 are here, with the exception of Alan Cleland, who is currently on the World Tour. The amount of talent that has come through this event and reached the World Tour is pretty incredible. This is a perfect showcase for competitive surfing to showcase their talent in world-class waves. We've been doing this event for 13 years, and we also do a men's pro event, which is over 50 years in the running. Is the third or fourth longest consecutively running event in the world. Winding down on 3 minutes, surfers, 3 minutes. Situation in the water remains the same. Green first, red second, white is third, requiring a 6. And blue is fourth, requiring a 6.7. This event has been affectionately dubbed Heartbreak and Happiness. There's a lot of flip-flopping that will go on later on in the week. Surfers trying to keep their positions in that top 10. So red, he's up and right on that was a full-on North Peak. There is And red back up and riding again. So I just had a sweeper set come through the lineup. Not a single person was in position. Everyone had a duck dive. Welcome to Soup Bowl, fellas. It doesn't matter if it's 4 foot or 10 foot. It breaks in the exact same spot. And trust me, when you see those 10-foot sets start to move, the whole ocean moves out of the way. It is the most exhilarating and scary sight you want to see. 1 minute, 30 seconds, 1 minute, 30. So just 2 insignificant waves for red. He's hunting that inside on that north section. Here we go, white, up and riding. He's looking for a score. Not really much to offer on the outside. Servers in the next heat, please. You can paddle up a little further. You can go up a little further. I'll let you know where to stop, guys. But you can. Here we go, blue up and right in. Oh, nice turn. Vertical off the lip. Nice wrapping cutback. Bangs it again. Teddy Whitman. 20 seconds. All right, guys, that's good right there, guys. You can stop right there, red. Servers in the next heat. You guys can stop right there. That's your first warning. Next warning, you're going to go to 4th priority. Here we go, green. Bangs it up vertical. Working his way out onto the open face. He is currently in first position. But we're waiting for that score for blue to drop. The judges are going to give that one a close look as green works his way all the way to the inside. Servers in the next heat. We're on a short hold. We're on a short hold. All right, so last of blue coming in at a 5.1, so that is not enough. So situation will remain the same. Green first, red second, blue you are third, and white you are fourth. So servers in the next heat, please stand by. We're on a short hold. We're going to cut to a quick commercial break, and we'll be right back after these messages.
Hi, my name is Chelsea Tuak. I'm a professional surfer from Barbados, competing in the Barbados Surf Pro, and I wanted to show you my favorite places on the island. Tucked away right next to Soup Bowl is Joe's River Bridge. This stunning and historic walkway was once a train line and now serves as a popular hiking route and the main attraction for the 5-kilometer race during Run Barbados Marathon weekend every December.
Okay, back to live action. The heat is started. Coming up in this next, Rex Hernandez from Mexico, Lucas McMahon from Finland, Xavier Math from the USA, and Noah Pate in the green jersey. No waves were ridden, so nothing much to offer. Surfers are in position, ready to go. You are tuned into the BTMI Barbados Surf Pro QS 5000. Presented by Diamonds International as we watch everybody paddling and nobody taking. Here we go, white's gonna draw first blood, Xavier Math. Nice little down carve. Not gonna offer much more, so he goes out the back. Here we go, blue up and right in. That's a couple of the down carves. Gets hung up a little bit. So they're going to look to replace that score as well. First of white, 2.3. First of blue, 2.1. I want to send a big shout out to my good buddy, Christopher Sullivan, watching. Welcome to the broadcast. Thank you very much for tuning in. All right, well, we have a break in the action. We're going to take this opportunity to cut to the glass with Andrea Schneider for the post-heat interview powered by St. Luke's Clothing and Eco Lifestyle and Lodge. Take it away, guys.
Here with Andrea Schneider, another heat win. How do you feel about your performance in that heat?
Hey everyone, another heat advanced, and waves are pretty good. It's better than yesterday. It's all picked up, and there's some good sections to hit. Happy to advance. And yeah, into the next one. I want to say thank you so much everyone that supports me. I want to say thank you to Denga, my main sponsor, for making this happen at the last moment. And yeah, very happy. Beautiful place here at Barbados, and I'm having a great time here.
So compared to yesterday, are the conditions better?
Yeah, it's way better. The salt picked up, and the faces are a little bit more cleaner, and yeah, it's very, 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 very good today.
And what is a pre-heat routine like for you, Andreas?
Well, these days wave selection is key, so I like to watch the waves, see what the ocean is doing before piling out. So that works for me, yeah.
It seems to be working for you, man. So good luck in the next round, all right? Talk to you at the booth. Have a good one, man.
Okay, back to live action with Red, Rex Hernandez. He's currently ranked 46 on this North American tour. Surfer from Mexico working his way down to the inside. He's going to stick with this one. He has a couple of maneuvers on the outside that will help him get a good score into his score line as we watch this interview. Just kind of phase that little cut back. A bit more of a quality turn on that wave, but then that's some money turn there. That's where most of the points are going to come from as he works his way all the way to the inside. Just trying to maximize that scoring potential. First wave of the heat ridden. So first of Red, 4.0 Red, 4.0. Kind of see a little bit of rip pulling back through the lineup at Soup Bowl. Just to the right of your screen there is a break that we called High Rock or Parlor. And there's a wave between Soup Bowl and that doesn't often break. I've always referred to it as middles. I don't really know what the actual name is supposed to be. But when they get a flurry of waves that come down in through there, it kind of pushes the rip around the reef that you see there on the bottom of your screen, and it sends it straight out to Soup Bowl. A lot of times, so much energy in Soup Bowl, it will take that current and pull it all the way to the left of the screen and send it out through the actual rip, which is what we call pipeline. As we watch Green up and riding, nice looking wave, chunky one, throws it up in the lip, kind of gets hung up a little bit. But he's got a little north section of floats the north section. So was able to put together a couple of maneuvers. He's going to stick with it. And he goes searching for urchins. As we watch this replay, it's a little bit different texture on the wave today. Been saying it a couple of times. I think that when the tide starts to push in, we're going to see some pretty nice looking lines and some solid waves. Swell actually started to pick up yesterday afternoon when the contest was over. So the free surfers really had a good time yesterday. A lot of these guys and gals have been here for over a week now. Most of them came in last Monday, and the whole week last week the waves were good. The weather pattern this year has been something I've never seen before. This is a normal trade wind. Today is a normal everyday wind that we get every day throughout the whole winter in Barbados. And between January and the middle of February, we had more days of no wind or offshore wind than days with wind. And the waves were just pumping nonstop. As we watch Blue. Wow, nice snap on that first maneuver. He's going to stick with it. Can he get around the north section? The wave's going to line up for him again on the inside, but he can't get around it. So he's currently sitting on a 2.1. He's going to go into second with that, only requiring a 0.85. I'm pretty comfortable that he's going to get that 0.85. Way, way up inside is Red, Rex Hernandez. He hasn't even gotten into Soup Bowl yet. He's about in Soup Bowl now, and he goes down. So anytime Soup Bowl has good waves, there is one surfer that will go all the way up there and consistently surf that wave, and that is my good friend Christian Booz. As we watch this replay, oh, and his foot just comes off the pad. So 2.3 for Red, 2.3, that was your last wave. Last of Blue, 3.5. And White up and riding. And White goes out the back. So as soon as these servers are finished duck diving, I'll update the situation. So last of red, 2.3. Red, you go to first. Red, you are currently in first. Blue, your last was a 3.5. You're currently in second. Green, you are in third, requiring a 2.4. And white, you are in fourth, requiring a 3.2. 13 minutes, 20 seconds remaining. All right, coming up on 11 minutes, 30 seconds. Coming up in the next heat, we're going to have Luke Weiler. Benji Lang, Becca McCart, and Gabriel Vargas. All right, surfer in white trying to get into this one. A little behind the peak. Nice big floating section, goes down, can't hang on. He would have definitely got around it if he could have. That way, kind of had a little bit of an inside wall up to it. So unfortunate there, just requiring a small score to move up into second. So last of white coming in at a 1, 2, 3. All right, surfers on the outside putting themselves in position. Who's there? All right, White. Up and out. He's still searching for that 3.28. 7 minutes, 50 seconds remaining. Red, you are currently in first position, 7 minutes, 15 seconds remaining. All right, coming up on 5 minutes, 45 seconds remaining. Surfers are sitting quite a ways up inside. They're all following Red. For the life of me, I don't know why. Here we go, White. He's gonna roll into this one. Trying to get around the section. Just requiring a small score. There have been about 20 waves that have come in that would have had so much more scoring potential than that. They're just way, way up inside, almost outside of the peak. So last of White, 1.50. So that's still not enough. All right, 5 minutes remaining in this heat. Number 2, round of 96. You are tuned in to the BTMI Barbados Surf Pro QS 5000. Here we go, Red. Ray Hernandez. Up and riding, banging it vertical. He is the current heat leader. So a little bit more quality maneuvers on that wave. That was a little bit better wave. Where he is actually paddling out right now is actually where the main takeoff point at Subul. So you see how far up inside he is from this replay. Nice little down carve and then bangs it vertical. He's going to get one more of those. And he goes out the back, so that will definitely go into a score line. All right. Last of Red, 4-2-3. And Surfer in Blue currently in second position. So Red increasing his lead ever so slightly. Let's see what Blue will do. Up, if he can up the requirement for the Surfer in White and Green. So server in red, Ray Hernandez, currently sitting at the 46th position on the rankings. His best result last year was at Pismo Beach, where he put in a 17th place. Actually, no, sorry. He had a 9th place at the Pacifico Surf Open in Puerto Escondido. Putting in a 9th place as we look on the outside with the surfer in green. Big floats the first section, trying to get around it. He's going to get a nice inside wave as the north section comes at him. Can he hang on? Throws it up, and he gets gobbled up. You can actually see where the two waves converge, one moving from left to right, the other one moving from right to left, and it just taking him out as we watch this replay. So just a little setup floater there, just trying to get around this turn. Nice little down card, but watch how the wave comes in from the left, and you can see where the two waves meet, forms a triangle, and it just knocked him off. So last of green, 3-2-3. Green, you go to second. So green goes to second. Blue is third, but blue is looking for a wave, and on the outside, white. He's up and riding. That's his second maneuver. Throws it up in the north section, and he can't hang on. So you see, even a small wave like that, so much turbulence underneath your board, so much water moving around, it's so difficult to stay on the board. You can imagine when it's 8 foot. So last of blue, 3-4-3. Blue, you go back to second. Now I'm waiting on a wave for white, and then I will update all the situations. Next heat, hold your positions, guys. We're looking at 8 people. We can't tell who's in what heat. So please hold your positions next heat. So it's going to come down to last of white, 3.4. So situation, green, you need a 3.7. White, you need a 3.5 with 5 seconds remaining. And this one's going to close out the way it is right now in 3-2-1. So that ends the heat. So moving on into the next round will be surfer in red, Ray Hernandez, and the surfer in blue, Lucas McMahon. Servers in the next heat, please stand by. We are on a short hold. While we're on that hold, we're going to cut to a quick commercial break, and we'll be right back after these messages. Here we go in 3, 2, 1. All right, back to live action. No riot waves ridden on this last heat. We're going to introduce the servers to you that are in this heat. In red, Luke Weiler. In blue, Benji Lang. In white, Becca McCart. And in green, Gabriel Vargas. So kind of a little slow going in this heat. Surfers being very selective. 5 minutes gone already in the heat, down to 20 minutes and 15 seconds. Surfer in red, Luke Weiler, he's currently ranked 35th on the North America rankings. Best result for the year was 5th place at the Pacifico Surf Open. As we're watching him surf now, Luke Weiler, very talented young surfer. One of the up-and-coming North American surfers. Coached by Matt Myers. Matt has put together such an amazing team over the years for Rip Curl, running the Rip Curl Grand Series. Gone out on his own now, coaching numerous North American kids. I would say that he's pretty much personally responsible for a lot of the World Tour surfers out of North America. He's got a couple more that I'm sure he's going to get on. Congratulations to you on that, my friend. As we watch White, Beckham McCart, nice wrapping cut back out onto the open face. And Green on the outside. Gabriel Vargas, better looking wave, nice down carve. Big vertical turn up in the lip. He's going to stick with this one. He's got 2 outside maneuvers already. Wow, that was a well-surfed wave. So blue goes to priority, followed by red. As we watch red, Luke Weiler throwing it up in the lip. So the judges got some work. Everybody but blue had a wave. So first of red, 183. That was the first of red. I think that was just a quick up and out, but we're waiting for that score for green as we watch this replay. First turn, fully committed, fully on the rail, then throws it vertical up in the lip. So I'm joined here by my co-host Simon Coles. What did you think of that last wave from green, Simon? As we're going to watch this replay of red first. This is Luke Weiler. Nice combination, nice little wrapping cut back, then a vertical off the lip. Very similar to green, but I think green's wave was a little bigger, offered a little more scoring potential. First of green, 517. 517 for green. All right, last of red, 383. So we're going to cut to the glass with the winner of the last heat. Ray Hernandez for the post-heat interview, powered by St. Luke's Clothing and Eco Lifestyle and Lodge. Take it away, guys.
I'm here with the last heat winner, Ray Hernandez. How do you feel about that performance, Ray?
I feel good with my surfing, with my high performance. I've been training hard for every single condition, you know, so feel stuck.
Where are you from, Ray?
I'm from Acapulco, Mexico, and it's really good waves there. We have waves all the year, and it's a beach race, sand in the battle. So yeah, that's made me feel good with my surfing, and yeah, it's similar to this condition when it's like moving all the time. It's so windy, so we have kind of like that in Mexico, Acapulco.
And your time here in Barbados, how are you liking it so far?
It's really nice. It's tropical, it's warm. I really love this island, and it's I came to ice. I was like 17 when I came the first time, but so I stuck to come back to this island, and yeah, feel really good.
And we're stoked to have you here, man. Is anyone at home you want to say hi to?
Sorry?
Anyone at home you want to say hi to?
Yeah, we want to say Hola a todos a los acapulqueños, todo México. Les mando un gran saludo. Pasamos a la siguiente ronda, ronda de 64 y muy contento también con mis patrocinadores. Gracias a todos ellos y seguimos avanzando.
Good luck in the next one, all right, Ray? Keep ripping, man. Out to the booth.
All right, we're back to live action. I am joined here by my co-host Simon Coles. Simon, what do you think of the wave so far this morning?
Morning, everyone. It's definitely a strong east swell swinging in here. You can actually see the sweep on the angle of the wave is not exactly ideal for Soup Bowl, but it is contestable, and you really have to be a bit more picky and look for waves that offer something down the lane, you know. There are some couple nuggets out there, though, if you're patient. I'm seeing definitely some good clean faces still, even though it's a windswept ocean today.
All right, we'll catch everybody up here. So last of blue was a 3.6. Priority change, red, blue, white. Red up and right in using that priority. Luke Weiler just loses the fins a bit and comes unstuck. But we see Gabriel Vargas in first place. He's sitting on a 5.17 and a 1.0. And Luke Weiler in second. He's on a 3.83 and a 1.83. Last wave of red coming in at a 0.9 does not factor in. And blue, Benji Lang going up in the lip. Throwing some power in that turn. Oh, and he goes down. Surfer in blue is currently in third position, requiring just a 2.0. So we'll see if he can get that minimal score. And Surfer in white with priority on the outside, Becca McCart sitting on a 2.67 and a 0.67. He requires a 3.5. So last of blue, 2.5 is enough to put you into second. Red, you now require a 2.3 as we watch green up and right, and Gabriel Vargas from Peru. He is the current heat leader.
Watching the replay last of green, Gabriel Vargas. Yeah, it's just two outside turns. Trying to do some filling work on the inside, but the inside didn't cooperate with him. Our situation in the heat is green is in first with an 8.77 total. Second is blue with a 6.7 total. Third is red with a 5.66 total. Fourth place is white with a 3.34 total. Situation is blue. You're in second with a 6.17 total. Blue, you have a 3.5, 3.60 and a 2.57. That's an up and out for green. Surfer from Peru, Gabriel Vargas.
All right, situation in the water. Green is first. Blue is second. Red, you are third. You require a 2.3, and white is fourth, requiring a 3.5. Red, quality maneuver on that north section, hangs on. We're following red. Blue had a nice wave on the outside, but can't quite hang on to the section. So waiting for a score for red. As we watch this replay, why don't you break it down for us, Simon?
Red starts off with a lovely open face carve, and then he smacks the North Peak section, barely hangs on, comes around that. Was able to actually connect the inside section, but that's all it was for 2 outside turns. Blast of blue, does a slight fade and just elects to get out. That wave didn't really cooperate.
Yeah, it was unfortunate for Blue because that wave lined up all the way down to the inside, just catching that rail on that bottom turn. Very unfortunate for him. Want to send another big shout out to our crew on the beach. Thank you very much. Thank you everybody for all your hard work keeping this beach beautiful for our visitors here to Barbados. And White up and riding. He's going to use his priority, Beckham McCart. Boy, I don't know what's going on with these surfers, but they're all losing their feet. Red, your last was a 5.83. You go to first. Red, green, you drop to second. Blue, you are third. You now require a 5.1. And white, you are fourth. You require a 6.1. 9 minutes, 20 seconds remaining. There they are, ladies and gentlemen, the beach cleanup crew. Thank you very much. You guys are going out to about 2 million people right now. Wave to the camera. Thank you all for your hard work. Much appreciated. All that seaweed the beach was completely clean last night, and all that seaweed came in between yesterday and last night. The majority of it was last night. They'll have that beach crystal clean by the time they're done. Blue, you are in third position. You require a 5.17. 8 minutes, 45 seconds remaining as we watch this replay of White. And just see his foot just slips off of that tail pad. Green, you're in second position. You are in second, Green. We are in heat number 3 of this round of 96. BTMI Barbados Surf Pro QS 5000 presented by Diamonds International. We got 13 more heats to go in this round. Then we're going to shift gears and go into the women's QS. I'm going to check. That's going to be the round of 48 for the women. This year we had a full field of competitors and probably 6 to 10 alternates in each division. So thank you very much for your support. This is by far the best wave on the North American Tour. And it is also by far the favorite venue for all the surfers. 13 years in the making. Started this event as a junior. And then we turned the junior. We've had the juniors for 13 years. Paired it with a 1,000, then a 3,000, and now 5. And here we go, White up and right in big air reverse with 7 minutes and 15 seconds remaining. See a little bit of frustration in Surfer and White. He still has plenty of time. Needs just 2 mediocre scores. Yeah, and I've just been told is also the favorite stop for the judges. So everybody's favorite, including mine. Really is a great venue. A lot of camaraderie. A lot of people have been coming here for a very long time. How many years? One of the judges has been coming here since 1987. I came here in 1986. He's been judging here for 20 years as we watch Green up and right in Vargas. Banging it up vertical. Nice wrapping cutback series of major maneuvers. He's going to work his way onto the inside. Try and finish this strong. Pushes out the fins. Does he have one more in him? No, he doesn't. He goes under the wave. And on the inside, we're going to have White. And he goes out the back. So right now, Simon, you see Surfer and White just getting a little bit frustrated.
Yeah, he's had a couple slips there. I'd be looking to go out the back and maybe pick a bigger or quality wave.
You watch this replay of Green.
Vargas really gets a nice first open face carve, and he bangs it up on the North Peak. This wave really cooperated. Gets a lovely little roundhouse. Sets up the inside. It's very chattery and he gets one snap. Good surfing.
All right, last of green, 477. You go to first, green. 4.77, you are in first. Blue, you drop, sorry, red, you drop the second. Blue, you are in third, requiring a 6.0. And white, you are in fourth, requiring a 6.9. 5 minutes, 10 seconds remaining. Can Robert come to the judges stage, please? Robert, come to the judges stage. Thank you. All right, 5 minutes. Servers in the next heat, you're free to paddle out. Just remember, stay down in the channel. Thank you very much. So coming up in the next heat, we're going to see Max Beach, Sage, Guinaldo, Blaze, Rocher, and Jaquez Ackerman. Coming up on the 4-minute mark, situation in the water, green first, red second, blue, you are third. And white, you are fourth. Red, you're currently in second position. Blue is in third, requiring a 6.0, 3 minutes, 24 seconds remaining. One minute, 40 seconds remaining as we're winding down on this heat number 3, round of 96. Here we go, green. He's gonna use, yeah, white had higher priority. Just offering that north section. He's just going for broke, trying to muster up some sort of a score for Surfer and White with 1 minute remaining, only sitting on a 2.6 and a 1.1. We all know this surfer can surf way better than that. Just some unfortunate situations. Had a really nice wave he lost his footing on and went down. It kind of rattled him a little bit, but this is all part of competition. Being able to hit that reset button, that imaginary reset button on the top of your board, Want to welcome all the visitors here to Barbados. Thank you very much for coming. You look at about 20 seconds remaining. Green up and right, and Gabriel Vargas. This one's going to hit this shelf on the inside, give him a little couple of opportunities, but this is basically a victory lap for him. Winding it down with 5 seconds remaining in 3, 2, 1. So that ends the heat. No ride for the surfer in white. He was up after the horn. So the heat will end as it stood. Green first, red second. So Gabriel and Luke will be advancing into the round of 64. Coming up later on in the week. Servers in the next heat, please stand by. We're on a short hold. We're going to take this opportunity to send it down to the booth for some commercials. Please stand by. We'll be right back. All right, counting it in, 10 seconds. All right, back to live action. As you see that little Zander monument right down there in the back, I'll give you all that story in a second. But the Live Like Zander message and what it means to live like Zander is on that board. It is a great message. And amazingly, almost every kid that walks down this beach is drawn to that monument, and they just stand up there and watch it. I don't know why, I don't know how, but that's how it works. Anyway, coming up in this heat in surfer in red, Max Beach. In blue, Sage Guinaldo. In white, Blaise Rocher. And in green, Jacques Ackerman. 24 minutes, 59 seconds remaining. No waves have been ridden thus far. So we'll get down to the story of that monument that we put here at Soup Bowl. This is not where the accident actually happened. It happened about 3 miles north of here at a place called Box by Box, which has affectionately been renamed Zealand. That place only breaks on big hurricane swells, and this particular day it was extremely big, well within everybody's ability that was out. But that rock right there, when we used to come to Soup Bowl, and the waves were too big, he was too young, and I didn't want him to go out. He used to sit on that rock right there where that bag is, and he used to sulk and wait for me to come in, and then quarrel with me the whole way home of why I didn't let him go out. Mind you, the waves were 12 foot, and it was just way past his ability at 8 or 9 years old. Anyway, one day I decided to take him out, and when Soup Bowl gets big like that as a hurricane swell, you can literally paddle out through the rip, time the waves without even getting your hair wet. So we paddled out, and he just sat there in the rip watching everybody get barreled, wave after wave after wave after wave. And he said, "I want one, Dad." And I said, "No, Zan, it's too big." And he said, "I want one, I want one." So I brought him out in the lineup. There was about 10 people out, and I said to him, "Guys, Zander wants a wave." And they said, "Well, if you want to go, you can go." So I told him, I said, "You pick the wave, and I'll push you in." And the whole ocean just shifted and moved. And he saw the first wave, and he said, "Push me on this one." And as we watch White, I'll get back to the story, but nice top turn, banging it vertical. So, series of major maneuvers for White. Blaise Rocher, let's see where that goes. So,
Combination of 3 major maneuvers on the outside.
and red, Max Beach. He was a good friend of Zander's right here, Max. Spent a lot of years surfing with him and against him in a lot of contests throughout California and East Coast, and he can't muster anything and goes down. So watching the outside green on a nice looking wave. Here we go. Jacques Ackerman He's going to wait for this north section, throws it up vertical. He can't hold on. Gabriel. So getting back to the story, now we paddled up, and he sees the first wave of the set, and he says, push me on this one. I want to go on this one. And I said, no, is that not the first wave? Push me, push me. So I pushed him, and everybody in the lineup went quiet. And he made the drop, but we couldn't see him, and he came straight back up to the top, and all we saw was a fan of spray. And everybody in the water started to holler. The whole beach started to holler. And then we saw another fan of spray and another fan of spray, and he surfed the wave all the way to the inside. And I thought he was going in. And he turned around and paddled right back out. And he said, I want another one. And then, you know, Bathsheba locals, they said, well, youngster, you had one, and that's enough. It's your time to go to shore, which he did, and that is how Zander became the half a legend that he was. Anyway, it's pretty amazing I got through that. So first of white, 5.67 white, 5.67 white, you go to first. Red, you are in second. Your first was a 2.33. Blue, up and right in. Sage Grinaldo, banging it vertical on the first turn. Lovely drawn out bottom turns. Going to wait for this north section. Throws it up, pushes out the fins. A little bit reserved on the aggression, but nonetheless, two major maneuvers, and we'll see where the score goes.
Still two outside maneuvers.
All right, we're going to take this opportunity to cut to the glass for the winner of the last heat, Gabriel Vargas, powered by St. Luke's Clothing and Eco Lifestyle and Lodge. Take it away, guys.
Here with Gabriel, another heat win. Do you feel that you're building up some momentum here?
Yeah, just enjoying being here in the Iceland, having a good time with my friends. I'm staying with my Messina's family and Manu Salma from Chile, so happy to keep advancing, no? Keep advancing.
And conditions versus yesterday, are they similar or different?
I think it's way better today, so happy to have a couple ones, and yeah.
Is there anyone at home you may want to shout out?
Sí, quiero saludar a toda mi familia y amigos que están en Perú y los de afuera que me miran siempre. Vamos a seguir avanzando. Estas condiciones están un poco difíciles, pero a meterle con ganas.
You're ripping, Gabriel. Hope to see you in the next one, and keep on doing your thing, man, all right? Back to the booth.
All right, we're back to live action. So last of blue coming in at a 4.33. Blue goes to second. Red, you drop to third. You require a 2.0. And green, you're fourth, requiring a 2.8. White, you are in first position. Your first wave coming in at a 5.67. Blue up and out the back. All right, we are in heat number 4 of this round of 96, moving through these heats. Coming up next, we're going to see Jairo Perez from Costa Rica, Nicholas Coley from California, Elias Smith, and Tommy Layson from Barbados. Tommy had a barn burner yesterday, taking it out within the last minute of the heat. Waves were a bit challenging. He knows this wave well. He's a very, very, very talented young surfer. All right, White is going to use priority. Not using it wisely, though. And who's going to... So red will end up in priority, and right, he's going to turn and burn on this one as a better-looking wave, and he gets dragged down. That would have offered a little bit of scoring potential. He is currently in the lead. Blue, you are in second position. Red, you are in third. And green, you are in fourth. Blue, you are in second position. You have a 4.33 and a .40. So just to let everyone know on the beach and the tent that after Zander's accident, we set up a charity, a trust, to aid and assist underprivileged and disabled children throughout Barbados. Recently, we have donated 20 computers to a school, brand new laptop computers to a school for their computer department. And we raise all of our money through private donations and selling T-shirts and hats and keeping the message alive. My wife will be down under the tent in about a half an hour, setting up, selling T-shirts. All the proceeds do go directly into the trust. The trust is run by myself, my wife, and my daughter. And none of us take anything other than some recognition and gratitude for what we do. It's not well publicized because that's the way we want it. Everything that we do is pretty much undercover. Once we do it, we then let everybody know this is where your money went. This is where your help went. So any support is greatly appreciated. Thank you very much. So you can look for the T-shirts and the hats and everything under the tent in about a half an hour. So back to live action. The ocean seems to be taking a little break. I believe that we are about halfway into the high tide. So hopefully we will start to see a little more surge, a little more push. The wind has seemed to back off a little bit. Current seems to be settling down a little bit. Hopefully the waves will be moving more into the northeasterly direction as it is forecast to do. Here we go, Red, Max Beach on his backhand. If any of you have seen his Instagram of him surfing the wedge, it'll blow your mind. Oh, and he holds on to that. Max Beach, big vertical smash in the north section. Woo, that's what we're gonna get to see later on, I hope. Wow, that was mental. He completely disappeared in the whitewater.
That was a committed North Beat hit. Surfer definitely went for that. And I'm sure he will be rewarded.
My.
It was a quick two-turn combo, and he really got up. They had to get back up there quickly.
So you remember what we saw for that big two-turn combo yesterday. I think we're going to see the same thing. This is going to go up in the excellent range as we watch White. Blaise Rocher. Working it onto the inside. Oh, buckets of spray.
This insider has actually offered some scoring opportunity.
Green, I'm waiting on some scores, and it's going to flop everything around. So just bear with me. We got a couple more scores to drop. I got a score for white and a score for red. Red is going to go excellent. I got 3 scores on the board, which 8.0 red. So red goes to first. Last of white, 4.0. So red first, white second, blue your third. You require a 5.3 blue, and green your fourth, requiring an 8.1. 10 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Yeah, I was just showing that replay while I was given the situation of red.
Wave.
I'm back to live action in green. Jack Ackerman throwing it vertical, banging it again out onto the open face. And we're sticking with green. Red is on the outside. Blue, you are in third position. You need a 5.35. 9 minutes, 50 seconds remaining.
Judges got their work cut out. There are 2 more scores to drop here. 2 well-surfed waves.
This was the last of red. Just looking to back up that 8.0 wave. So just for reference, that last of red had 4 8s and 1 8.5. So you drop the 8.5 and you drop an 8 and you end up with 3 8s. That gives you the average. As watch this replay of Ackerman. So last of blue, green, 3.8. So green goes to third, requiring a 5.87, and blue goes to fourth, requiring a 5.35. 8 minutes, 50 seconds remaining.
The ocean is looking quite friendly on some of these open face waves right now. They're quite groomed despite the wind.
Yeah, the wind seems to be either laying down a little bit or kind of moving off to the right a little bit, which, yep, there is a big cloud just behind us to the north, or I should say to the west. Surfers moving around, putting themselves in position. 2 surfers on the outside.
This has been a very active heat, Lou.
Here we go. Blue. He's up and riding. Little wrapping cutback. Nice. Roundhouse cutback, another one. Bangs it off the whitewater, sticking close to the power source. May offer him 1 or 2 more maneuvers on the inside. No. Breaking up some urchins.
3 wrap-in turns. We have not quite given him that steep face.
Last of blue, 3.7 blue. Not enough. You still require the 5.35.
Good morning, Mr. Layson. Nice to see you.
All right, coming up on the 6 minute, 30 seconds remaining. So another minute and a half, surfers, you can paddle out. everybody. This one's going to roll in onto everybody. Five minutes remaining, surfers. So surfers in your next seat, you're free to pile out. Please stay in the channel. So that was more of a relocation technique for blue. So with fourth priority, surfer in blue was making his way up higher. White going to use his priority. Nice floater. Free falls with the section. You know, Simon, there was a time that you didn't see nothing but a lot of floaters, and then they went out of style, and now they're coming right back as Roche is just killing that wave. And I mean in a good way.
He picked up a mid-sized wave deep on the reef, and it was able to give him multiple sections. And
we're going to watch this floater that he gets on. Watch this. Lovely lip flying floater and free falls, full in control, right back up in the lip. And then finishes strong with a fin drift and another one. So let's see what the judges, he liked it, I liked it. Let's see if the judges liked it. 3 minutes, 5 seconds remaining. He's going to up that requirement for sure for blue and green.
This heat has been a lot of flurry of waves and lots of scoring potential on the waves.
Two minutes, 25 seconds remaining. Still waiting for that score for White to come in. It will probably be his best. Yeah. As soon as I get it, Green, I'm still waiting on one more score. All right, last of White, 5.6. So blue now requires a 6.94, and green requires a 7.4. Green requiring a 6.94. Red up and riding. 1 minute, 40 seconds remaining. All right, coming up on the 1 minute mark. Servers in the next heat, just hold your positions there, guys. You're good. Red on the inside. He is the current heat leader with 30 seconds remaining. He's just looking to come to shore. Not going to be able to get back outside. Next heat, right there, guys. That's good. That's good. Thank you very much. And green on the outside. Working his way onto the north section, throws it up. And we're counting it in 3, 2, 1. So with green requiring a 7-4, he's not going to get there on that wave. Situation is going to remain the same. Taking the win in red, Max Beach moving on. And in second position, surfer in white, Blaise Rocher. We're going to take this opportunity to cut to a quick commercial break. We'll be right back after these messages. Stay tuned. In 3, 2, 1. All right, we're back to live action. Green, wasting no time. Tommy Layson up and down. So coming up in this heat, we're going to see in the red jersey, Jairo Perez. In blue, Nicholas Coley. In white, Elias Smith. And in green from Barbados, Tommy Layson. Taking out the win on the last heat was Max Beach, dropping a single wave of an 8.0 with a series of major maneuvers. This is heat number 5, round of 96. You are tuned into the BTMI Barbados Surf Pro QS 5000 presented by Diamonds International. I am Zander Venezia paired up with Simon Coles. Simon, what are you thinking of the surfing so far for the morning?
Honestly, the surfing is looking great. This is not the easiest Soup Bowl. Us locals probably wouldn't be too excited to surf today, and the guys are making it look so fun. It's
Here we go, White up and right in. He drawing first blood. Elias Smith. Banging it vertical, drifts the fins, but can't hang on to the finish. So yes, I mean, it's pretty weird if most of us were to pull up today, we would just keep going.
Yep.
And
we are so spoiled.
Yeah.
But honestly, I don't think the viewers actually at home realize that this is so difficult to surf, and these guys are making it look easy. They're making it look good. They're making it look fun. And this is side shore wind swell. You know, it's quite tough conditions. The ocean is moving sideways.
Yeah. There's a very small underlying north swell helping the waves ever so slightly. But it's still definitely difficult conditions out there. When the right one comes, these guys are on them. So here we go, blue. Nicholas Coley. He's been coming to Barbados for quite some time. Cutting it back. He's going to stick with it and pull out. Jairo Perez on the outside. Server from Costa Rica. And he goes out the back trying to get back out.
That was quite a difficult wave to surf. A lot of white water on the face of that. We made it work. Sets up. One big hit on the outside. Got some nice little roundhouse cut back here. Redirect, staying close to the power pocket. Another snap.
And we're back to live action with White. Throws it up vertical. Elias Smith. So the young server from Barbados, Tommy Layson, had just a quick up and down while we were on that replay. We see it here. Just tried to push a little too hard, a little late to the party, and kind of goes down. He'll regroup and come back fresh.
Taking down this replay for Blast of White. Yes, so first carve and a little hit. Wave goes a little sleepy, gets another little snap in.
All right, so waiting on 3 scores, white, red, blue. So the judges are just Giving this one a quick look over. There was a couple of waves ridden at the same time, making sure they get everything, take everything into account. We do have a replay facility for these judges, and they've been comparing back and forth. So yeah, the judges are able to compare waves, one wave between another. That's how they're coming up with a lot of their comparisons. Judging is all about comparing one wave to another. So last of red, 4.0. Last of white, 3.1. Last of green, 1.1. Last of blue, 3.1. So surfer in white, you are in first with a 3.1 and a 1.8. Red, second with a 4.0. Blue, you are third with a 3.17. You require a 0.84. And green, you are fourth with a 1.1 and a 0.83. You require a 2.8. 20 minutes, 5 seconds remaining.
Ocean looking a little bit sleepy at the moment. Surfers are all just jockeying for position. For the next set of waves, they all want to be in the right spot for it. Today, the guys have opted not to go too far out. Some of the best waves are actually some double ups or reforms. Some of the sets are going wide on the reef.
Blue, you are currently in third position. Your first wave was a 3.17. You require a 0.84. 19 minutes, 5 seconds remaining. All right, we have a quick break in the action. We're going to send it down to the booth for the winner of the last heat, Max Beach, for the post-heat interview, powered by St. Luke's Clothing and Eco Lifestyle and Lodge. Take it away, guys.
I'm here with Heat 4 winner, Max Beach. Tell us about that 8-point ride, Max. You just appeared out that white water.
Phew, thanks, Andrew. Yeah, I don't know. I was trying to set up for the first turn, and there was like a weird warble in it, and I didn't want to come off the bottom too soon and get thrown off, so I like waited a little bit, had the first turn, and when I came off the first turn, I was like, shoots, I'm like too late, and kind of was like thinking not the best thoughts, but I was just like, make it. Gurr always told me just think like, make it. So I thought that, but really I was kind of thinking like, I'm not gonna maybe make it. And then when I made it, I was just like, wow, thanks Zander for helping me stay on that one, because if I didn't have that one 8-point ride, I don't know if I would have made that heat, because Blaze and Sage, they kind of almost surfed a better heat than me. I just had the one good wave, you know, so got lucky, and thanks God for allowing me to ride out of that thing.
And obviously you were very close to Zander. Can you tell us about the relationship you guys had?
Yeah, we always competed doing all the rip curl grom searches with each other, always traveling around like the world, really, like Florida, all kinds of different places, and he was just a great person. Him and his dad, they were always positive, smiles on their faces, and yeah, I love Zander, and I know he was a great friend of yours, and fucking I miss him dearly, but he's always watching over us, and I think, you know, he's in heaven right now, smiling down on us right now, and I think that we're all gonna reunite with him again one day. So it's really, you know, it's sad when shit like that happens, but you know, we'll see him again one day in heaven, you know.
Very kind words, Matt. Thank you very much.
Love you, bro.
I love you too, man.
Thanks, bro.
Yeah. What's happening with your next one, man? You looking for the next round?
Yeah, just hopefully keep on rolling. I love Barbados. This place is beautiful. The food, the culture, the people. I'm here with a great crew. Buddy Remy, my dad, buddy Blaze, who was in that heat with me, and it was cool because we were like kind of like, fuck, like we got each other in the same heat, and then we ended up both making it, so we were both really stoked. And yeah, I hope everyone has a great time here in Barbados, because I think it's one of the most bad places in the world.
And you got anyone you want to shout out at home, Max?
Yeah, everyone who supports me, all my sponsors, my mom, my dad, family, friends, everyone, my sisters, my little brother, stepdad, stepmom, everyone who supports me. Like everyone from the list goes on and on.
You're an awesome dude, Matt. So we'll want to see. Wish you good luck in the next round and keep on ripping. All right, bro. No problem, man. Back to you guys at the booth.
While we were on that short break, there were no waves of consequence ridden, so situation remains the same as you see there on the top left of your screen. White first, red second, green third, and blue fourth.
Seems to be coming up to a really nice time in the day for the waves. Sun comes out, so we'll have a beautiful mid-morning look to it.
All right, coming up in the next heat, Johnny Corzo, Jake Dodson, Darshan Antakira, and Caleb Rapson from Barbados. So you guys should be checking in, getting ready to go. 14 minutes and 50 seconds remaining.
Good wave.
Priority red had the higher priority and blue going left. And Hyro holds on to that big maneuver. Finishing strong.
Red is working really hard to get the most out of this wave. Gets a lovely end hit. He's got a long paddle back there. He hung on to a very intense north section. One solid hit. One outside maneuver with some fill-in work, and he finished strongly. But that is one hit on the north section of consequence. We'll see what the judges think of that.
We could cue up that last of red, break that one down for you. You see they were waiting on scores. So waiting on a score for red and blue. All right, last of red, 4.4. Waiting on one more for blue.
Red really has a late takeoff, and he was able to really squeeze in only one big hit. He was way behind the white water. You had to wait for it, pushed him out in front. He's able to get one hit on a foamy section and another little foam climb.
Okay, last of blue, 297 blue, you go to second. White, you drop to third. You require a 305. But green is up and riding on a lovely inside wave. Let's see where this one ends up, and his score line might change the situation again. 2 minutes, 10 seconds remaining, so I'll wait till that last of green comes in before I update everybody. So last of red, 4.4. Last of blue, 297.
All right, watching the replay last of green, Tommy Layson. Just as a little fade cut back, he's waiting for this wave to reform. The wave splits in half. He gets a lovely little snap, gets down at the bottom, and he gets a lovely open face carve there. And the wave kind of goes out to sea on him, but it was two quality maneuvers.
All right, last of green, 3.5. So situation in the water, red first, blue second. I know you guys were just duck diving. Red first, blue second. Green, you are third. You require a 2.6. And white, you are fourth, requiring a 3.0. 11 minutes, 5 seconds remaining. Look at that wave there. Everybody let go there, Simon. Plenty scoring potential on that wave. This one here is going to sneak under everyone too. And a third one, blue's going to give that a sniff, but he doesn't decide on it. Red's going to give it a sniff. He leaves it. There's another huge wave with huge scoring potential on it. Rolled all the way almost to the inside. Unridden. And a fourth one. This is what the high tide could potentially look like. It's going to get a little bit more picky, but I think when we do see that higher tide, the waves are going to get better. High tide coming up about 12:30. 9 minutes, 30 seconds remaining, 35 seconds remaining. So surfers in the next heat, you should be all ready to go by now. Johnny Corzo, Jake Dodson, Darshan Antikira, and Caleb Rapson as Red pulls into this one. Hyro, lovely up in the lip, vertical snap, climbs the foam. And Green on the outside. We're going to stick with Red. We'll bring the replay for Green. So he's going to go out the back. Lovely down carve on his first maneuver. We'll get you that replay. So here we go. This is Green. We break this one down. Lovely little fade. And a nice top turn. And then a nice wrapping cut back. And he's going to get out the back. So really only that one maneuver. We'll see what the judges score that.
I remember. Those were two similar type of waves that kind of went out to sea a little bit, not offering wall throughout the whole reef. You have to be picky today. A couple waves are presenting right now.
All right, wash in blue. Nicholas. Little down carve. Waiting on this one. Hoping and wishing this will stand up for him. He's going to work it all the way to the end. And he goes out the back, so nothing much gained on that. So last of Green, 3-3-7 Green. Green goes to second. Blue, you drop to third. You do have a wave coming, however. So let me see where that goes, and I'll update it. All right, 273 for Blue, not enough. So Blue, you're in third position. You require a 370. White, you're in fourth position, requiring a 3.77. White up and right in. Too far behind that peak. And Green on the outside. Tommy Layson, here we go. Better looking wave ahead of him. Comes out onto the open section, bangs it vertical. He's going to get around this one. That's the wave to work with on the inside. Wrapping cutback. Working it for as much as it's worth. Finishing maneuver strong.
Well, I hate to say it, I'm not the judge, but that's looking like one of the best waves of the heat. Well surf wave. That wave actually offered a lovely line throughout the whole reef, and he took it right into the rip. I might be a little bit biased though, Lou.
There he goes. You watch this replay. That first turn was right up there in the pocket. Throws it up again, pushes out the fins, and then just waits for it to reform. Setting up this inside. He's just looking for one more maneuver. These are just setup turns, and here comes the finishing maneuver. Gains some speed, pushes out the fins, and finishes strong. 617 for Green, 617. Green, you go to first. Red, you drop the second. Your last was a 4.30. White was up and right in, so we'll see where that goes. Coming up on the 5-minute mark. So just waiting on this last of White. So Blue, you now require at least a 5.53. Last of White, 2.53. So that does help your cause slightly. You now require a 5.6. So Green first, Red second, Blue is third. Blue requires a 5.5, and White requires a 5.6.
That's a flurry of changing up the scores there, all the positions. Situation's only 4 minutes and 25 seconds remaining. Next heat should be paddling out.
Blue, you are in third position. You require a 5.5. White is in third position. You require a 5.6. 4 minutes remaining. All right, server with priority in red. He's going to give way to White. And it's a nice looking wave. Hits the first turn out onto the open face. Nice big wrapping cutback on the north section. He's going to get an inside race course to work with. Here we go. Looking for this finishing maneuver. Elias Smith currently in fourth position. Working it all the way to the rip. Throwing it up, pushing out the fins. Clutch in the air with third priority.
Got some clutch surfing.
That is very clutch. Here we go, Red. He's going to pull the trigger on a nice looking wave as well. Here we go, higher up Rez. Comes off the bottom, throws it up vertical. Hangs on to the finishing move. Working it onto the outside. Cutting it back, sticking with it. Eyeing that closeout section, banging it vertical. Currently in second position, trying to increase that requirement.
It's another well-ridden wave there, Lou.
Yeah.
Guys are really doing some clutch surfing the dying minutes of this heat. That was a good size wave, but it only offered one outside maneuver, and you had to do a lot of fill-in work.
You look at this replay of White. So we're back to live action. Watching Blue. Oh, that was a quality turn. There we go, Nicholas Coley from Hawaii.
Seems this heat started only the last 5 minutes.
Yeah.
All the surfing is going down.
Yeah, 1 minute, 20 seconds remaining. So we're waiting on a couple of scores, Simon. So last of white, 4.4. You now require a 4.31. I am waiting on a wave for red, though, who is currently in second. So if he ups the requirement, I will let you know. $40 seconds remaining. Last of red, 5.1. So white, you now require a 5.1. And blue, you require a 6.33. 25 seconds remaining. Servers in the next heat, please hold your positions. Servers in the next heat. Blue, you're way too far in the lineup. Thank you. All right, we're winding it down. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So that ends heat number 5. Taking the win in green, Tommy Layson. He'll be advancing into the round of 64. And advancing with him will be the server in red, Jairo Perez. So congratulations to the both of you. Will be serving tomorrow. Servers in the next seat, please stand by. We're on a short hold. We are going to take 2 minutes, a little commercial break. We'll be right back with more action at the BTMI Barbados Surf Pro QS 5000. Stay tuned. All right, next seat, counting it in, 10 seconds.
Come from a place, we accept every single race. Paradise is we name. Come over and you will fall in love. I should stay, have a special time of the year where we just get away. Most beautiful display. Don't search a million ways, travel a million miles to find a paradise and have a time like this. You may have a million problems, need some place to ease your mind. Welcome to my place, oh yeah. With arms wide open. This place here is the sweetest place. My country, you can get arms wide open. Promise you'll never be the same. Show you how we just celebrate. Jump all around, that's how we just. Get all around, that's how we just.
I believe he's an ISA World Games champion. Out onto the open face. Wrapping cut back. Banging it vertical. Red still going, but white, Darshan, was a big standout here last year. As we watched this replay of red. Johnny Corzo, he just floats the first section, comes around, iron up the inside, throws it up, kind of just taking his time, being selective, finishes strong.
That was a well-surfed wave, last of red. He looks like a very polished competitor.
Yeah, definitely. He's been coming here for a long time.
Nothing rushed.
But we're going to watch this replay of white if we can get it. As we go back to live action, we'll bring you that replay of white, Darshan. Green, Caleb Rapson from Barbados, pushing out the tail. And he goes out the back.
He was showing his local knowledge there, how to thread a wave all the way through.
Here's White's replay. So first turn, nice little in the pocket turn, but that's the money turn. Bangs. Pushes the nose all the way back to the whitewater, and that's all she wrote. So we'll see where the judges go with those two maneuvers. So waiting for a score for white and green. And
Green starts off with a lovely phone climb. He's surfing almost out the back of the wave. He gets a nice little hit there. And he follows up with another snap, little tail release. There's a lot of chatter on this wave. He picks the low road. wave shuts down on him, but a lot of work was done on the outside. The judges are going to have to deliberate and give us a score for that.
All right, last of white, 617. So still waiting on a couple other scores. So priority will shift to the server in blue, Jake Dodson, on the outside. So Johnny Corzo is a World Games champion. All right, priority change. Priority change, blue paddled, so priority goes to white. 12 minutes, 21 minutes remaining. Last of green, 3-3-3. Last of red, 4-3-3. Last of white, 6-1-7, so white goes to the lead. So blue's giving this insider a look. So a little bit of a priority blunder for Dodson, trying to capitalize back on getting on a quick another wave. So red, Johnny Corzo, stalling the board, waiting for this inside section to reform, pushes out the fins, finishes strong. So he's going to back up that 4-3-3 or better it. Very similar waves. One was just a little longer than the other. 19 minutes and 50 seconds remaining. When you look at that replay, last of red. So judges watching the replay, ironing out their scores. White on the outside, Darshan going up vertical, coming unglued, going down. So he's looking to back up that 6-1-7. Last of red, 4-2-7. So red goes to first, white drops to second, and blue, Dodson up and riding. Wave not offering much, and he goes out the back. So red first, white second. Green, you are third, requiring a 3.8. And blue, you are fourth, requiring a 6.2. Okay, we are going to take this opportunity to cut to the glass with the winner of the last heat, Tommy Layson, for the post-heat interview powered by St. Luke's Clothing and Eco Lodge. Take it away, guys.
I'm here with local shredder Tommy Layson. Another heat win, building some momentum here. What are you thinking?
Yeah, that was a tough one. A little nervous in that one, made a couple mistakes, but happy to make it through.
And obviously you're Bajan born and raised. What does it mean to you, Tommy, to represent Barbados overseas?
It's really nice. Barbados is a lovely country, and I'm so happy to represent them. And yeah, also so fun to travel with my fellow Barbadian competitors, and yeah, it's always a good vibe.
And the conditions out there, are they a bit tricky?
Yeah, it's very tricky, very stressful to find the right waves, but when you find the good ones, they can be really fun, and they can allow some good potential, so happy.
Is there anyone you maybe want to shout out, your mom or dad? Or?
Yeah, so just want to say thanks to all my supporters and family in Italy and all my friends here in Barbados.
Awesome. Well, good luck in the next one, Tommy. Keep on ripping, all right, bro?
Thank you.
Tommy! Yeah, Tommy. Back to you guys at the booth.
Okay, back to live action. Situation remains the same. Red first, white second. green third, blue fourth. You see the scores there on top left-hand corner, 16 minutes, 55 seconds remaining.
Lou.
Want to welcome everybody to the broadcast. My name is Zander Venezia. I'm paired up with Simon Coles. You are tuned into the BTMI Barbados Surf Pro QS 5000, presented by Diamonds International.
Taking a look at this heat, there's been some quality surfing going down so far. Surfers look in rhythm. They're not forcing or rushing anything. They're reading the ocean very well.
Yeah, the ocean seems to be settling down a little bit, like in this incoming tide, Simon. Waves seem to be lining up quite nicely. Okay, coming up in the next heat, we're going to see the likes of Parker Cohn, Max Asher, Mason O'Toole, and Johnny Herwin. You guys should be checking in, ready to go. Still got plenty of time, 15 minutes remaining. Getting yourself in the zone. Parker Cohn, and coming up in the next heat, he's currently ranked 39th. On his bid to the Challenger Series. Red, you are in first position. Your two waves is a 4.33. Your previous wave was a 4.27. You're in first. 14 minutes, 50 seconds remaining. So a quick reminder, folks, everybody on the beach, you guys are welcome to make your way up to the hospitality tent. That is the big tent. There's food, breakfast on sale. You can get coffee, also Zander t-shirts, hats, stickers, anything you would like is on sale under the big tent. If you want to be ambitious. And they also have all your alcohol needs. If you want a beer or a mimosa or whatever you like, they can do it for you. Please visit the hospitality tent so you can see Jake Dodson on his backhand, just a quick up and out. So Parker Cohn, as I was saying, he's ranked coming up in the next heat, 39. Johnny Corzo in this heat, he's ranked 36th. I would think that these servers are just a little bit too far out, unless some real funky things go down, to make their bid for the Challenger Series campaign. I think last year we seen Alan Cleland come up all the way from 19th to qualify. And now he's on the world tour.
Doing excellent surfing on the world stage too.
Absolutely. I remember Alan, the first time I ever met Alan was in Ecuador. Yep, it was in Ecuador, your ISA World Junior Games.
Watching him surf Super Bowl is a treat.
Yeah. Him and Zander became immediate friends. He was surfing behind this big rock, a little shore break that they were just pulling in and getting borrowed. It was only like maybe chest high, but right on the beach, like literally right in front of these rocks, and the two of them had such a ball together. Great guy. Congratulations on your bid for the World Tour, and good luck for the rest of the season. I remember a couple years ago, he was out here surfing. He couldn't even walk up the beach. His knee was hurt so bad, and I think he made the finals and was runner-up. But he's got a big heart, and if you ever see videos of him surfing Puerto Escondido, just charging.
Yeah, the Mexico contingent are not scared for big waves.
Oh, definitely not. Last of red, 353, does not go in your score line. Last of Blue 1-8-7. So Surfer and Green requiring just a small score with 11 minutes, 50 seconds remaining. Definitely attainable for Caleb. He knows this wave well.
Green is holding priority right now. The ocean has a nice, more even pace.
Blue up and right, and a little bit better lined up wave for him. See what he can showcase on this wave. He's working his way to this inside North Peak, throws that vertical, then can't hang on. And on the outside Green, Caleb Rapson fades the bottom turn, comes up right up in the lip, pushes out the fins. Another north section banging it vertical. Caleb Rapson's going to stick with this one. He's got 2 outside maneuvers. And he's going to kick out and try and get back out before Blue.
So smart surfing there by Caleb. Getting 2 big outside maneuvers. Knowing, all right, watching the last of the replay, last of Blue. He picks up an inside wave. He's trying to do a lot of little fill-in work. It goes down the last maneuver. White is up and riding currently on the outside. Gets 1 nice big crack, but loses it.
So we look at the replay here of Green's last. Throwing it vertical. And then he's going to just eye his competitor and say, I'm going to kick out and get out before him.
These surfers are actually paddle battling right now for priority. There's a scratch between all 3 of them.
Look at the speed that the Surfer and White is traveling at.
Actually, all 4 of them are battling for priority.
White actually came from behind Blue and is now overtaking Green. This kid is a
heart now. Who wants it the most?
And he's looking back at him. Well done by Darshan. He knows he's in second position. He wants to get back out there and get that priority just in case the heat flip-flops.
We're waiting for scores, though, and a lot of scores, some meaningful scores just went down or should change the position of this heat.
Yeah, waiting on that all-important score from Green. It doesn't look like, well, possibly, yeah, because all right, so scores trickling in. So watching Blue, still waiting on scores, guys. So Blue up in the lip as White, he's going to paddle for this one. Throwing it, little down carve. He's going to eye up this north section. Going up vertical, pushing out the fins. Looking for another vertical and a third one. So the 2 money turns. Now, this is how important that paddle battle was. Don't forget, he battled Green and Blue to get to the outside first and caught that wave. So you can see what's going on. We're going to watch this Blue break it down for us, Simon.
Blue gets a lovely 1 hook underneath the North Peak there, but he gets hung up and he can't ride out from that.
Hold on, Caleb. I got scores dropping. I got a lot of scores dropping. Right now, you're in third, requiring a 3.87. But I got a wave for White to come and for Blue.
Well, White gets a good ride here. He gets some outside work. The wave actually cooperates with him, and he's able to do quite a series of multiple maneuvers. So last of White. could be a meaningful score.
So previous of White was a 247, but we're waiting on the last of White. And bear in mind, he did battle those two surfers to get out there, and it guaranteed to be paying off, because I'm going to risk the bet that's going to be, if not the best of the heat, very close to it. Yeah. That was awesome surfing. No, for White. Yeah. Last of White. We're waiting on last of White and the last of Blue. 6 minutes, 20 seconds remaining.
Last of White is going to be a meaningful score. It's going to change the situation.
Definitely. One more score to drop, two more scores to drop for White. So last of White, 4.5. So White first, red second, green third. Green, you need a 3.87. And blue is fourth, requiring a 6.5. 5 minutes, 50 seconds remaining.
Surfers in the next heat, you can paddle out in about 47 seconds.
There we go, Blue on the inside. Going up vertical, a little late to the lip, and he gets bucked off like a bucking bronco. 5 minutes, 20 seconds remaining. Here we go, green. Caleb Robson comes around the first section, goes up vertical in the lip, smashes it out onto the open face. Nice down carve, working his way to the north section, banging it vertical once again. He knows he likes that one, so do I. That was a good, well-surfed wave. 4 minutes, 50 seconds remaining.
Breaking that down low, that is 3 outside maneuvers, and that's what the judges are looking for.
Yeah, this first turn, Simon, is just crazy. Right up in the lip, throws out the fins, goes upside down, backs it right up with a lovely hook down carve in the pocket, and finishes strong on the north section.
I dare to say, but I think this heat is going to flip-flop again with positions.
Me too. 4 minutes, 20 seconds remaining. All right, last of green, 733. Green goes to first. White, you drop to second. Red, you are third. You now require a 6.3 red. And blue, you are fourth. You require an 8.6. 4 minutes, 5 seconds remaining. Priority sits on the outside with red, followed by white.
That was some clutch surfing by our local surfer, Caleb Rapson. He'd be very pleased with that.
Yes, Simon. Three turns, 2 outside maneuvers, and then a finishing. And I don't know what more we can say. Every single excellent score has been 2 turns and a finishing maneuver, not 20 turns. And yeah, it's just, you know, quality, not quantity. You know, I used to tell Zander all the time when he paddled out, I said, I want 2 10s, not 10 2s.
Yeah, Caleb got to be feeling very good about that. He's just leisurely paddling on the inside there, looking for a victory lap home. This was a very highly contested heat. All the surfers were doing quality surfing.
All right, surfer in white, going to use second priority. Comes around the section, nice little down carve. Wave kind of going a little fat on him. Just brushing the reef rather than hitting it. There we go, this replay, just really not offering too much. I think he stuck with it on that just to kind of see what it would do if it would wall up, and it didn't, so he kicks out and goes out the back. And red up and riding. Throwing it up in the lip. Johnny Corzo, nice wave ahead of him. Wrapping cutback. Is he going to get around that section? Yes, he will, but the wave may not offer too much more on for him.
Yeah, that was an interesting choice of maneuver. I think he could have actually driven forward with that. Gets a lovely first hit. Blue is up now. Similar wave that walls out to sea. These waves, you got to look for something down the line that's going to stand up for you.
And so blue just had a quick up and out. Last of red, 393, does not factor in.
Situation is only 1 minute remaining. Looking out to sea, I can see some big lines rolling in. Let's see if it actually hits the reef.
30 seconds. White. All right, counting it in, 10 seconds. Green up and riding with 3, 2, 1. And that ends the heat.
Caleb gets a lovely little victory lap there.
The servers in the next heat, please stand by. We're on a short hold. Please stand by. So the heat will end as it was. Green first, white second, red third, and blue fourth. So we're going to take a short break. We'll be right back after these messages. Stay tuned.
Six, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Rider up in green. Server from the USA. And it's Johnny Heroin. I don't know if I'm butchering the last name. Small inside wave. That's Johnny Irwin for the USA. He was able to get some outside work done. Slightly smaller wave. Probably just trying to get his feet in the wax. That was not a meaningful score probably at the end of the heat. It was only a 2.67. So for 23 minutes remaining.
All right, coming up in the seat, in red, Parker Cone, blue, Max Asher, in white, Mason O'Toole, and in green, Johnny Herwin. Green up and right in. Johnny Herwin once again up and out the back. So Parker Cohn currently ranked 39th on the qualifying series. Best effort was at the Pacifico Surf Open, placing 9th. And here we go, White. Mason, a little slower wave, goes out the back. This is heat number 7. We're going to be going all the way to 16. And then we'll turn it over to the girls QS 5000. And on the outside, Blue paddled for it, but pulled back. And there we go, Red. He's closest to the curl. He has priority. I should say, yeah, right away as he comes down to the north section. Throws it up vertical.
A lovely set.
Yeah. Hopefully this is coming with a high tide as we watch Red working it all the way to the inside. And he hangs on to that finish and maneuver.
Red just drops a bit of a hammer of a wave there. He'll be happy with that.
Here's a replay of Red. Nice little wrapping cutback. He's just setting up this inside. Pushes out the fins as you see Blue on the outside. Going over the falls. So that'll go get him started with the surfer in red, Parker Cohn.
That was actually quite a good set.
Yeah, and another one rolling through from way up inside. I want to take this opportunity to thank our sponsors, the BTMI Tourism Development Corporation and CIBC Caribbean Bank. And Blue, Max Asher. Coming off the bottom, throwing it up in the lip. Just a couple of maneuvers. Big shout out, thank you to my good buddy, Philip Tempro, Infra Rentals. Thank you for your support. Much appreciated. I'll look for you on the weekend, my friend. Here's the replay of surfer in blue, Max Archer. So just waiting on red to drop and then blue. 19 minutes, 50 seconds remaining. Red, 617 for red, 6.17 red. Yeah. It's got one more to drop for blue. All right, last of blue, 3.33. So red first, green second, blue third, and white fourth. So we'll have a little break in the action. We're gonna cut to the glass with the winner of the last heat, Caleb Rapson from Barbados, with a post-heat interview powered by St. Luke's Clothing and Eco Lifestyle and Lodge. Take it away, guys.
Yeah, definitely a good feeling. The conditions are really hard out there right now, so yeah, it's a little nerved, but you know, happy to push through with that last wave.
How does it make you feel to represent Barbados here at home on the world stage?
There's no better feeling, man. It's just being out in the water at Super Bowl, like thinking, like, you know, I surf this wave almost every day. Like, there's no better feeling than that, and you know, definitely makes me feel a lot more comfortable.
Anything you wish to improve on going into the next round?
Yeah, I'm hoping to just get some better waves. Yeah, like conditions are supposed to get better throughout the week, so just hoping that, you know, keep going and yeah, hopefully get some better waves through the weekend.
I see you here with the Beijing crew, man. Anyone you want to shout out maybe?
Yeah, for sure. Give a shout out to Josh Burt, definitely, for like giving me a lot of tips throughout the whole event. And yeah, just want to shout out my whole family, They created me, so without them I wouldn't be here. So, I'm very happy and proud to represent Barbados.
Well, but good luck in the next one, all right, Caleb, and keep ripping, man. Back to you guys at the booth.
All right, back to live action. Surfer in green. Johnny Herwin working his way to the inside. He is currently in second position. Trying to build on his score line. He's only sitting on a 2.6 and a 1.8. We just heard from local boy Caleb Rapson, that post-heat interview. Moving on into the round of 64. Congratulations, Caleb. You will be competing against some of the world's best. Also competing in that round of 64, Joshua Burke, Jacob Burke, Tommy Layson, Louis St. John. We got plenty of Bajans left in the event. Here we go. No takers. Wise choice, folks. That was nothing on that wave. Green, giving this one a look. He's up and riding. Johnny Herwin.
Green has decided to sit on the inside there and try and pick off whatever he can. Although I think the more meaningful scores will be out the back, a little bit deeper.
On the outside, Blue. Currently in third position. Throwing it up vertical. Oh, and he can't hang on. Unfortunate. That wave offers quite a bit of scoring potential. It's still rolling on to the inside. That's what the judge is looking for, that first outside maneuver.
Yeah, a little bit sleepy out there right now. Surfers would be trying to just get position and wait for the next flurry of waves. A little something's popping up here. Everyone looks. That's only a sniff. Looking out to see, I can see a few lanes approaching.
Yeah, things are going to get real interesting later on in the week. We're going to start to have some scenarios and situations, and we'll be able to go through the whole thing and follow all the progressions for the surfers as they bid to qualify for the Challenger Series. right, red with second priority. Parker Cohen looking to back up that 617. Picked a pretty decent wave. Nice, pushes out the fins. And green on the outside. Can he hang on to that? No, he can't, unfortunate.
Yeah, a lot of points on the line here, a lot of point implications for surfers. This is a very important event. Looking last, the replay of green, gets a solid outside hit. Tries to set up a big inside hit, but Soup Ball takes him out.
And live action with blue. Throws it vertical in the north section and once again just cannot hang on to the finish. So difficult with all the water moving around. And we're just looking at this replay for blue.
He got a little bit hung up in that white water loop and it made him late for that last hit, and let North people just take him out. A lot of people watching. Timing is critical on this wave. You have to be right on time or right ahead of time. If you're a fraction behind this wave, it will take you off your feet.
There's just so much water moving under your board. Coming up on the 11-minute mark. We're going to be... So coming up in the next heat, Kai Granny and Teo Gale, two brothers. I decided to give one name and the other name. Yeah. Same thing happened last year. They were in the same heat. They're going to be paired up with Dane Libby and Rafe Gooding.
Looking out the back, we're seeing some lines rolling in. You can see some substantial swell lines moving in. Live action, red is up. A lovely sweeping cut back. Lays out a lovely roundhouse. Let's see if he can get down the low road here. Can't get in. That's two outside turns.
So green up and right, and oh, nice turn. Drifts the fins. And he's going to get another opportunity here with some speed, power, and flow. So that's definitely going to go in his scoreline. He's currently in second position. Some small scores, but he definitely is going to get rewarded for that effort. He's currently sitting on a 3.3 and a 2.7. We watch this replay.
Last of green, he picks up a lovely outside wave. Gets a first hit. He actually drifts the tail on that. Recovers nicely. Just redirects, waits, and gets a lovely little snap at the north section. He sees it down the line and gets a finishing hit where he gets a little release and a drift on that. So he actually sees the wave. There's a potential way down in the rip for another hit, and he lands that too. This will be Green's definitely his best rated of the heat, and this will probably be a consequential score at the end of this heat. So situation is 8 minutes and 33 seconds remaining. We will give you an update when those scores come in.
So red, your previous wave, previous of red, 3.7. That's just for reference. You still got a wave coming, your last wave. So green, I'm waiting on your score as well. Last of green, 6.3 green. Your last was a 6.3. Last of red, 3.3. Last of blue, 2.17. So red first, green second, blue your third. You require a 6.2. And white, you are fourth. You require a 6.4. 7 minutes, 35 seconds remaining. Once again, just want to thank all of our sponsors. BTMI, Tourism Development Corporation, CIBC Caribbean Bank, Infra Rentals. As we watch White cutting back on this first section. Banging it vertical, up in the lip, sticking with it. He's carrying a ton of speed down into that inside section. Wave's gonna lift up for him. Oh, and he can't make that last section. Goes under it and out the back. Better than trying and falling, especially where he was. So that'll definitely go into his score line. He's sitting on a 2.1 and a 3.1.
Watching the replay on White, really gets a lovely hit there on the north section. Does some filling work on the inside. Wave gets a little chattery, sticks with it. He sees some potential on the line, he gets a little roundhouse cut back, and he gets one more big snap there, and then he has to elect to get out.
Okay, last of White, 5.17. You now require a 4.4. Last of blue, you require a 6.2. 5 minutes, 35 seconds remaining. Red up and riding. He is the current heat leader. Banging that north section. He's looking to better a 3.77. Currently sitting on a 6.1 and a 3.77. And blue up. Kind of caught a little edge there. 5 minutes, surfers, 5 minutes.
Surfers, the next heat, you can paddle out.
Green, you are in second position. Your last wave was a 6.3. White is in third position. White requires a 4.4. And blue is in fourth position, requiring a 6.2. 4 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes, 10 seconds.
Good morning, Mr. Danmaki. How's the sun in that black shirt? You and Josh must be doing some cooking.
So white, just a quick up and out. And blue, he is currently in 4th position, looking to cut down on his requirement. He's sitting on 2 small scores. There's a better looking wave for him. 2 minutes, 7 seconds remaining. So that's definitely going to be his best. He'll cut down that requirement of a 6.28. But does he have enough time?
Blue has been waiting for a meaningful wave.
Yeah. And white up and right and going left. Throwing it vertical. Can't manage the maneuver, and he goes down. So last of blue, 403 blue. You now require a 5.58. 1 minute, 20 seconds remaining.
Situation is only 1 minute and 3 seconds remaining.
Green up and riding. More of a defensive move than anything. Trying to hold off white, stay with him. 30 seconds remaining. Servers in the next heat. Stop there, please. Thank you. All right, green holding off white with 3, 2, 1. That's going to end the heat. So it's going to end. It's going to end where it was. Red first, green second. So red and green will be advancing into the round of 64. Servers in the next heat, hold your positions. We are on a quick standby. We're going to cut to a commercial break. We'll be right back after these messages. Please stay tuned. All right, counting this one in. 10 seconds.
I'm Chelsea Twack here at Soup Bowl in Bathsheba, the location of the World Surf League Barbados Surf Pro that happens every March. The best surfers in the whole region come here to compete. It's an action-packed week with food, drinks, yoga, and much more. And I hope you guys come and check it out.
All right, back to live action. Coming up in this heat in red, Kai Granny. In blue, Teo Granny, 2 brothers taking on Dane Libby in white. And in green, Rafe Gooding. We were looking at Kai Granny with a lovely first opening turn on his backhand. Working it to the inside, sticking with it for all it's worth. And on the outside, white. This is Dane Libby. And he goes out the back. So that leaves the surfer in blue and green. They will be battling for right of way closest to the curl. Surfers in white and red will go in the priority order as we watch this replay from white. Nice little opening turn. They're not offering too much and he goes out the back. Red was definitely more substantial.
Red is going to get the best of that exchange.
Yeah, much better wave for red. Oh, he's going to open his account with a 6.33 red, 6.33 for red.
The 2 surfers out the back are actually electing to sit very deep. in this heat. In between Soup Bowl's main peak and High Rock. The thing is, if you sit here, the current will pull you back down to Soup Bowl in less than 2 minutes. Red and white are battling for priority positioning there. You can see a little paddle battle going on. Paddle battle. Just a paddle battle. No one's sniffing for anything yet.
God, be careful of my words here, man.
All right, last of white, 3.0. So red up and riding, trying to back up that 633, going vertical up in the lip, working it out onto the open face. Wow, I can't believe white let that wave go. That wave's gonna hit the reef just like you want it to, all the way to the inside. So surfer and white sitting in third priority, but red, last of red, 4.0. Red on a nice looking wave and fourth priority, and he goes up and down, but that wave's gonna roll all the way to the inside with nobody on it. (19 minutes and 10 seconds remaining. Heat number 8, round of 96. Halfway through this round. Coming up in the next heat, we got Grayson Grant, Chase Neiman, everybody's favorite guy, Tab Texter, and Remy Armstrong. You guys should be checked in and ready to go. Red, you're currently in first position. You have a 6.33 and a 4.0. 18 minutes and 10 seconds remaining.
Just want to give out a shout to the cameraman on the rock stand up there. I know this is a brutal job for you. We appreciate your commitment to documenting this event.
All right, green, Rafe Gooding. He's going to pull the trigger. Waited a long time for this wave. Decent looking wave, wrapping cut back. Way up inside.
Great.
Rafe Gooding still working it to the inside. And he goes down on the finishing maneuver. White's staying busy. And blue's going to get in the mix. This is Teo.
Flurry wave is being ridden here. Blue is going to town on the inside on this one.
He's not done yet.
Wow, lovely finish. Out the back, we are watching a lovely set of waves setting up again on the reef. This heat is now getting warm. Everyone's going to be locking in some scores here. So surfers, you're going to give us a minute for the judges to lock in these scores so we can update you. We have 3 rides back to back. We will update you as we can. 16 minutes and 25 seconds remaining.
We watch this replay of White. That was a new maneuver surfing backwards I got. So waiting for scores for white, blue, and green. We're going to watch this replay of nobody.
Red, we will update you in a minute.
As soon as the scores drop in, so just give us a second. We got 3 surfers to score. Last of white, 267. So now we're working on green and blue. Last of green, 3.8. Last of blue, 5.0. So red first, blue second, white your third, requiring a 3.0, and green you are fourth, requiring a 2.2. Watch this replay of white. Kind of got a little hung up on that first couple of turns. And then he goes down on the finishing maneuver. So if he could have put it together a little better, he definitely would have increased his score. Still got 14 minutes, 20 seconds remaining. Last of blue, 5.0. Last of green, 3.8. Green up and right in with second priority. Going up vertical, nice turn. He's going to get back out onto the open face. Nice wrapping cutback. Rafe Gooden look for another big turn up in the pocket. Rafe Gooden cutting it back. He's going to try and stick with it. Keep it working for all it's worth. Get a nice finishing maneuver. And he goes out the back. That was a well surfed wave. And Blue, he's up and riding.
Blue's picked a grower here.
A nice
Lovely.
inside, yeah, big
hit. Ooh. Judges are gonna like that one and hit. But we're actually very excited for our local boy Rafe Gooding to see what the judges are gonna lock in for your last wave.
If we can cue up that replay of green, please. Pick that one down. Here we go. Rafe Gooden on this replay. Comes around the first section, goes right up in the lip. And then lovely down carve, setting up this inside section. And then finishes it with a nice, strong vertical off the lip. Just hoping the wave would reform, but I think the work was done on the outside. So still waiting on that last of green. Last of green, 5.43. Last of blue, 5.5. So blue goes to first. Red, you drop to second. Green, you are third. Green, you require a 4.9. And white, you are fourth. You require a 7.3. White up and riding on a nice looking wave. Out onto the open face, going up vertical. Carrying lots of speed onto this inside section. And banging the closeout. So the wave's starting to line up a lot better with this incoming tide.
Surfer in the next heat paddling out. I think you're gonna need to stay wide of the lineup. Okay? It's a 5-minute paddle out and you're actually in the water 5 minutes prematurely, okay? We're not gonna penalize you. You can probably come forward about 10 more feet or 20 more feet and that's it. Yeah. You can come out of the rip a little bit more, but just remember not to encroach too closely.
All right, last of red, 5-2-3. Red goes back to first. Blue, you drop to second. Green, you now require a 5.08. And last of white is a 4.6. You now require a 5.87.
Yeah, you're going to have to paddle a little bit more than that, Chad. I want you to get beyond the rip because it's going to take you backwards. Good. We'll let you know when you can hold. Okay, we like you where you are right there. You should be in a very comfortable place in some deep water. So you can hold your position there, Chad. Surfer in white for the next heat. Thank you.
All right, here we go, white. No ride for that. He is in fourth priority, so didn't hurt to sniff it. All right, 8 minutes, 25 seconds remaining, running this heat down. Red first, blue second. Two brothers. Blue, you're currently in second position. Green, you are in third. Green requires a 5.08.
Okay, White.
White in next seat. You got to go back, please.
You're encroaching the area a little bit. You got to just stop paddling and you will drift back.
Oh, here we go. Blue up and riding, bangs it up vertical. That puts green with first priority as blue working it is way down to the inside. He's trying to better a pair of fives. Oh, lovely vertical snap backside. Wow.
Surfer in blue has a read on this wave and a rhythm and a tempo, and watching the replay, a lovely first hit. Gets a lovely check snap there on the North Peak. Lays down a lovely roundhouse. Wave is chattering through the rip. And he's still getting some fill-in work done here. He eyes down the inside. Gets one little tap redirect. And then he elects to go left. And gets a lovely smash. An end hit there. That's a well-surfed wave. Surfer in blue. There's 4 minutes and 53 seconds remaining.
White with third priority. Let that one go. So sitting on the outside with priorities is surfer in green, Rafe Gooding, 4 minutes and 5 seconds remaining. So surfers in the next seat, you're free to paddle out. Just stay down in the channel, please. So Rafe is going to pull the trigger on this one. He's using his priority. He gets into it. He's going to have to get some legs. Nice little down carve. Floats the section. The wave's going to just run away from him. And just a little bit too deep on that one. Surfer with red with priority. Kai Granny. Two brothers, first and second. with 3 minutes, 15 seconds remaining. Last of blue coming in at a 5.13, so that increases the requirement for green. Green, you require a 5.21, and white, you need a 6.0.
Surfer on the beach in blue, you're down to 2 minutes and 57 seconds.
Blue, you are currently in second. Your last wave was at 5.13. Green is in third, requiring a 5.21. All right. Grayson Grant, you can paddle out. Surfer in red in the next heat. Grayson Grant, you can paddle out. You have 1 minute, 35 seconds remaining. White up and riding, using his priority on a bigger looking wave. More of a north peak on that one. Big vertical re-entry. Comes out onto the open face, cutting it back. It's going to look to finish this one strong. He does. Little lip line floater re-entry. Here's the replay. See, this is a bigger wave. It's a little check turn that then goes up and hits the north section. And back to live action with Red, just utilizing his priority with 30 seconds remaining. Counting this one in 5 seconds. And 3, 2, 1.
Okay, surfers in the next heat. We are missing a surfer.
All right, servers in the next heat, please stand by. We are on a short hold. Waiting still for this last of white. All right, servers in the next heat, please stand by. We're still waiting for this last score to drop for white. All right, last of white requires a 6.0, drops a 5.5, not enough. So situation in water remains the same. Red first, blue second. So servers in the next heat, please stand by. We're on a short hold. While we are on that hold, take this opportunity to send it down for some commercial break. We'll be right back. Stay tuned. All right, we're back to live action. Coming up in this heat in red, Grayson Grant. In blue, Chase Neiman. In white, everybody's favorite, Tab Texter. And in green, Remy Armstrong. While we were on that short commercial break, no waves were ridden, so there is nothing to update. However, the waves do look like they're getting a little better. The wind seems to be going a little more to the right, which is side shore. A lot less whitecaps on the outside. But right now, the surfers are way, way, way up inside. They're even outside of Soup Bowl. They're not even in the vicinity of Soup Bowl. They have their own strategy, but we're looking at an empty lineup. Wow, look at that one. That's what we call the sweeper. Sweeping the lineup clean. There we go, red up and riding. Grayson Grant. Had everybody fooled, paddled out from Parlor. We were all looking for him. All right, first of red, 1.5. So that surety will not be going into his score line. Coming up in the next heat, William Heddleson, Mackay Bray, Cole Saffel, and Travis Southworth. You guys can check in at your leisure, 20 minutes remaining. Big shout out to my good buddy, good friend, confidant, Stoney Cantor, watching all the way from South Carolina. Welcome to the broadcast. Green up and right in. Remy Armstrong, nice lined up wave ahead of him. Second turn, he's got hung up a little bit. He's just waiting on that north section. Bangs it, slides out the fins, completes the maneuver. And on the outside, blue. Just a little bit too far up inside. While we're waiting for these scores to drop, we're going to cut to the glass with the winner of the last heat, Kai Granny, for the post-heat interview powered by St. Luke's Clothing and Eco Lifestyle and Lodge. Take it away, guys.
I'm here with a different kind of interview right now. Two brothers, Kai and Teo. Kai is my last heat winner. Kai, what was your strategy going into this heat?
Well, I wanted both of us to pass, obviously. We had a same deal last year. We both had the same heat. And my brother was talking so much smack when he saw the heat drop. It was pretty funny. So the first strategy was for both of us to make it, and the second one was for me to beat him, for sure.
In terms of conditions, Teo, what can you say about the conditions?
It's super fun. It cleared up from the morning. There's less wind. There's actually, like, you can tell which ones the good ones are. This morning was all over the place. But yeah, stoked I made it with my brother. He got the upper hand on me last time. Again, so it's 2-0 at Barbados, but he's 2 years older, so I'm gonna get the hand on him. Don't worry about it. I'm gonna catch you. I'm gonna guess you. Don't worry.
So obviously you guys got through together. Was this planned? You guys knew this was gonna happen before?
Well, I had no idea what was gonna happen. I can't lie, but we kind of had some strategy going into it. We were talking a bunch, trying to help each other out. And I'm just glad it worked out. It was like actually kind of stressful, but it worked out.
Yeah, and you want to say hi to anyone back at home, maybe some family or friends?
Yeah, for sure. Thanks to my mom, my dad, and my little brother watching. Love all you guys. I'm just stoked to be here. I'm stoked to be living this moment with my brother. It's rare to share heat with your brother, plus on the QS. So yeah, I'm gonna catch him. Just keep thinking, bro. I'm gonna get you. Don't worry.
Well, you both are ripping, all right, and good luck in the next one, all right, guys? Keep ripping, man. Yeah. Pass you guys to the booth.
So we're back to live action while we were away on that interview break. Scores dropping in for red 1.5, for blue 0.5, and for green 5.5. Here we go, green. He's looking to back up that 5.5. As the surfers slowly start to move their way back into Soup Bowl, into the lineup.
Just a little side note, I don't know if anyone has checked it out, but if you look over towards Parla, there were a few jumping whales. Just saw a big explosion of water, and this is the Atlantic Ocean. There is everything out here. Green is up. It's a lovely first sweeping arc in turn. Wave is flattening out a bit on him, but he's still sticking with it. And he's out of there. Red is up. Lovely little down carve turn. Taps white water. And he gets a lovely arcing turn, but the white water takes him out. Last two waves, I don't think will be of consequence at the end of this one. Surfers, there are 16 minutes and 26 seconds remaining. Situation is green is first, the 7.83. Red is in second with a 4.67. Third is blue with only a 0.50. Fourth is white yet to ride a wave. White, you hold priority. Blew up. It's his chase. That's one lovely hit there, dumping some spray. Comes around that. He's sticking with it. A little redirect. Waiting for somebody to stand up, and he gets a little snap. And he's out of there. So last of blue, we'll update you as that score comes in. That will change your position. You're only sitting on a .50, so that's your first score for the heat. And we're watching that red turn up and down. Situation will be, first is still green, holding second priority. Red with second with a 4.67 total. Blue, we're still waiting your score. Travis Southworth, please check in. You're in the next heat. You're the only surfer who has not checked in. Okay. So, situation is 13 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. Green is still in first. Second is blue with a 6-point average. Third place is red with a 4.67. Priority sets with white, who's only sitting upon a 0.20. White, you hold priority. We're watching a real buildup of seaweed here. There's a trap right through the rip with it. Situation up there with blue, you're in second place with a 6-point heat total. You need a 2.34 to take over first. First is green with a 7.83. Third is red with a 4.67. Green with a paddle. Red is up and riding. Lovely first hit. Sweeping, arcing, cut back. That's ready for the North Peak. Ooh. Back foot slips off the board there. So we're looking out to see, we're seeing a couple lanes approaching. Surface should be positioning. Green is up. Says Remy Armstrong is our heat leader. Huge fin ditch there. Wasn't able to hang on though. Hope he's okay. A little bit of an awkward fall. He looks okay though. Is it me or has he lost his board? His board is actually gone. Can someone grab the board there before it? Can some kind person maybe grab his board and just put it on the sand? Thanks, Caleb. That's good sportsmanship. He lost his board. Is anyone assisting this young surfer with a backup board or just a new leash? We're looking for assistance for Remy Armstrong. Lovely wave on the outside, steep takeoff, surfer in red. Big north hit. Hang on to this one. Okay, that's Grayson Grant with a lovely last maneuver there. Can the driver of SA 1556 please relocate your vehicle? We need that vehicle moved. Thanks for your cooperation.
Oh, Todd Texter up and riding, claiming the claim. Red up and riding, going left. And he goes down. Seven minutes, 7 seconds remaining. Servers in the next seat. You should be checked in, ready to go. You'll be able to paddle out in about 2 minutes. Red, you're currently in first position. Your last wave, previous wave was a 610. So you have a 610 and a 4.6. Green, you have a 5.5 and a 233. You're in second. Blue, you are in third with a 5.5 and a 0.5. You require a 2.30. And white, you are in fourth with a 0.93 and a 0.20. You require a 6.9. All right, 5 minutes remaining, surfers. Surfers in the next seat, you're free to paddle out. Please stay down inside the channel. Andy, you said surf pro? Surf Barbados. There we go, red up and right and going left. So priority on the outside, sitting with the surfer, and white tab texter. He's gonna wait, pick a good one. He requires a 7.17. All right, 3 minutes, 50 seconds remaining. This is heat number 9 as we watch green up and riding. Currently in 3rd place, just needing a 2.60. Red going left. He is current heat leader. He goes out the back. All right, blue out onto the open face. He's trying to up the requirement for the surfer in green. Green only requiring a 2.60 up until that wave. With 2 minutes remaining. Watch this replay of blue. There's a couple of check turns, but last of blue, 3.43 blue. So green, you now require a 3.44. 1 minute, 30 seconds remaining. All right, so you just saw the surfer in blue up the requirement ever so slightly for the surfer in green. Green now requires a 3.4. Blue, your last wave coming in at a 3.43. It's coming up on 20 seconds. All right, we're going to count this one in. In 3, 2, 1. So that ends heat number 9, this round of 96. Moving on into the round of 64 will be the surfer in red, Grayson Grant, and the surfer in blue, Chase Neiman. Surfers in the next heat, please stand by. We're on a short hold. We are going to cut to a quick commercial break. We'll be right back after these messages. Please stay tuned. We'll be right back. All right, back to live action. Coming up in this heat, we're going to see surfer in red, William Heddleson. In blue, Mackay Bray. In white, Cole Saffel. And in green, Travis Southworth. This is heat number 10, this round of 96. I want to welcome everybody to Barbados, welcome everybody to the beach. Thank you for attending. Thank you to all of the spectators and organizers behind the scenes to make this event happen. Green up and right and up and down. Look at this set on the outside. Who's in position? Looks like Blue's scratching to get there. He's a little late to the party, but he's still going to get a decent looking wave ahead of him. Big slashing cutback. Mackay Bray. So red up and riding. Just a quick up and out.
Paddler up, surfer in green. This is Travis Southworth from Mexico. Connecting the dots on this one. See if he can get out in front of it. And that's all she wrote there. A decent ride. All right, queuing up the replay. Travis comes off the bottom, gets a good outside carve. Another little snap in the pocket by the North Peak. Comes around that, gets another little check turn. He's in the rip now. A lot of chatter in the wave. He's trying to get the inside connection. He gets a little bit stuck behind. Doesn't really allow him to do his finishing maneuver. But the work was done on the outside.
All right, we're going to cut to the glass with the winner of the last heat, Grayson Grant, for the post-heat interview powered by St. Luke's Clothing and Eco Lifestyle and Lodge. Take it away, guys.
I'm here with the last heat winner, Grayson Grant. What's the toughest part of that heat, Grayson?
Yeah, it was a tough heat. Pretty much fell on every wave. It's tricky out there. Yeah, a lot of bump, a lot of chop. Yeah, it catches you off guard, so it was tricky. But yeah, I'm stoked to make it through.
And where are you from?
I'm from Encinitas, California. Yeah, San Diego, and I'm half Swedish, so I got a Swedish passport, which is sick. Yeah.
So compared to home, is it more tricky, like more beach breaks back at home?
Yeah, a lot of beach breaks. Surf Seaside a lot. Shout out the Seaside crew. Yeah, it's I wouldn't say similar, but it's a pretty tricky wave, and yeah.
And going to the next round, you build some momentum?
Yeah, honestly, I was pretty nervous for that heat. First heat, always nervous, but yeah, definitely got through it. So let's have fun.
Anyone you want to shout out now?
Yeah. Shout out to my family. Shout out Greg Kaplan, Alley Cats. Yeah, and shout out my parents. Yeah.
Well, you're ripping, Grayson. So good luck in the next round. All right, man.
Thank you.
Have a good one, bro. I'll see you at the booth.
All right, back to live action. We have 18 minutes remaining in this heat. See some lines approaching. I see we have any takers. The blue is up and riding. That's a lovely first snap there and loses his rail on the second north section. A little bit of chatter on that face. We have red up. Ooh, red gets a stab there. That was a vertical critical hit, but one maneuver. Gotta see how the judges rate that, but that was a quality maneuver in my book. Looking at the replay, yes, beyond vertical. No bubbles, rode out cleanly. Okay. No one's asking for a situation, but we have 16 minutes. We have a rider up in white. Gets hung up a little bit in that first turn. It's going to ping him late to the next section, so he elects to get out. That was Cole Saffel, I think. So the situation currently is green, you have priority. And in first place with a 5.17. Red, you're in second with a 4.83 total. White, third, only with a 2.80. And second priority in fourth place, holding a 2.30, is blue. You have a rider up in green. Very late to that hit. He actually recovers and rides out. Not much more. The wave splits on him. Just showing the judges he actually executed that outside maneuver. So they still have to judge what that one maneuver was. A bit of a struggle to recover, but he recovered. Okay. Situation is 15 minutes and 22 seconds remaining. Okay.
All right, White up and right in. Cole Sappho, a third priority. Out onto the open face, throwing it up in the lip. Nice down carve, completes the maneuver as the waves start to turn on. Wave after wave just pushing through here at Soup Bowl. We watch this replay from White. Nice little setup turn here. And then he's going to eye up this section, comes off the bottom, throws it up in the lip, and completes the maneuver. So on the outside now, server with third priority, Southworth. So the two surfers sitting on the outside with 12 minutes remaining is the surfer in blue, Mackay, and red, William. So blue holding first priority, followed by the surfer in red. One in second, one in fourth. There we go, blue gonna pull the trigger. Oh, and he comes unstuck, leaving red on the outside. He's gonna look at this one. He's gonna roll into it. Here we go. William Heddleson coming off the bottom, going up in the lip, out onto the open face, meets the north section, and he just comes undone. Kind of hung that one up there a little too high, a little too long. That north section, you got to crack it and get down before that white water explodes on you. He did have that one nice turn. This is where it all kind of went wrong, just on that north section. So we'll see what the judges think of that first maneuver. He will earn some points for that. Our last of white, 393. Last of red, 413. So red goes to first, green goes to second. White is third. White, you require a 2.6, and blue is fourth, requiring a 5.3. Coming up in the next heat, we're going to see Will Dean, Oscar Ubina, Taylor Tice, and Sage Katz. And on the outside, White is going to use his priority. Cole Sappho as the waves clean up even more. Big vertical turn up in the north section. And on the outside, Red is going to pull the trigger. William, he goes up and out. So being in third priority, you want to get a little bit selective. or I should say not so selective. You never know what's going to pop up in front of you at the bowl. We watch this replay of White. So Blue, he is currently looking for a score. Sitting on 2 minimal scores. This is definitely going to go in his score line. He's only sitting on a 1.0 and a 1.3. Green, 8 minutes remaining. You are in third position. You require a 3.4. Watch this replay of Blue just coming out onto the open face. Just kind of hoping the wave will stand up for him. White, you are currently in second position. Your last wave was a 4.23. You also have a 3.9. This is heat number 10 of this round of 96. Six minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Coming up in the next heat, Will Dean, Oscar Urbina, Taylor Tice, and Sage Katz. You guys got about a minute and a half before you can paddle out. Please stay down in the channel. Highest ranked surfer will be Will Dean in that heat. He's ranked number 37th. Managing a 5th place at the Pacifico Surf Open in Puerto Escondido. A couple of 17ths. He's just a youngster. Has a long career ahead of him. Here we go. Looking at this green with priority. Little late get into the bowl. He's got a nice looking wave ahead of him. Digs a rail on the bottom turn. Kind of caught a little edge. The wave ran away with him. He's only requires a 3.4 to move into an advancing position, but not going to do it like that. There we go, Blue, with 5 minutes remaining. Well, this last of red was a 4.13, so That was old. Okay. All right, 3 minutes and 30 seconds remaining with the surfer in red holding priority and in the lead, followed by the surfer in white, who is currently in second position. That is where you want to be, in an advancing position with a priority over your competitors. Blue, he's up and riding. A little bit of a sleepy wave. Gotta wait for it on the outside. And red, he's gonna pull the trigger with priority. William Heddleson floats the first section out onto the open face. Can he negotiate this North Peak better this time? Yes, he does. Is he gonna get around it? Yes, he is. He's going to look for this finishing maneuver. Next heat, hold your positions there, guys, as William continues his way on to the rip with 2 minutes, 20 seconds remaining.
That was two quality outside maneuvers there, Lou. A long outside float and almost a vertical backside hit on the North Peak there by William Heddleson.
Yep.
Quality surfer. Watching William take this thing all the way through. William has a very technical, lovely style. Conditions are actually cleaned up with us. I think the incoming tide. The sets have slowed down a little bit. I think there's actually now, instead of 5 minutes, there's about 7 minutes between each set, but the faces are cleaner.
Yeah, the wind seems to be going a little bit more to the right all the time. As we're watching white on the outside. Nice big first turn. Another big turn. All right, last of red, 5.63. Red, 5.63. Servers in the next heat. Stay right there, guys, please. It's kind of really difficult to figure out who's in this heat and the last heat as we look at this replay of white. Nice maneuver there. Throws it up, but he can't hang on to that finishing turn. So green, he's up and riding. Coming down to this inside section, and the white water just takes him out. Last of blue, 4-0. So blue, you now require a 3.9. Green, you require a 3.4 with 25 seconds remaining. Ten seconds. All right, we're going to count this one in. 3, 2, 1. So that ends heat number 10. Surfer in red, William Heddleson taking the win. He will advance into the round of 64. Followed closely by the surfer in white, Cole Saffel. He also will be advancing. Servers in the next heat, please stand by. We are on a short hold. While we're on hold, we're going to cut to a quick commercial break. We'll be right back to the BTMI Barbados Surf Pro QS 5000 in just 1 minute. Stay tuned. Out the tail, out onto the open face. All right, that opens the heat. All right. Green up and right in. Nice first turn. We're going to have a look at that replay. All right, first up blue, 517. We look at this replay from green. Sage Cats throwing it vertical up in the lip. He did 2 of those yesterday on a bigger wave, back-to-back, earned himself an 8.3. But today's a different story. White. Taylor Tice, good-looking wave. Little double hand drop, cut back. Getting creative. Keeping the board speed up. And finishing strong. All right, surfer in white from the USA. Red gonna use his priority, Will Dean. Big hack off the top. It was only a 1 maneuver, but it was pretty critical. We're gonna pick this wave down for white. Nice little setup turn. Iron up that inside section, more of a quality turn there off the top. Another little layback, cut back. Showing some variety. Now he just wants to get to the inside and finish this wave off. Last of red, 6.83. Last of white, 4.6. So red goes to first. Blue, you are in second. White, you are in third, requiring a 0.58. And green is in fourth, requiring a 3.3. Red, your last wave was a 6.83, 6.83. Now this is looking more like Soup Bowl. This is what we came to see. All right, so we're gonna look at this replay of Green. Nice little down carve in the open face, and he kicks out the back, so that really wasn't much. So waiting for a wave for blue and red. Red starting to trickle in, that's just an offer. All right, well, we have a little break in the action. We're going to cut to the glass for the winner of the last heat, William Hiddleston, for the post-heat interview, powered by St. Luke's Clothing and Eco Lifestyle and Lodge. Take it away, guys.
I'm here with the last heat winner, William. William, it was a pretty low-scoring heat. Can you tell us what's happening out there?
It was kind of tricky, hard to find the better wave. Conditions were kind of changing, so it was tough to adjust mid-heat.
Is this your first time in Barbados?
No, it's actually my second time. I came here last year, stayed with the boys. It was pretty sick.
And what do you think about it?
I love it. People are amazing. The culture is amazing. The waves are awesome all the time, and it's always hot, so you can't complain.
And what board are you riding out there today?
I'm riding the Lost 3.0 driver. It's working well, so if it ain't broken, you don't fix it, right?
It seems to be working for you. Is anyone you want to shout out at home, maybe?
Yeah, my mom, my dad, just thank you for the support. Love you guys. All my friends, family, my girlfriend watching. I appreciate the love and the support. So thank you guys.
Well, keep on ripping and good luck in the next one. All right, William?
Thank you so much, man.
Back to you guys in the booth.
All right, back to live action. You heard William Hiddleston there. Welcome his dad, Brett. I know he's tuned in. Welcome to the broadcast. While we were on that quick break, a score for blue drops in at a 4.0. So blue goes to first. Red, you drop to second. White, you are in third position. Your first wave coming in at a 4.6. You require a 3.3. And green up and riding. He is currently in fourth position. But with turns like that, it won't be for long. Wrapping it out onto the open face, going right back up vertical. And green continuing on down the line as blue is up and riding on the outside.
Surfer in blue just had a very good read on that wave. Redirecting, waiting for it, he's still going. Finishing with a big hit on the inside.
Yeah, but it was the wave of green that has caught my attention. And I'm going to risk the bet that that's probably going to be the best of the heat. He really smashed that one as we look at this replay. First turn, just up in the lip, throwing out the fins, cutting it back, setting up this next maneuver, taking his time and going up vertical once again. Showing lots of flair on that wave, two critical maneuvers.
That was three outside maneuvers, substantial maneuvers.
And break this one down, Simon, on this one.
All right, he does a little fade, does a little form climb, fades again, and then gets a big snap. Wave splits in half, he sticks with it. He has another snap on it. He's eyeing up the inside, driving down the line, sees a finish, tags it one time, and then gets one big and hit. Two very different waves. One was very short, big on the outside, with three outside maneuvers, three major maneuvers. And the surfer in blue, the last ride, had to work all the way through for a combination of maneuvers.
So scores for green starting to trickle in.
Seems to be like the magic hour of the day so far. The ocean is looking quite friendly. Soup Bowl is looking very fun. Faces are very clean. You're seeing excellent surfing right now.
So last of green, 6.0. Last of blue, 377. So blue, you're first. Green, you jump to second. Red, you are third. You now require a 1.5. And white, you are fourth. You now require a 3.7. 15 minutes, 10 seconds remaining. Coming up in the next heat, we're going to have Carl Berger, Laird Lavick, Liam Knight, and Enzo Ackerman. You boys should be thinking about checking in. Still got plenty of time, 15 minutes. Just a reminder, immediately following heat number 16, we are going to be shifting gears going into the QS 5000 women. So we got action. Look at Pipeline. Look at that wave rolling into Pipeline. That was 2 in a row. Now hopefully we get some bigger sets that help move some of the seaweed out. Blue, you are in first. Your last wave was a 377. That does not go in your score line. Your 2 waves are a 5.1 and a 4.0.
There's definitely some 5 foot, 6 foot swells actually approaching. We're still fortunate to have a sizable swell. This is an east swell with a bit of current. I'm bringing in a swell.
Here we go, blue up and right in. Nice vertical turn off the top. This wave's going to reform for him.
Yep.
Oh, nice turn.
Quality inside surfing. But these judges like the outside first 2 turns.
Yeah, and on the outside, red with second priority, rolling into this one. Picked up that North Peak way up above, but can't hang on. Right, North Peak is a gobbler.
Yeah, that had a little bit of chatter and some converging water there, and try to. Okay, watching the replay of blue, picks one high up, gets a lovely little outside maneuver there, but the wave goes flat on him, and he has to do a lot of little check turns trying to set up an inside section here. So that wave will really be judged on really the 2 maneuvers. He gets a little ending hit there.
And then we'll look at this one from surfer in red. Sees the section there, but once again, just a little bit too hard to negotiate that whitewater, and he comes unstuck. So waiting for this score for blue to drop in. It's going to be borderline. It just barely reaches that 4, goes over that 4. So you drop a 4-1-3, blue. So you are currently in first. Last of red was a 1-2-3. Red, you still require a 1.5. You are currently in third. 10 minutes, 45 seconds remaining. White up and riding. Coming out onto the open face, checks the turn. He's going to slow it down. Wave splits in 2 and takes the low road. Taylor Tice currently in 4th position. He's actually just looking for a 3.7, so not a big ask for him at all. However, the surfer in green is sitting on a 6. So once he betters that 2.3, it's going to raise the requirement for the surfer in red and white. We got 2 6s on the board. One for the surfer in red, 683, and one for the surfer in green, 6. So they're really just looking for backup scores. If I was the surfer in blue or white, I would be waiting for something to get me up in that 6-6-5 range so that I can match their top score. Then it becomes a battle of the backups. 9 minutes, 35 seconds remaining.
Yeah, with the higher tide, it has slowed down quite a bit. But what we're seeing is actually a bit more quality in the face of the waves. The waves are smoother, offering at least 2-3 outside opportunities. You can see some lines approaching. Guys should be just thinking about their position, where they want to be on the reef.
So the surfer in green is holding priority. That's going into pipeline. Look at that lump moving across into pipeline.
Wow. Decent size set now going now into pipeline or into the rip. Sometimes this is an indication of a little bit of a swell marker. On the east direction, swell down there can be bigger than the main bowl.
Coming up on that 6-minute 20 mark. So surfers, you got about a minute and a half before you can paddle out. We're right around a dead high tide right now. There we go, White up and right, and he goes out the back. Not much offered on that wave. So that was deemed a paddle, so red will relinquish his second priority. Red, that's what I said. He's going to capitalize on this little inside. 5 minutes. So surfers, you're free to paddle out. Please stay down in the channel. So full rundown. Blue, you're first. You have a 517 and a 413. Green, you are, sorry, check that. Red now dropped to 277. Red goes to first. Blue, you're second with a 517 and a 413. Green, you are third with a 6 and a 2.3. You require a 3.3. White, you are fourth with a 4.6 and a 2.6. You require a 4.7. 4 minutes, 5 seconds remaining.
Surfers are looking a little bit deep there. You can actually see a couple waves coming through from high rock. Will it even come into the bowl? That's actually middles.
That's
yeah.
almost middles. Yeah.
Gotta see, I mean, with the higher tide and a little bit more water on the reef, it smooths out the wave, it slows down the sets, but the quality on the wave face is better.
Absolutely. And the wind just seems to be going a little more to the right all the time. But this is definitely not the wind that was forecasted to blow today. And we were looking at 25 to 30 knots of wind out of the southeast today. And there's nowhere near that blowing out here right now.
Looking out the back, I can see a few swell lines approaching, guys. Still very competitive surf.
Red, he's going to look to try and better that 277. And green on the outside. He doesn't need much. Rolls into this one. Sage Cats. Next heat. You guys are good there. He's going to struggle to get back into this one. Foamy, white watery wave. It's going to give him a couple more opportunities, increase his scoring potential. Throwing it up vertical. And blue goes up and out the back. So green doesn't need a big requirement. But he's going to want to try and, as we look at this green replay here, rolls into this first section, goes up in the lip, nice little down carve. But that was really just to kind of set up this next maneuver, which really didn't pan out for him. But like I said, he doesn't need much in the way of scores. So all the work was done on the inside of this wave. So white on the outside is up and riding. Not much offered there for white. Also blue had a quick up and down. So last of red, 417. That increases your lead on first. However, we are looking at something for green. I wait in blue. I'm still waiting for green score. 1 minute, 25 seconds remaining. It's going to be very close to what he needs. Blue with a late takeoff. Not sure if the judges will score that. Still working on this score for green. All right, scores trickling in for green. He's going to get the score. By how much is going to be marginal. All right, last of green, 4.0. So green goes to second. Blue, you go to third. You now require a 4.8 for blue. And white, you are now in fourth. You require a 5.4. Next heat, you guys hold your positions. Next heat, hold your positions. Thank you. Dean just went to town on that right. All right, we're going to count this one in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So that ends heat number 10 as we watch this replay. Sorry, heat number 11. Servers in the next heat, please hold your positions. We are on a short hold. We just got to wait for this next score for Red to sink in and drop as he worked his way all the way to the inside. Speed, power, and flow. Last of Red, 5.63. So that goes into your score line. However, you were in first place. So while we wait to get this next heat started, we're going to cut to a quick commercial break. We will be right back with the heat, with the start of heat number 12 in this round of 96. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. All right, here we go, guys. We're counting this one in.
When I'm on the East Coast surfing, there's a few restaurants I like to come to, Sand Dunes being one of the best for delicious Bajan food. And here it comes now. Oh, that looks good.
Okay, so we're back to live action coming up in this heat. Carl Berger. In red, in blue, Laird Lavick. In white, Liam Knight. And in green, Enzo Ackerman. No rides, no waves being ridden while you're on that short break. So red, Carl Berger way up inside, floats the first section. Coming out onto the open face. It's going to get a little inside wave to work with. Waiting for it, setting it up. Wave kind of splits in two. He's going to look to hit this closeout section. Well, that will just be a nice little mid-range score for him. I'm sure he's going to look to try and better that in his campaign to advance into the round of 64 coming up later on in the week. You watch the replay, you see he just has that little foam climb, but then he kind of gets really patient with the wave, letting the wave do its thing. The tide is a little fuller than it has been. Flicks out the tail, eyeing up this closeout section. All right, 3.83 for red, 3.83. You open your count with the 3.83. right, White up and right in. Liam Knight opening his account. All right, well, we have a little break in the action. We're going to cut to the glass with Andrew for the winner of the last heat. Will Dean for the post-heat interview powered by St. Luke's Clothing and Eco Lodge, Lifestyle and Lodge. Take it away, guys.
On the last wave and the dying seconds of that heat, how did it make you feel?
Yeah, the wave was kind of small, but stood up pretty well, and I was stoked to just like solidify my first place spot.
And in terms of wave selection, were you satisfied with it today?
My wave selection was pretty good. First wave was just one turn and it felt nice, and then kind of didn't really do anything until my last couple waves, but felt good.
And how do you like Barbados so far?
I love it here. It's warm. Waves are fun. Can't ask for much more.
You like the locals as well?
Everyone's so nice. Yeah.
Anyone you want to shout out back at home?
Yeah, everyone back home watching, family, friends. Thank you for tuning in.
Well, good luck in the next one, Will. All right, keep ripping, man. Back to you guys in the booth.
All right, last of White, 2.5. As we looked at that replay, it was a minimal wave. Here we go, Blue on a better looking wave. Laird Lavick, big down carve. That's what the judges are going to want to see. He's going to finish it banging that north section, working it all the way to the inside. He's going to get one more, maybe two more maneuvers. So there you go. That's how you do it. Big outside turns. Finishing strong. That's going to leave the server in green, Enzo Ackerman, with priority as we watch this replay. That first big turn, big down carve, sets up this north section, blows the fins out, working his way to the inside, and he's just going to look to finish this one off. So we're back to live action with White while we were on that replay break. Green had a wave as well. So we'll see what we can get with the replay of that green. I personally didn't see it myself. Here we go. This is green. So very similar to Blue's wave. Let's see what he does on the inside. So three lovely down carves. And see what his finishing maneuver is like. We can't hang on to the finishing maneuver, but did some work on the outside, so he'll get rewarded for that. And then this was White. As we just caught the tail end of this. So a couple of setup turns, and then he goes out the back. So looking like Surfer and Blue is definitely going to get the best of that exchange. That score is going to go way up there. So Laird Lavick dropping the John style down carve, earning himself an 8.0. So 8.0 for Blue, 8.0 for Blue. Green, 493. White, your first was a 2.5. Your last was a 253. And red, your first was a 383. So Blue in first, White in second. Green, you are third. You require just a 0.10. And red, you're fourth, requiring a 1.2. All right, with 15 minutes, 20 seconds remaining, you are tuned into the BTMI Barbados Surf Pro QS 5000. I am Zander Venezia, paired up with Bodie Rapson. Welcome to the broadcast booth, Bodie.
Hey, good afternoon, everybody. Got here just in time to witness some excellent surfing there by Laird Latvik out of USA. That first turn was insane. John-esque. I was rushing over here, a lot of traffic on the road, but conditions are looking nice today. It's not the wind that we were forecasted, and it's definitely a bit more swell in the water.
Yeah, the high tide has definitely helped clean up the waves. It was a little bit bumpy this morning with the lower tide, but if you could see on your camera that wave that just broke in front of us, peeled off, is a little bit smaller wave, but definitely scoring potential on that wave. So even the inside waves are looking a lot better than they have been.
I'm excited. These guys are going to put on a show.
So we got 4 more heats coming up in this round of 96 as we watch Green scratch to get into this one. He's going to get into this one. A little bit of an inside wave, but has a nice looking wall ahead of it. Enzo Ackerman making short work of those 2 lips. Plenty of flair and style. Working it all the way to the inside. Finishing strong, so there you go. 2 big turns on the outside. A little bit smaller of a wave. We'll wait for the replay to come in and we'll break it down for you.
Yeah, so here's the replay of Enzo under priority, taking that wave on the inside. Not a big wave, but a lovely shape to it. 2 nice vertical turns. Does a nice wrapping carve, rebound off the white water, waiting for that to set up a little bit more. Another little setup turn. 3rd setup turn. He's waiting for that to stand up a little bit on the inside and tags it 1 more time. So that's the beauty of competition at Soup Bowl. Those little inside nuggets are always available. And under priority, you can really put surfers under a lot of pressure.
He's currently in 3rd position, definitely going to go into 2nd with that one. Just requiring a .10. I will risk the bet he's going to get that. So judges starting to type 5.77, Green 5.77. So Green jumps to 1st, Blue, you jump to 2nd. White, you are now 3rd, requiring a 5.48. And Red, you are 4th, requiring a 4.18. As the set approaches the lineup, surfers in blue with 2nd priority and red with priority are both going to paddle under it.
Yeah, Lou, so that's a perfect example of how you can get good scores under priority, dropping the 2nd highest score of the heat with a 5.77 on that inside wave. The judges are always looking for those outside maneuvers. Those are always going to score highest as Red paddles into 1.
There you go, Red up and right in. This Carl Berger banging it vertical. Can he hang on? No, he can't. That North Peak has taken out more surfers in this event so far than anything.
That North Peak has a lot of notches on its headboard. So here we go, replay of Red. Nice bottom turn. Sets it up for the 2nd turn. There's the money turn, throwing it straight up into the lip, blowing the tail out, but unfortunately comes unstuck in the soup.
Oh, live action. Laird Latvik on a meaty looking wave just floated that section over the North Peak like it wasn't even there, and then blows out the fins. Not done yet, and he goes out the back. So
here we go, replay of Blue, dropping deep, comes around the section, throws it up into the lip, that oncoming section. Manages to ride out, projects out in front of the white water. Here he is, little setup turn, waiting for that wave to reform. Now you can see it, looking down the line, there's the section he wants to hit, bam. Comes around, was maybe hoping to tag it 1 more time, but that wave peters out. But the work was done on the outside. So last of blue, you coming at a 5.07. That sends you into the lead. So green, you're in second place. You need a 7.31 to go into first. You're sitting on a 5.77 and a 4.93. Red, you are in third place. You need a 6.87 to advance. White, you sit in fourth place and you're looking for an 8.17 to advance. We got 9 minutes, 51 seconds to go. Priority sits right now with white, then green and red. Blue is just making his way into the lineup, so priority is not given to any surfer until they make it into the lineup. Here we got white looking at one on the inside. Here's Lou for the live call.
Yeah, white, Liam Knight dropping a, he's currently in fourth position. He needs a score. So the last of blue coming in at a 5.07. And the last of green coming in at a 5.77. So situation in the water, we're going to wait for this. We'll watch this replay, and then I'll run it down for you.
So here's white using his priority. Nice deep bottom turn. Goes up into lip vertical, but doesn't fully commit and blow up the tail enough. Nice wrapping turn. Rebound off the white water. Another little white water rebound. Looking for more on the inside. Little check turned. Well surf wave, but that's not going to be the score he's looking for.
So still waiting for that wave of white. It's definitely going to be his best. 3.5 for white. So server in blue, you're first with an 8 and a 5. Green, you're second with a 5.77 and a 4.9. Red, you're third with a 3.83 and a 2.2. You require a 6.8. And white, you are fourth with a 3.5 and a 2.5. You require a 7.2. 8 minutes, 5 seconds remaining. Red up and right in. He is currently in third place, but with moves like that, it won't be for long. Out onto the open face. He's going to take the low road. He's going to cut back, keep coming this way, wait for that wave to stand up, banging it up in the lip once again, and can't hang on to the finishing move. Crowd likes it. So we're going to wait to see what happens here.
As Carl Berger going on a tear on that wave. Got a lot of good work done on the outside. Here's the replay coming from deep. Carl Berger sets up, fades, waits for that wave to step up, and then goes bang, vertical, completely showing the fins to anyone behind. Another nice setup turn. Now he's just waiting. Another fade, draws back, waiting for that wave to stand up vertical again so he can attack. Throws the tail one more time. Unfortunately, picks the nose on the last turn, but that work was done on the outside, Lou. What do you think of that first turn outside?
Well, let me tell you, when you see what green just did, we're going to look for that replay. So cue up that replay for green, please. Here we go. We're going to break this one down for you. This is green. Enzo coming hard off the bottom. Lovely down carve. And he looks at this. He says, I see what I'm going to hit. Waits for it. Throws it up. Comes down with projection off the white water. And then just stands up, looks at the judges and says, I'm full control. Here you go. I'm going to finish this strong now. And goes out the back. So he is currently in second position, trying to maintain that second position and answer back the surfer in red. So we got 2 scores to drop, one for green, one for red.
Yeah, those were two big hits.
All right, last of green, 7.0 green. 7.0. Last of red, 5.27. So green, you remain in second position. Red, you are in third. You now require a 7.5. And white, you are in fourth. You require a 9.27 with 5 minutes remaining. Servers in the next heat, you are free to paddle out. Just please stay down in the channel. Thank you. Blue, your last wave was a 5.07 paired up with the 8. You are in first. So blue, you have an 8 and a 5.07 and in first. Green, your last wave comes in at a 7.0. You are in second. Red, you are in third. Your last wave was a 5.27. You require a 7.5. And white, you are in fourth. Your last wave was a 2.97. You require a 9.27. 4 minutes, 10 seconds remaining. So coming up in the next heat, Sebastian Williams, Nadiv Attar, Logan Rod, and Timothy Simmers. You boys should be paddling out. You have about 4 minutes to the start of your heat. Please stay down in the channel. I want to take this opportunity to thank our sponsors, BTMI Tourism Development, as we watch Green up and right, and wow, really going for it. He made the last one, but not that one. So actually watching White paddled, he was in fourth priority, no ride, but that was a good choice. Nice looking wave ahead of him if he could have got into it. He's going to pull the trigger on this one. This is when Soup Bowl is fun and playful, but it can get mean and angry when it's ready, let me tell you. Surfer in white, Liam Knight working his way all the way down to the inside. Nice little finishing maneuver. So thanking our sponsors once again, BTMI, Tourism Development Corporation, CIBC Commercial Bank, Blue Waters, Mount Gay Rum, the Community Development Department, Heineken, Carib, Infra Rentals, Nation News, Sunbum, Last Resort, and last but definitely not least, bringing the play-by-play interview with you, St. Luke's Clothing and Eco Lifestyle and Lodge. Thank you everybody for your support. As we watch a set rolling through Soup Bowl, servers are putting themselves in position. Who's going to get there? Server in blue with priority. Red is going to sniff it out. He's going to leave it for blue. Laird Lavick, current heat leader. White wave almost started to barrel. Just a little more north in it, and it would have been barreling all the way across the reef.
Yeah, that was looking like a solid wave, but Laird Lavick just a little bit deep on the takeoff. As we can see, coming from quite deep, but that wave bowls up. He tries to go low. But when that amount of white water is being thrown over, that lip is heavy. So situation for green, you're in second place. You need a 6.08. You need a 6.08 to get to first. Red, you're in third place. You're looking for a 7.5 to advance. White, you sit in fourth place. You need a massive 9.27 to advance. 30 seconds to go. Priority sitting with red, but blue's up. Go into the first turn, kind of catches the rail. But Blue know he got the work done earlier with that massive 8 and that huge wrapping carve that he did. Buckets of spray still falling. And we're coming down to the last 10 seconds. 3, 2, 1. So we got Red up and riding just before the buzzer. He's trying to give the judges something to think about through one nice vertical turn. But the wave didn't give him a lot to work with on the inside. He's looking for a pretty big score. So we're going to see where the judges go.
All right, servers in the next heat, please stand by, hold on. We are on a short heat. So last of Red was a 3:07, not enough. So the heat's going to end where it stayed. Surfer in Blue moving on, taking the win. He will be advancing, followed by the surfer in Green in second position. So we're going to take a short commercial break. We'll be right back after these messages. Please stand by. In the round of 96. This is the 13th annual Barbados Junior, Pro Junior, and QS 5000. So we're back to live action. You are tuned into the BTMI Barbados Surf Pro QS 5000, presented by Diamonds International. This is 13 years in the running. We've been doing this event as the surfers push themselves way, 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 way up inside. They're even outside the Soup Bowl already. They're going to have to paddle to the left to catch a left.
There's a couple of lines coming by. We'll see what happens. But like I said, definitely more swell in the water today. I was on the South Coast this morning teaching surf lesson. Plenty of waves in Freight Space, super fun. Freight Space, awesome spot for learning because it's sheltered from the wind. Looking at some motion, Lou.
Yeah, they see it. They're jockeying for position. Where's it going to go? Is it going to come into Soup Bowl or is it going to head down into the rip? Here we go, Red. He's going to pull the trigger. Sebastian Williams up and riding from way up inside. He's going to float this first section. He's going to get around it with plenty of speed. Big vertical top turn. And another one, oh boy, working his way all the way out onto the inside, letting the wave stand back up. And he's going to finish with flair. Big maneuver, big turns, big wave equals a big score.
Wow, Lou. Sebastian Williams just went to town, coming from way deep, runs the line, takes that first section, projects down, almost loses it, but then sets up for a massive fin drift. Goes deep into another bottom turn, attacking vertical, blowing out the tail one more time. Now he's just going to take his time, come around, wait for that wave to reset. A couple little pumps to maintain that high line. He sets off again. He's looking for the finish. Boom. What a way to start the heat. I cannot wait to see where this score goes, Lou. Behind that, we had Green just taking a little in and out, not seeing any scoring potential there, but he's having a look on this one.
Here we go. Green's up and right, and he goes down as everybody is watching this replay up here. This is mind-blowing.
I would love the audience to get another replay of that wave from Red while the ocean has gone a little quiet.
Well, well, well. I just watched that replay again.
Here we go again, Lou. Check it out. Full speed on the throttle, projection off the white water. There's the turn. Boom! That drift, so in control, compressing. Straight into another one. Extends his leg a little bit more. Now just checks back. Little wrapping turn, staying with that power source, seeing that wave stand up again, and here he goes for the finish. One more big extension.
All right, server in red, 9.5, 9.5 for red. Four 9.5s and a 9 equals high, low, gone, drop the, and you average out a 9. And here we go, blue. On this replay, Nativ Adar, he's won the first Pro Junior of the year here in the QS 5000. And we're watching white. So another well-served wave by Logan Rad.
All right, so looking at a replay of White's wave, deep bottom turn straight into a nice wrapping carve at the top, throws it up vertical, tagging the lip, lots of spray, lots of control, comes up, one more vertical tag, and then that wave doesn't offer anything more, but he got the work done outside with 2 big vertical hits. So far, this heat has started on fire. Soup Bowl offering up some amazing conditions. Beautiful sunny day. I want to say hello to everybody all over the world as usual, tuning in, showing your support. And we're going to throw it over to the glass with the last heat winner.
I'm here with Laird. Laird, a 13.07 heat total, one of the higher ones of the last heats. What do you have to say for yourself?
I'm excited. It was fun out there. The waves are firing. Just getting used to this wave and I'm just having fun out here.
In terms of wave selection, are you satisfied with it?
Yeah, I found a really good one at the start, and I was just happy to be in the right spot. But it's kind of like tricky to find the right ones. But once you're on them, you kind of know like, oh, this is a good wave.
In terms of other waves that you might have surfed around the world, how does Soup Bowl compare?
This is a pretty sick wave. I've never gotten it like amazing, but like even this is like pretty like average for out here, and it's a lot better than the waves I've surfed around home and stuff. So I'm excited to be out here.
Is there anyone at home you want to say hi to? Maybe a family or a friend?
My friends and family, yeah, that'd be shout out to all my friends and family. That'd be great. But yeah, everyone that's watching, thank you.
Well, you're ripping, Laird. So hope to see you next round and keep on doing your thing. All right. Bye, you guys in the booth.
Between blue and white, and based on the order in which waves were caught, the higher priority goes to blue.
All right, guys, full rundown situation. You water red, you're first. We're going to watch this replay of red's last wave. Break it down for us there, Bodie.
Yeah, that first hit was nice and vertical. The key to that is having a deep bottom turn, low down at the bottom of the wave, compressing, staring up at the peak, exactly the spot you want to hit, and attacking it. Then timing is essential. Blowing out that back foot. After that, just a couple of wrapping turns. The wave kind of slows down, but then he manages to get a little tag on the inside. But that first turn on the outside is where the points are going to be. That's what the judges are looking for.
All right, that score drops in at a 5.77. So running down the situation, red, you're first with a 9.5 and a 5.77. White, you are second with a single wave of a 5.6. Blue, you are third with a single wave of a 3.5. You require a 2.1. And green, you are fourth with a 0.8 and a 0.5. You require a 4.8. 16 minutes, 50 seconds remaining. This is heat number 13 in the round of 96. So heat number 14, you guys should be thinking about checking in. Titus Santucci, Ryder Smith, Carlos Martinez, and Ocean Giddens.
So young Timothy Simmons sitting out there, Simmers sitting out there with priority. He's not really got off his heat started yet, so he'll be hoping that the next flurry of waves that comes through offers him something with some high scoring potential to get himself back in this heat.
He's just sitting out there being patient. He's got 16 minutes. He's a good little surfer. He was here last year too. His older sister is a former champion out here, as well as a world champion.
Reigning
world champion. You know, the women's surfing is at the cusp of just taking on a whole different level of competitiveness. Erin Brooks and Katie and Caroline Marks and, you know, Gabriella Bryant and all the Aussie girls it's just about to explode. And I'm glad that they're traveling now and mixing up in a lot of the bigger waves and bigger surf. And, you know, they're answering the call. They're doing it. And it's a pleasure to watch them.
Yeah, women's surfing has gone up levels in the last 10, 20 years. Some of those names you call, some of the most exciting progressive surfers on the circuit now. And they're doing everything the guys are doing. And the power is there. The moves are there. Especially some of the younger girls coming up now, these girls that are training in the wave pools and learning how to do all the airs and tricks. And let's big up all the girls that are here competing. Girls like Kira Pinkerton have been coming down here, and she's out there when it's as heavy as it gets, charging with all the guys. We got Zoe Benedetto, two-time reigning champion, back-to-back, first time ever done. Absolutely on a tear. Talia Swindoll, last year's finalist, had an absolute epic semi-final battle with Kira Pinkerton. Some of the most impressive surfing shown on the day, throughout that day, entire day, whether men or women.
Yeah, Kira's been coming here a long time. She's actually the inaugural Live Like Zander junior champion. She won the first year. Kira. Yeah.
Oh yeah, Kira's been coming. Kira's a local. I think, does she not have a Barbados passport? Kira, you got a Barbados passport?
Oh, we're going to see some of these girls coming up in a couple more heats. We got 3 more heats to get through, and then we're going to shift gears and go into the women's QS 5000. So you'll get to see all of that knowledge and talent that these girls are bringing right here to Soup Bowl. So it's going to be an exciting finish to the afternoon. Today's day number 2 of 7. So we got 5 more days ahead of us after today, 4 more days after today. It's a long event. It's a long event in the making. We've actually started planning for this event in September. No, before that. August. Maybe even July. I don't even know. It's been so long. It's like we get 2 months off and then we start doing it again. And we used to do this event twice a year. And with COVID, the event, we did the junior event in November. We used to do this event in March. And with COVID, this event got canceled. And then we decided to, the November event got canceled. And then when we came back in March, we decided to do the 2 events together, and it's worked beautifully ever since. And this is the 4th year or 3rd year, 4th year we've been doing it like this, and we'll continue to do it. So hopefully we turn this event into a challenger and potentially even a World Tour event. We were contacted this year by WSL to host the World Junior Championships, which was a great honor, getting that email. They wanted to do the whole event around the legacy of Zander as a junior. A red, big air reverse, not at Super Bowl, not like that, not with this wind.
Red's out there sitting on a massive score, so he's just trying to have some fun.
Yeah, I've actually seen 2 junior pros, one at this break right here, Cole Hausman won, a pro junior, on the buzzer, on the left, on a full rotation air reverse, got a 10. And Cam Richards, on a left, on a full rotation, and he got a 10. Twice. Here we go, green up and right in. This is Timothy Simmers working his way to this North Peak. He might be a little bit too late to it. Pushes out the fins, but he just couldn't get around that section. I've seen it all out here. Here we go, blue up and right in. Nadav, he is the current rankings leader in the junior this year so far, winning the first event. But we are in the QS. I've actually crowned a world champion out here, which was the highlight of my announcing career. Izzy Gomez, we had a world championship stand-up paddleboard event. And when I was contacted to have the event here, I kind of chuckled to myself, and I told the guy, well, I really don't know what this is all about. He said, well, Google it and find out. Oh my gosh, these guys were pulling in barrels, stalling any barrel at places like Jaws with the paddle. And they came here and just destroyed this wave. It was so entertaining. And Izzy Gomez actually won the world title here and was crowned here as the world champion. As we watch red up and riding. Sebastian Williams. He's just out there having fun, already dropping a 9.5.
Yeah, I remember that stand-up paddle event well. The waves were going off.
They were amazing.
And I think that the level of the performances there really opened up a lot of people's eyes as to what can be achieved on an SUP, what these world professionals do. I mean, guys were busting airs, deep bottom turns, getting barreled, hitting it as vertical as any surfer.
I was ready to buy a paddleboard when it was done. Yeah, I actually wanted to go and buy a stand-up paddleboard after that event, but that was a grueling event. That was 3 weeks. We did this event for 7 days, and then we had a 14-day waiting period for that event. And it was the exact same setup we have here. I mean, everybody had a ball. There were quite a few lay days because, you know, there weren't a whole host of surfers, but they did a different kind of format where there was a lot of surfing going on, you know, and it was a lot of different things going on. It was a lot of fun, but it was just grueling because it was 3 weeks of this. Anyway.
Yeah, I remember speaking to a lot of the competitors.
Green, your last wave was a 5.4. So you now require a 1.1. You are currently in third, Green, as Blue up and right in. He is currently in second position, sitting on a pair of threes. So if he betters any one of them, your requirement's going to go up. And I can almost bet he's going to with surfing like that. All right, let's see if we could get that replay of Blue. But we have a little break.
All right, so here we have Blue looking at a little inside wave, but a lovely shape to it. Nice wrap and turn right up in the crest of the wave. Nice attack there. Here he comes. Just sitting up, waiting for that wave to give him something on the inside to really throw the tail all the way around. Great control there. Staying low on the board. Very easy to lose your board and when you redirect like that.
All right, here we go. Blue, your last wave coming in at a 4.5. So Green, you now require a 2.6. White, you now require a 2.33. So Green's going to give way to White, and White can't negotiate the takeoff, and he goes down. So that's going to put priority with 6 minutes and 40 seconds remaining to the surfer in green.
Yeah, surfer in green now sitting with priority, only requiring a small score of a 2.6. So the surfer in blue are current ratings leader is going to want to make sure he tries to get another wave.
Here we go. Green up and right in on a good-looking wave. He could have pulled into that barrel, went around it, out onto the open face. Big top turn. Timothy Simmers out onto the open face once again, cutting it back, waiting for this wave to line up. Bangs it vertical. Wow. Oh, my. Throws the fins, controls the maneuver, and goes out the back.
Well, I will guess that Timothy Simmers, after a real quiet start to the heat, has just got himself right back in the mix with that wave.
So if we can get a look at that replay, we'll break that down for you. That was the one of green.
Here we go. Timothy Simmers coming from deep, coming around, had the opportunity to pull in, but instead decides to attack the lip. Another deep bottom turn with another big attack on the lip, redirecting with a bit of a whitewater climb. That's just so he can get back out onto the open face, because he knows that wave is going to offer up more. Another little snap there. Another big wrap, redirecting the tail, showing full control, and then a big finish with a bit of a tail slide.
All right, last of green, 683. Green, you go to second. Blue, you drop to third. Blue, you now require a 7.7. And white, you are fourth. You require a 6.5. Up and riding white, going down as the wind goes even more around to the right, starting to blow the tops of the waves off. And look at this one rolling through the lineup, unridden, except for me and every one of the judges. As it hits a little north section. That's just a little indication of what Soup Bowl can do. Put a couple more size on that, and we're in for a treat with 4 minutes, 15 seconds remaining. Blue, you are third. You need a 7.7. White, you are fourth. You need a 6.5.
Yeah, that last wave.
As his wind just continues to go around to the right, it's just cleaning up the waves more and more. This is kind of the conditions that we've had for the last 6 weeks.
I'm just going to say, I think that last wave is giving you a little indication of the potential of what out here could do. If we get a little bit more of that north pulse coming through, that wave was ready to throw over. Another foot, 2 foot on the top of that, and that would have been a throaty barrel. And that is the beauty of competing at Soup Bowl. There's so many faces to Soup Bowl. You, as Lou alluded earlier, guys have won titles out here on last-minute buzzer beaters going left. You can take the outside wave and annihilate it. You can get those inside nuggets. There's so many ways to score at Soup Bowl.
All right, servers in the next heat. You guys can pad it out. Just stick down in the channel for me, please. Thank you. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Coming up in this next heat, Titus Santucci, Ryder Smith, Juan Carlos Martinez, and Ocean Giddens from Barbados. I see 3 of the 4. I'm not sure where Ocean is going to be paddling out from. Oh, there he is behind the coconut tree. So we got all 4 surfers making their way to the lineup. Want to just remind everyone, welcome to Barbados. Welcome to the beach. We do have a bit of seaweed on the beach. Hopefully that will get cleaned up within the next day or 2, but it was just a lot to deal with one day. So green up and riding. And he goes out the back. Once again, under the hospitality tent, all visitors are welcome under that. There is no designated area anywhere in this compound, with the exception of the judges' tower. So you guys are free to make your way to whichever tent you would like, the big hospitality tent or the orange tent in the yard. You can also get all your food and beverage needs. It is open to the public. As we look at blue, He's trying to stall for that little barrel, but opts for a big top turn and gets swept off. So waves are still turning on. We are now past the high tide mark, and it is on its way low. And watching red up and right in. Oh, wraparound cutback. He is current heat leader, sitting on a 9.5 and a 5.7. That 9.5 was by far the best wave served in this event so far. Coming from way, way up inside with two big, massive turns, fully in control, not missing a beat. Watching green, he is currently in second position, sitting on a 6.83 and a 6.4. Nice little wrapping cutback. Working his way out onto the open face. Another big cutback. Full roundhouse cutback, something you don't see too much of anymore. And on the outside, White, he's going to get in the ling. Throwing it up in the lip, riding out cleanly, and he's going to go out the back. Didn't really have a major maneuver on the outside, Bodie, so he decided to get out the back and see what more is out there. And we're counting this one in 3, 2, 1.
All right. Well, a little flurry of action at the end of that heat. We're going to looking at some replays soon. We're going to give the judges a chance to drop some scores and deliberate. They're going to want to look at the replays too.
Oh! As if he didn't. There's another 8-5.
That's one of those victory laps.
She is turning on. Servers in the next heat, please stand by. We're on a short hold. Just changing the judges while we are on hold. We are going to cut to a quick commercial break. We will be right back after these messages. Please stay tuned. Back to live action, drawn first. Working his way onto the inside, banging it vertical off the lip. Nice little layback slash. Looking to finish this one strong. Ocean Guineas right here in Bathsheba. Working his way all the way to the inside, banging it up, throwing out the fins, completing the maneuver. Petting the cat, riding out, standing up, in control. So there you go, folks. Barbados' very own Ocean Giddens. He is paired up against Titus Santucci, Ryder Smith, Juan Carlos Martinez. And we break down this
All right, looking at this replay. First turn is just a little setup check, but then he attacks the second section, extending that back leg, throwing the tail up vertical. A little bit of a check turn. Now he goes to work on the inside. Working his way, gaining a little bit of speed, looking down the line, looking for where that little section is going to stand up vertical again, and boom, one more vertical tap. So Ocean Giddens getting the show started in heat 14 in the round of 96 in the Barbados BTMI Surf Pro.
All right, first of green, 4, 6, 7. So coming up in the next heat, Rex Hennings, Rafael Pereira, Iago Ramos, and Romeo Stone. You guys should be checking in at your leisure. There's plenty of time left, 23 minutes, 17 seconds. As Soup Bowl looks to be pulsing at the minute. Surfers see what's coming. They're putting themselves in position. Well, these east swell is kind of difficult. Not really sure where it's going to go. Red gives way to blue. Blue up and right and floats the first section out onto the open face. All right, as he finishes out that wave. See where the judges muster up that score.
Just seen a couple of surfers caught on the inside, taking a few sets on the head.
Okay, block on, after review, block on red, white priority, red second priority. So the priority judge deemed a block from red and awarded priority to white, followed by red. Then green, and then blue when he reaches the takeoff zone.
So we had a really nice flurry of waves to end that last heat, and then a couple of waves to get this one started. Soup Bowl definitely looks like she wants to wake up as that tide starts to push back out. And White's looking at an inside wave.
Here we go, white up and right in. Juan Martinez. Just a slow going wave. We've got a wave on the outside. Surfers are in position. Who's going to get there? It looks like red. He's up and riding. Banging it first off the lip. Working it out onto the open face. Eyeing this north section up. Throwing it vertical. Buckets of spray. Beautifully timed. As he works his way down onto the inside. And he goes out the back. So while we have a break in the action, while we wait for these scores to drop, we're going to cut to the glass with Andrew with the winner of the last heat, Sebastian Williams, for the post-heat interview powered by St. Luke's Clothing and Eco Lifestyle and Lodge.
Here with last heat winner Sebastian Williams, you absolutely demolished that heat. Let's talk about the 9.5.
Oh my, yeah, I was very happy to start my heat like that. I've been watching the ocean a lot. It's a really tricky wave, so I've been focusing all my energy on kind of finding the rhythm of the waves and which are the ones that are gonna line up. But I got really lucky to start off the heat like that, so I was just very happy, kind of made a fool out of myself for the rest of the heat, but I guess that's one of the pros that comes along with starting the heat off so good. You kind of, yeah, yeah, I guess that's it.
You mind talking a bit more about your strategy going into the heat?
Strategy, I was wanting to start off strong for sure. I was hoping to catch a really good wave with 2 maneuvers, no more nor no less. But just got super. I wanted to catch 2 waves with 2 good maneuvers. That was my strategy.
And is this your first time in Barbados?
It is my first time here, yes.
And how do you like it so far?
I've been loving it, man. It's so beautiful here. Everybody's so friendly. The weather's nice. The waves are really good. Been having a really good time.
On behalf of us, we're stoked to have you here, man. And in terms of family, do you want to say hi to anyone at home?
Yes, of course. I'm going to say this in Spanish because toda mi familia que me está viendo, les quiero mandar un abrazote y todo el amor. También mi pareja que me está viendo desde casa con mi hija, las amo. Gracias por ser tan fuertes y tener tanta paciencia conmigo mientras yo viajo y persigo mis sueños y logro mis metas. También quisiera tomar esta oportunidad para agradecerle a Bayside Puerto Escondido y a todos mis patrocinios por todo el apoyo. Y ya pasamos la ronda de 96 y con muchas ansias para mañana en la ronda de 64.
Keep killing it, man, and good luck in the next round, Sebastian, all right? Have a good one, no problem. Back to the booth.
Good surfing, bro.
Yeah, it looked like Ocean just got a little bit undecided between whether to project out or to push a little more on the tail, and didn't compress enough on the re-entry, but you could see the intent. And now we have a little bit of a paddle battle. Here we have a replay of Red's wave earlier, just a little foam climb, making his way out onto the open face. Check turn and wait for it to step up, and here's the money turn, attacking it Another deep bottom turn, waiting for that wave to give him a little bit more, but doesn't offer a whole lot.
All right, full rundown servers. Server in red, you are in first place with a single wave of a 5.3. Server in green, you are in second place with a 4.67. You have a small score to come. That will just increase the requirement. So the last of green was a 117. So blue, you are currently in third. You have a 2.5 and a 2.0. You require a 2.8. And white, you are in fourth with a single wave of 3. You require a 2.34. White up and riding. Nice little down carve up in the pocket for the first turn, setting up the inside, seeing the north section coming at him. Throws it up vertical and gets taken out. Once again, that north section.
Another notch to the north section.
Yeah.
We should actually have a little scorecard.
Oh, it would have been full already. The amount of kids that have been taken out by that, it's crazy.
It's especially difficult for some of the younger kids that are still quite light. A lot of these guys out here, 15, 16, 19 years old, super fit. And that lower section will just overpower them.
Yeah, the thing is that your momentum is taking you one direction, and when the white water coming at you hits the board underneath you, it pulls your board in the other direction. So it's super, super difficult. To explain it to anybody is impossible unless you've actually done it. So every one of us that have been taken out by it know it. As we watch red, he is currently in third position. Nice little drift off the top. So last of white coming in at a 3.6. Santucci works his way all the way to the inside. And he goes out the back. So leaving Surfer in blue and green on the outside. Blue with priority over green. As we wait for that score for red to come in.
Yeah, red just needs a tiny score to get an advancing position. He did a lot of work on that.
So last of red, 4.37. So red, you go back to first. White, you drop to second. Green, you're in third, requiring a 1.9. And blue, you're in fourth, requiring a 4.1.
Yeah, well-surfed wave by red. Got a lot of work done, but the wave never really offered a lot of scoring potential. And that is reflected in what the judges drop.
Well, we have a little break in the action. Maybe we could cue up that replay of red's last wave. We can break that down for you. That wave did go in a score line. There we go, live action. Blue up and riding. Wave's just going to fizzle out on him, and he actually ends up going down. And green on the outside. Ocean Giddens from Barbados. Can he capitalize on this big turn? Yes, he does. Out onto the open face, cutting it back. He's going to try and stick with his power source. Wave could potentially take the low road, give him something to work with on the inside. Here we go. Ocean Giddens currently in third position, looking to just replace a small score. So he had quite a good turn on the outside as watching White on the outside. He's up and riding. So working his way, a couple of down carves. Just trying to milk that for everything it's worth. A little bit of a foamy wave. So waiting for scores now for white, green, and blue.
Yeah, another little flurry of activity. Lots of waves, some quality maneuvers. Cue up some replays. First we have green, the local boy Ocean Giddens coming from deep, going straight into a vertical tag. takes his time, wraps up around. He knows he got the big score there, so he's going to start to work this wave towards the inside, just staying with the power source, close to that white water. And now he turns on the afterburners, looking for one more tag. Wave doesn't really stand up, so he's going to be looking at all the points from that one big outside maneuver. As we see white coming in from deep, nice wrapping turn, throwing a bit of spray, sets up for another carve back to the white water. He's looking for a little bit of a vertical attack, just tags it. Another nice wrapping turn, but that wave never really stood up and gave him the chance to attack it.
All right, so last of green, 417. Last of white, 3.3. Last of blue, 243. So red, you are first. Green, you go to second. White, you drop to third. You now require a 5.2. And blue, you are fourth. You now require a 6.34. Hold on. So blue, you are in fourth. You require a 6.34. 11 minutes remaining.
So those scores drop. We just see how these judges don't miss a thing. Ocean's big vertical attack, but as he came down, he was a little off balance, didn't quite get the right out, and then the rest of the wave didn't offer him a lot. But he is rewarded for the commitment to that first big turn.
So we got two more heats coming up in this QS 5000 round of 96 men's, and then we're gonna shift gears and go into the round of 48, heat number 1 through 4 of the women's. Here we go, red with a nice looking wave ahead of him. Big turn off the top, free falls to the bottom. Let's see what he does with this north section. Throws the fins, full control. He is the current heat leader and finishes strong. He's sitting on a 5.33 and a 4.37. I think that's going to be the best of him, his campaign. Blue on the outside. This is the first turn. Nice little hack off the top. Kind of cut it short a little bit. He will still get rewarded for that effort. Couple of cutbacks.
Yeah, we just saw the two faces of Soup Bowl right there. Red and blue taking off on similar looking waves from a similar position, but that wave that red took just kept offering him the scoring potential. One big section after the other, 3 huge hits. That is excellent surfing that I heard from red just now. Blue coming down from deep. Here we go, deep. Here it is. Look at the wall just set up. Nice big bottom turn. Controls the finish with that white water. Comes around. Here's where he just checks up and waits. He sees that section up ahead. Here he goes. Boom. Blowing the tail out, showing all that control. And here he goes again. One more big turn. Extending those legs, then compressing as he comes back down.
Yep. All right, last of red, 8.17. 8.17 for red. Working on the score for blue. So that's what the judge want to see, those big outside maneuvers in full control. Coming up on the 8-minute mark. Surfers in the next heat, you should be checked in. See most of them on the beach. Last of blue, 3.3. So white, you are still currently in third position, requiring that 5.24. And blue, you now require a 5.5. 7 minutes, 50 seconds remaining.
Yeah, once again, excellent surfing from Titus Santucci out of the USA. As things are a little quiet in the water, I would love another replay of that wave. It's always good to appreciate excellent surfing. And Titus just put the full show on display. Power, flow, speed, commitment, execution equals excellent scores. Here we go one more time. Look how that wave stands up. He comes from deep, big bottom turn. Doesn't come too straight down. He wants to project out and get out in front of the lip because he knows that that wave is going to offer more. Here he goes. He sees that oncoming section. Big blow tail, extending his legs and then compressing once more. Boom. There's the extension of that back leg, throwing the fins up high in the sky. I tell you, that's really impressive when you see it from behind.
He was so close to purling that board on the last turn. You could see him just step on the tail just to get the nose back up. It's kind of amazing how you can be moving so fast and adjust so quickly to those maneuvers. You know, if he would have fallen on that last maneuver, he probably wouldn't have got penalized for the wave, but it just doesn't leave a good look for the wave. As we watch Red here, he's under priority, he's keeping busy. Looks more like that may have been a relocation wave than anything, as Blue kind of behind the peak. And he's going to go out the back, knowing he doesn't have any outside maneuvers. But it's pretty crystal clear what the judges are looking for. That outside maneuver. And then another major maneuver. Those two combinations of major maneuvers, one on the outside, followed by one quickly, and then finishing strong. You're going to go over 7 every time, guaranteed, depending on the degree of difficulty, is where it's going to get to the 8 and the 8.5 range, maybe even the 9.
Yeah, it's a pretty simple formula. You can surf inside waves and get multiple hits and really achieve a good score.
All right, on the outside, White scratching into this one. Floats the first section. He's gonna get out of that one. As I just said, he realized he did not have that major maneuver on the outside. 4 minutes, 50 seconds remaining. Servers in the next seat, you're free to paddle out. Just please stay down in the channel as we watch Blue. Up and riding, coming off the bottom, throwing it up in the lip. Stepping on the gas. Wave not having any north section to it at all. Throwing it up vertical, coming unglued and goes down.
Blue sitting in third priority. He's going to, again, try to find those inside nuggets. There's so many different strategies to be used at the Soup Bowl.
There we go, White. Up and riding on that inside, and he goes out the back.
Yeah, once again, we see White, just like Blue, hovering around the inside, hoping to pick off a nugget, knowing that they are under priority by 2 surfers, with priority sitting with the local boy, Ocean Giddens, and second priority with the heat leader, Titus Santucci from USA. So it is possible to find those inside nuggets, but you have got to absolutely destroy them if you want to get a big score. The formula for the big score is the outside maneuvers on the steepest, most critical, most dangerous part of the wave, showing the most committed surfing. And if you can then link that to the inside and give us a couple more committed moves, you are guaranteed a big score.
All right, just coming up on the 3-minute mark. Situation, water remains the same. Red first, green second. Ocean Giddens trying to hang on to this. He is sitting with priority. 3 minutes remaining. He's going to try and hold off White and Blue. So time will tell. This is where sometimes that priority bug gets you. You don't know what to do, where to go, or even how to do it. You start to overthink things. 2 minutes, 30 seconds remaining.
That's the mental side of things. This is why the most skillful surfer doesn't always perform the best in competition.
All right, so White up and riding. One maneuver, and then this wave is going to fizzle out on him. So you saw green. 2 minutes, green.
So green, you're sitting in second place. You need an 8-3 to take over. Third place, white. You need a 5-2-4.
Last of white coming in at a 3-4-7, so that's not enough. 1 minute, 40 seconds remaining. The score wasn't there yet. So blue up and out. So 1 minute, 25 seconds remaining. So green still in that second position, as that last of white was not enough.
Surfer in green, Ocean holding his nerve. You saw the surfer in white try to sell him on a wave earlier, but he didn't go. He managed to hold on his priority, realizing that that was not going to be a wave of any scoring potential. And that's the mental side of things. That's where heat strategy, composure, all of these things, making a decision in that split second. Do I go? Do I stay? Does it work? Does it not work?
All right, servers in the next seat. Hold your positions there, guys. Thank you. So blue up and right in on a small inside wave. Santucci on the outside. Big turn. Servers in the next seat. Hold your positions, guys. Hold your positions. Green up and riding with 13 seconds remaining. Nice wrapping cut back for Ocean Giddens. Working his way to the north section. Throws it up, pushes out the fins. He hangs on to that finishing maneuver as we wind this down. So servers in the next heat, please hold your positions. We are on a short hold. So that heat is going to end how it seemed. Server in red, Titus Santucci, is going to take the win. He's going to advance to the next round, followed by the server in green, Ocean Giddens, coming in second position. So we are going to take a quick commercial break, and we'll be right back with more action from the BTMI Barbados QS 5000. Watching red, no ride. So this is heat number 15, the round of 96. QS 5000 men's. We are back to live action. On the outside, red. He's going to roll into this one. Rex Hennings banging it vertical. And he can't hang on and goes down. So Rex Hennings currently ranked 43rd on the QS North America rankings. He had a 9th place at Morro Bay. Not a bad result. He also had a 17th place at Pismo Beach. So looking to work his way up into the rankings as blue up and riding. Rafael Pereira, and he goes out the back. First of red, 217. All right, coming up in the next heat, Reed Platinius. All right, coming up in the next heat, Reed Platinius, Stoyanov, Cooper Jewell, and Mateo Wander. You still got plenty of time to check in. 2 minutes 30, sorry. First of blue, 2:33.
Congrats again to local boy Ocean Giddens making it through to the next round. Some great surfing, showing loads of intent. Big up to Derek downstairs, handling all the jerseys, making sure that everybody's in the right colors as they go out. Big friendly smile face. All the competitors absolutely love him.
So surfer in white, he's gonna turn and burn. Iago Ramos, big tail carve. It's not gonna offer much more, but was pretty technical maneuver.
Well, the name Iago in the surf world usually...
And he's from Brazil.
Yeah, usually associated with somebody that rips, as we see Blue.
Blue up and riding. Rafael. Big turn on the outside. Working his way to the North Peak. Big turn on the outside. And on the far outside is Green. So Soup Bowl starting to turn on as Blue works his way all the way down to the rip. Another big turn. And finishes with a nice little fin drip. And he goes out the back. So we're waiting on a couple of scores to come. One for white, one for green, one for blue.
Yeah, the bowl is showing us what she can give. We're seeing longer lines, more scoring opportunities, and with that, you're going to see better and better surfing and more explosive maneuvers as we queue up these replays. Welcome, everybody, to sunny, breezy, wavy Barbados. Penultimate heat of the men's round of 96. As we see first, the surfer in blue, Rafael Pereira, coming with a nice little wrap up in the pocket. As he comes around, there's a nice turn, extending that back leg, blowing the tail out, and boom. Now he's just setting up, looking for a little bit more on the inside, being patient, staying close to that power source, couple little wraps, staying near to that white water, looking for that little push to turn on the afterburners, and looking for one or two more tags to finish this wave, an exclamation mark. Little tail drift, and he'll be happy with that as we see Green coming around. Nice big wrap in the pocket. Another wrapping carve, staying close to that power source, but he doesn't see much on offer down the line, and he opts to cut out, head back into the lineup, and establish priority.
All right, so scores starting to trickle in. First of white, 4.0. Still waiting on a wave for green, but blue, you just dropped an 8.17, blue, 8.17 for blue. So blue goes to first. Scores trickling in for green. I'll give you a full rundown. All right, first of green, 3.33. So blue, you have an 8.17 and a 2.3. White, you have a single wave of a 4. Green, you have a single wave of a 3.33. You need a 0.68. Red, you have a single wave of a 2.17. You need a 1.84. 18.45 remaining. So coming up next will be the final heat in this men's QS 5000. Then we're going to be shifting gears straight into the women's QS 5000. So ladies, stand by.
Yeah, Rafael Pereira out of Venezuela laying down a marker with some excellent surfing. As we said, As these waves offer more scoring potential, the scores are you're gonna see higher scores throughout the afternoon. As we see green pulling, scratching into one, under priority, just fading, waiting for this wave to pick up. And he sees that vertical section, and boom! Coming from deep, wrapping around that white water, coming back out onto the open face. Waiting for this to stand up a little bit more, looking for one more tag on the inside on that vertical section, and he gets a 2-for-1 to finish right in front of the crowd. So that's Romeo Stone from Costa Rica.
All right, while we wait for those scores, we are going to cut to the glass with Andrew with a winner of the last heat, Titus Santucci, for the post-heat interview powered by St. Luke's Clothing and Eco Lifestyle and Lodge. Take it away, guys.
I'm here with Titus, the last heat winner. How are you feeling after that heat?
I'm feeling good. It's always good to get like the first round jitters out of the way. You know, you go in and you travel so far, so I always say it's good to get the jitters out of the way in the beginning.
Mind telling everyone where you're from?
I'm from California, San Diego area.
And compared to home, how is this wave surf?
It's definitely pretty different. This wave's got a lot more power. We have one wave back home that's like kind of got a little bowl similar to it at Swami's, but definitely a little bit different. I like the power here better though.
And I saw you out last week in a glassy soup bowl. How was that compared to this?
Oh my God, it was firing. It's so good. There's little moments and like seconds where it feels like how it was before, but it's definitely a lot different.
And the locals, they treat you well in the lineup?
They do. Everybody's so nice here. You know, like as long as you show them respect, they take you as one of their own. So it's really nice here, yeah.
That's awesome. Do you want to shout out anyone before we go?
Yeah. Shout out to my boys, Chase and Ellie. They're behind the camera right now giving me the fist bump. Shout out to Mom. Shout out to Dad. I know you're watching back home. And yeah.
Awesome. Well, Titus, you're ripping. And good luck in the next round, all right? Keep enjoying Barbados. Back to the booth.
All right, we're back to live action. Last of green coming in at a 5-1-7. So green, you go to second. White, you go to third. You now require a 4.5. And red, you are in fourth. You require a 6.33. Put it in front. Oh, yeah, that's good. That'll work. There we go, red up and right, and Rex Hennings looks for a big score, and he goes up and out the back. So is he going to get back out before green? If it's deemed a tie, it will go to green. So priority on the outside sits with red. And then blue, then, sorry, it sits with white, then blue, then red. $14 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. This is heat number 15 in this round of 96. You are tuned into the Barbados Surf Pro QS 5000. Presented by Diamonds International, brought to you from right here in Barbados. This event is the brainstorm of myself and Christopher Clark. Chris is really the driving force behind these events. Just want to thank everybody who has helped out with this event throughout the years. This event in the junior side has been going on for 13 years. We added a 1,000 maybe a couple of years after, and then a 3,000, and now we are at the 5,000 level. So this event just keeps getting bigger and better every year. By no means we'll be able to do it without our sponsors. Our main sponsor is the BTMI. As we watch green up and right and going left, and he goes out the back. Also the Tourism Development Corporation and CIBC Caribbean Bank. Also want to thank Blue Waters, Mount Gay Rum, Community Development Department, Heineken, Caribbeer, Infra Rentals, Nation News, Sunbum, Last Resort Surf, and last but by no means least, St. Luke's Clothing and Eco Lifestyle and Lodge for bringing us the post-heat interviews. Also want to thank Andrew Rose for doing those interviews. He's a very witty kid. I've known him since he was about 6. It's a pleasure to have him join the team this year.
And he's a good surfer too.
So, Blue up and right, and Rafael Pereira with another big vertical turn. Oh, nice big down carve. Banging it off the water. He's sitting on an 817 and a 233. So he's definitely going to drop that 2.3 for sure. That's going to cement his lead even further as we look at Red. He's trying to muster up a score. He's only sitting on a 217 and a 0.5, and that 217 is gone already. Just with that one move, Rex Hennings on his way to the inside. One more last finishing maneuver. He's going to make it count. Banging it off the lip one more time, so that'll definitely be the best of his score. He currently needs a wave in the good range to move into the second position.
Well, the surfer in blue, Rafael Pereira from Venezuela. Shout out all the Venezuela posse here in Barbados and logging in, showing your support.
So if we could cue up that replay of Blue while we're waiting for these scores. Waiting for scores, Green.
Here we go. Blue coming from deep and attacking it vertically, projecting himself out onto the open face and then fully extending his legs, wrapping that carve back, getting as much spray as he can out of that second turn. He didn't see much on offer. And now we have Red. Red first turn, straight up vertical, kind of checks that turn, kind of a half turn coming out, but here's where he gets to work. A big oncoming section. Manages to find his way around the whitewater, get back onto that open face, looking for 1 or 2 more scores. Another little tag, throwing the back foot out, extending the back foot, getting the tail to release a little bit. The more you redirect the board, the better the judges like it.
All right, last of Red, 6.6. You go to second. Green, you drop to third. You require a 3.6. And White, you drop to fourth. You require a 4.8. Last of Blue, you are currently in first. Your last wave was a 6.0. 10 minutes, 15 seconds remaining. We're looking at Blue, staying busy. He is current heat leader, sitting on an 817 and a 6. Lovely technique from this kid. You just saw how he just kind of faded that bottom turn, setting up that timing perfectly on that lip. Went straight into another carve and full control. Here we go, White up and right, and Iago Ramos. That wave not offering too much. He is just sitting on a single wave of a 4.0.
So once again, we saw Rafael Pereira, the surfer out of Venezuela, having a lot of fun. He knows he's sitting on some big scores, so he's just going to go out there and push the envelope as much as he can. Surfing relaxed, fluent, and full of confidence.
All right, coming up in this next heat, Reed Platinius, Kos Stoyanov, Cooper Jewell, Mateo Wander. You boys should be checked in and ready to go. You can paddle out in about 7 minutes, in about a minute and a half. Last of blue does not factor in your score line. That was a 5.47. So situation remains the same. Blue first, red second, green third, needing a 3.68. And white fourth, needing a 4.85. 7 minutes and 15 seconds remaining.
Yeah, last of white coming in at a 3.37. White recognized he didn't get much on offer on the outside, so he stuck with that wave and took it all the way to the inside, trying to manufacture a score. But he knows he's going to have to get back out there and look for another wave, because he's looking for a 4.85.
All right, immediately following the next heat, as I've been saying, we are going to shift gears and go straight into the women's QS 5000. Heats 1 through 4. With 6 minutes remaining in this heat. Let me see that. It's going to round out the day. We're probably going to finish sometime around 4:30, quarter to 5 this afternoon. Coming up on the 6-minute mark.
It was around that time yesterday afternoon, Lou, that out here cleaned up. The lines just came through, and we witnessed some amazing free surfing. Standouts were Josh Burke, and I think, remember, Kai Kusha was out there, Owen Moss. A few of those guys were all tearing it up.
Here we go, white on a bigger wave with 4th priority, and blue giving way to green. Nice deep bottom turn. Wrapping rail turn up in the pocket, banging off the north section. Can he hang on? He does. That was a big maneuver. So he doesn't need a big score. You see his Hulk Hogan impression.
Yeah, Romeo still was feeling that. He knew that he had to hang on to that section, fully committed, as that big north wall came in the opposite direction to where he was going to go. And he's pumped as we see blue on the outside scratching into one.
He is current heat leader. And he goes up and out. And on the outside, red, he's scrambling to get into this one. So red is up and riding. He's trying to answer back green. Rex Hennings out onto the open face, working his way to the north section. Another big down carve. And white out the back on a better looking wave, throwing it up in the pocket, throwing it off the north section, out onto the open face with 4 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. Nice little down carve, and everybody's pumped. So let's see what's going on here, folks. We got scores dropping for every surfer, and it's going to have implications as a set rolls through on the outside with nobody in position.
Here we're looking at Green's replay coming from deep. He has a first wrapping cutback, and then he attacks that oncoming section as those two sections, the north and the east section, converge, and he's pumped right out of that. Here comes white, Yago Ramos. He comes from deep, drew out bottom turn, nice little tag up in the pocket, but here's where he attacks it. Boom, that oncoming section projecting out onto the open face. Another wrapping cutback, and he's looking for one more hit on the outside. Lays back, and he's pumped as well.
Yeah, don't mind these flurry of waves. Just surfed. All 4 surfers had a wave. First of blue, easy one, 2.9. They get that out of the way. Now they're going to work on red, green, and white. So we do have replays, and the judges are being able to analyze every surfer's wave, compare each surfer with each wave, and get the right score. So don't mind if they miss seeing the whole wave because one surfer was up in front of the other. They do have the option of a replay to be able to look back at it and compare waves. So with 2 minutes, 46 seconds remaining, major implications are coming down. So last of green, 6.9, right? So now we got a wave working for red and a wave working for white. So white is going to come in just under the requirement, 4.67 for red. Red, I'm waiting on all the scores, and then I will update you. Your last wave was a 4.67. I'm waiting on the last of white, and then I will update everything. So right now, blue is in first, and green is in second.
Lots of quality ridden waves there.
So blue's looking. He's up and riding with priority. 1 minute 47 remaining. Still working on the white.
As you said, Lou.
So right now, blue is in first, green is in second, red is in third. Red requires, at the minute, a 5.44. So green's going to hold him off with 1 minute, 20 seconds remaining. Well, we're working on a wave for white. White, 5.67. So run down now. Rex, white, red, you are in third. You require a 5.4. And white, you are in fourth. You require a 6.4. 1 minute remaining. So situation, blue first, green second, red requiring 5.4, and white requiring 6.4. Priority order, red, white, and blue. As green on the inside. First turn on the inside, working his way to the inside section. And he goes down, so that's not going to factor in. "15 seconds. The ocean looks like it's going to go flat on them. Something popped up right there, but it's not going to get here in time with 5 seconds remaining. In 3, 2, 1. So that ends the heat. So servers in the next heat, please stand by. We're on a short hold. So a well-served heat by surfer in blue and green taking first and second. So they will be advancing into the round of 64. So we're going to take a short break, cut to a commercial break, and we'll be right back with more action. This will be the last heat of the men's, then we will go straight into the women's. So please stand by and stay tuned. Right, we are back to live action. Heat number 16, men's round of 96 in the water. Coming up in this heat, Reed Platanius, Kos Stoyanov, Cooper Jewell, and Mateo Wander. They will be doing battle for the first and second position to move into the round of 64. Coming up in the next heat, we have Havana Cabrero, Rachel Aguirre, and Scout Mitchell. You ladies are due up immediately following this heat. You still have plenty of time to check in. Just calling to order. What a flurry of waves and a flurry of scores in that last heat. That was a barn burner and an upset, guaranteed. Here we go, red. Reed Platanius banging it vertical, up in the lip, can't hang on, and goes down. This round of 64 is going to be something to witness. From here on out, it's going to be all finals pretty much. We got 2 more spots in it. Who is it going to be? Reed, Jose, Kos, Cooper Jewell, or Mateo? 2 going to advance, 2 going to go home. Well, if they're in the junior, they won't be. They'll definitely be out of the QS. Hopefully, we can get some of this seaweed pushed out this evening on this, when the higher tide comes in, get it moved down the beach, or...
We call that the exfoliation section. So you got Reed Platanius, representing Canada out there against the 3 surfers representing USA. Things a little slow out in the ocean, but that's when the bowl will serve up some soup. So just hanging around on the beach and seeing what the competitors out there, I'm noticing a lot of these guys are opting for a little more of a pulled-in squash tail. You've been surfing here a long time, Lou. What's your favorite kind of shape board? What are you up for when you're surfing the bowl, especially on these days where there's a little bit of a north section?
Where do I sit? What do you mean? What did you ask? Sorry?
Yeah, just saying, like, I've noticed that watching a lot of the kids out there looking at the boards, I'm seeing a few rounded pins, but a lot of pulled-in squash tails seems to be the board design of choice. What's your favorite board shape when you were riding the bowl?
Rounded squash. That's what I always rode. Zander liked them too. So when he got a little older, I would get on some of his boards. He would get on some of mine. We'd have fun with it, you know, but yeah, just rounded squashes, and I kind of tend to sit further on the inside, especially when the tide is coming in. And those are the ones that sneak under everybody and just pop up on the reef is where I used to have my fun.
Yeah, I love squash tail boards, especially more on the south coast. Gives you a little more release out the tail. I usually go rounded pin on soup bowl, a little grippier, a little more carving on the wave face, less about sticking the tail out, maintaining that drive. Smaller days, sometimes set up with a quad. Bigger days, looking at the stability of that thruster. Smaller days, love the drive of a quad. Seeing a lot of surfers nowadays opting for the quad setup. I know a lot of the local guys are riding quads now and ripping. Big up to guys like Stephen Short out there throwing it up vertical. I know Stuart Stout's been riding the quad recently a lot as well. I've been seeing Josh Burke experimenting with quads more and more. So the surfers are seeing some lines starting to approach, and they're all jostling for position. No priority established as yet. So priority goes to the surfer in the best position at this point in time, which is closest to the peak, deepest, which at this point is looking like the surfer from the USA, Mateo Wander, up and right in. First wrapping turn, attacking that oncoming north section, and he goes down.
Yeah, he looks like a little kid. Brian, how old?
Yeah, so little Mateo Wanda, this kid is, he's only like, I don't know, maybe 13, 12, 13. As we were saying earlier, when it comes to that oncoming section and the momentum you carry up into it, well, a big part of momentum is how much you weigh. And some of these little lighter kids are going to really struggle when that oncoming section comes and just completely redirects their boards.
All right, we got a little break in the action. We're going to cut the glass with Andrew for the winner of the last heat, Rafael Pereira, for the post-heat interview powered by St. Luke's Clothing and Eco Lifestyle and Lodge. Take it away.
Here, the last heat winner, Rafael. Rafael, what was the toughest part of that heat for you?
Bueno, en realidad el hit estuvo bien bonito, hubieron buenas olas y gracias a Dios me tocaron dos olas buenas y pude avanzar a la siguiente ronda.
And how are you looking to improve going into your next round?
¿Qué te gustaría mejorar entrando a la siguiente ronda?
Bueno, sí, elegir un poco mejores olas más abiertas para hacer diferentes maniobras, que es lo que están buscando los jueces, y tratar de sacar buenos scores y seguir avanzando.
¿Y cómo te gustas Barbados?
Barbados es increíble, es mi segunda vez aquí en Barbados y buenas olas, buenos amigos, buena comida y contento de estar nuevamente en Barbados.
¿Tú quieres decir hola a tu familia?
Un saludo a toda mi familia allá en Venezuela que me está apoyando y a todos que nos están apoyando allá. Estamos aquí en Barbados representando a Venezuela y seguimos avanzando a la siguiente ronda.
Buena suerte, Rafael. Out in the booth.
First priority red, second priority blue. As we're back to live action, we're going to try and catch you all up. Last of white was a 2.50, and last of green was a 2.0. So we look at this white 2.5, just a little wrapping cutback. Coming out onto the open face, another wrapping cutback. Wave didn't really offering much. Already going in the heat, first ride. He also looks like a pretty young kid. I'm sure we'll be seeing him in the Pro Junior coming up later on in the week. And he goes out the back.
He looks like he could have been the under 14. But you just never know. All these kids are ripping from such a young age. The standard is in world surfing is just going to keep going up and up and up. And as we talked earlier about the standard with the girls, and we're going to be shifting over to the girls real soon. Final heat in the round of 96 in the BTMI Barbados Pro men's qualifying round.
Green, your last wave was a 2.0. You're currently in second. Red is currently in third with a 1.1. There we go. Red's gonna. So green with third priority. Gonna sneak this one away from everybody. Mateo Wander. Another nice looking top turn. Out onto the open face. Sticking with it. He does have two decent turns on the outside. He's only a youngster. Working his way all the way down. Throwing it up. Completing the maneuver. White, you are in first place with a 2.50. Waiting on this last of green. 13 minutes, 50 seconds remaining. So ladies, you should be checked in by now. Ready to go. Havana Cabrera, Rachel Aguirre, and Scout Mitchell. Havana Cabrera qualified for the Challenger Series right here a couple years ago. It was as much of a spectacle to watch her qualify as Chris Clark. All right, never mind. As much as a spectacle to watch her qualify as it was to watch her dad jump up and down and carry on. Carlos is a great guy. He's a great friend. Known him for a long time. Havana's currently sitting. Chris Clark, can you come to the judges' tent? Chris Clark, as we see red. Yeah, Havana currently sitting in 17th place. Yeah, Havana Cabrera currently sitting in 17th position on the rankings.
Last of red, you dropped a 5. You dropped a 5 on your last rave. That takes you into second place.
.11 minutes remaining in this heat number 16 round of 96. Blue up and riding. Opening his account. Kos Stoyanov. Banging it vertical on that north section. Able to get around it. Can he? No, he can't, but he does complete the maneuver. So he will get credit for that maneuver.
Yeah, Cole's taking his time, sitting with priority for a long time. 10 minutes into the heat, he gets his first wave.
So last of white, blue, 4-2-3. You now require a 1.9.
As we see the replay of Coles throwing it up into the lip, oncoming section. Doesn't manage to get back out onto the open face, but he makes sure he rides out and gets the score, a reasonable score for that one maneuver, a 4.23. And that puts him firmly in the mix. No massive scores dropped in this heat as of yet. The priority sitting with the surfer in white, followed by the surfer in red, Reed Platinius, coming out of Canada. Real cool guy, we hung out a bit last year.
So watching white using priority, Cooper Jewell. Nice little down carve, setting up north section, attacking it with speed. Is he going to get round it? As Red ripped the top of that wave right off. And he's not a small kid by no means. Surfing with tons of power. He's currently in second position, trying to protect that.
Yeah, that was a nice exchange. Here we're seeing Red, the second rider up, and he throws it up into the lip, comes down, projects out onto the open face, and then attacks it. Nice lip line turn, throwing it buckets of spray, and then he gets a third tag, just for emphasis, and then he decides to try and get out, keep his priority.
So we're waiting on 3 scores for red, white, and blue.
You could see a replay of white. White had a good wave, quite similar to red.
All right, last of white, 5-2-0.
Here we're seeing white dropping deep, nice deep bottom turn. Excellent carve, throwing loads of speed and then attacking that oncoming section. Unfortunately, after that, gets a little hung up in the white water, doesn't see a lot more on offer.
Here we go, back to live action. Green, Mateo, and blue. Stoyanov throwing it up in the lip. Working out onto the open faces, a series of cutbacks. Last of red, 6.17 for red, 6.17. So red first, white second, but we're waiting for a wave for green and blue. They don't need much of a requirement. So last of blue, 3.3. You now require a 3.48. And last of green, just a 0.5, doesn't go in your score line. You require a 3.3.
Here we're seeing blue with that first outside turn. 2 nice wrapping turns, throwing buckets of spray, but then not much on.
Yeah, so we're back to live action. Reed, oh boy, was watching the screen. He didn't see what happened there, but it just kind of looked like he caught a little bit of an edge and just jumped off. 6 minutes, 15 seconds remaining. So ladies, you should all be checked in and ready to go.
Looked like Reed was eyeing up another big vertical hit, but when he got there, the wave just didn't offer that section he required. It kind of flattened out and ended up catching a rail and going down, but the intent is there. They know the judges, he knows the judges want to see those big vertical attacks in those critical sections, showing all the commitment.
So blue, you're currently in third. You require a 3.48. And green, you're currently in fourth. You require a 3.3. Red first, white second. There we go, red. He's going to look at this left. Eyeing this section, big ramp for him. Throws up the rotator.
All right, Reed Platinus taking advantage of one of those lovely little left wedges, known for the possibility of an air section. And he throws the rotator, landing in the soup and managing to ride out. Let's see what the judges think of that.
All right, watch that replay. Waiting for the scores.
Yeah, if we could just cue up that replay the next time there's a break of Reed's air show. As we see the girls getting ready to head out in the exfoliation section. I don't know which of these younger kids qualify for the under 14.
Blue up and riding. All right, ladies. As we watch this replay of Rachel Aguirre, I want to apologize for the lack of commentary or half a commentary in that heat. We had a little bit of a technical issue. I was using the microphone that was not working through the webcast. So I do apologize for that. Recapping that last heat, Kos Stoyanov pulling out the second place on the buzzer, basically, getting the score, turning the heat. So server in red, Reed and Kos will advance into the round of 64. First of blue, 217. Calling to check in, servers in the next heat. Avery McDonald, Fabiola Alcala, Carl Schuster, and Marlon Glaub. You have plenty of time. So looking at the rankings, Kira Pinkerton having 2 victories this year at Jacks and Supergirls as we watch White open her campaign. Scout Mitchell. Nice little down carve right in the pocket. Another one. I recognize that whistle. I recognize that whistle. That sounds like my good friend Carlos Cabrera getting his daughter into position. There's nobody more animated than me but Carlos. Here we go, breaking down this replay of White. Kind of just setting up that little first check turn. Nice little down carve in the pocket. Coming around the section. Another nice little down carve. Flicking out the fins. A little uncontrolled on the next couple of turns, but that manufactured her 3.67. So first of White, 3.67. 21 minutes remaining. Blue, your first wave was a 2.17. White's first wave was a 3.67. So that leaves server in red on the outside, Havana Cabrera from Puerto Rico with priority. She is currently 17th on the rankings. All right, we have a little break in the action. We're going to throw it to the glass with Andrew, with the winner of the last heat, Reed Platenius, for the post-heat interview powered by St. Luke's Clothing and Eco Lifestyle and Lodge. Take it away, guys.
Here with the last heat winner, Reed. Describe that section you got, that wedgie section with that air.
Yeah, I was like paddling back out from that 6.67 I got, and a little left kind of came in under prio. I've been free surfing, you know, it's so busy out there that you kind of look for those lefts as a goofy footer. But yeah, that section just kind of came at me and bowled super crazy. I had to project out pretty far to stay in the wave, but cool little wave to find under prio.
That was a sick one, man. And how are the waves out there today?
It's fun. It's a lot better than this morning. Like throughout the day, it's kind of cleaned up and there's been more of those bowly ones. I'm just stoked to be here and be surfing in warm water. It's sweet.
I heard that you mentioned to your friend you had a change in equipment. You mind telling us about it?
Yeah, the last 2 days I've been riding the same board but in carbon material. Just it's been kind of like smaller and a bit softer, but then when I walked down today, it seemed like there's a lot more that kind of stood up, and this poly felt really good out there. Monster 10 by JS.
Awesome. Is there anyone at home you want to shout out, family or friends?
Yeah, my mom and my dad. Hope you guys are watching. The boys too. I'll be home soon.
Keep on ripping, man, and keep enjoying your time in Barbados, all right? Good luck in the next round. Out to the booth.
You are tuned into the BTMI Barbados Surf Pro QS 5000, presented by Diamonds International, brought to you by Surf Promotions Barbados Limited. This is the round of 48. We are in heat number 1 of the women's. Coming live and direct to you right here at Soup Bowl, Bathsheba, Barbados. This event is 11 years in the making, 13 years. Here we go. Red is going to use her priority. Up and riding. Alana Cabrero from Puerto Rico. Right here in the Caribbean. She is another Caribbean national. Working all the way to the inside. 17 minutes, 15 seconds remaining.
So we saw the Hannah Cabrero opening her account, fading, coming from deep into that bottom turn. Kind of a measured turn, just making sure that she makes her way into the inside, wants to start strong. Another fading cut back. As we cut to live action, we see Blue up and right in.
And just working her way to the inside, that wave not offering too much. So she goes out the back. First of red, 383 for red.
Seeing
So
more
priority goes to surfer and white, Scout Mitchell. Lone surfer on the outside. So as the tide starts to push out a little bit, the waves start to slow down a little more. The wind has seemed to cock more around to the right, which is good for cleaning up the waves. All right, 14 minutes, 50 seconds remaining. Surfer in blue currently in first position with a 217, a 167. Surfer in red in second position with a 3.83. And surfer in white in third position with a 367. So just very small scores required to reach an advancing position. Two surfers out of this heat will advance. One will retire from the event as white is up and riding. Scout Mitchell coming off the bottom, going up in the lip. And on the outside, red, Havana Cabrera, that's her first turn, and it's a quality one. Out onto the open face. Trying to maximize the scoring potential. There's a nice outside maneuver. Start the wave. Now we're going to take a look at this replay as she comes off the bottom. Just eyes up that section and throws the lip up in it. Throws the board up in the lip. And she's going to work her way all the way down to the inside. Maximize that score. So just waiting for that last score for red. That's going to send her to first. So red, 617, red, 6.17 for red. You're in first position. White, you dropped to second. You require a 633. And blue, you are in third. You require a 4.5. Here we go, girls. Ladies putting themselves into position as it just continues to clean up. What a difference an afternoon makes. The wind was forecast to be blowing 25 to 30 miles an hour today out of the east-northeast. Instead, the wind has dropped right down and swung completely to the left, to the right. Here we go, red up and right in Havana Cabrera. She's the current heat leader. She's looking to back up that 617. Not on that wave. She's going to go out the back, currently sitting on a 617 and a 383. And white on the outside. She's up and riding, throws the first turn. Little whitewater climb. Wave not going to offer too much more, and she's going to go out the back. So she's looking to increase her lead ever so slightly on blue. Blue sitting on the outside with priority. Here we go, blue. She's going to pull the priority. Out onto the open face, nice wrapping cutback, eyeing up this north section, throws it up, in control, and rides out cleanly. So last of white, 193, does not go in her score line. And on the outside, red, Havana, on a nice wave. Nice wrapping down carve. As she works her way to the inside. Here we go.
Looking at a replay of red, Havana Cabrera, nice wrapping turn. The way she opens up her body, opens up her hips, brings the board all the way around. Pushing up as much spray as she can.
All right. Watching this last of blue. 7.5 blue, 7.5 for blue. So blue, you are currently in second position, blue. You have a 7.5 and a 2.1. White, you are in third. You now require a 6.01. 8:37 remaining.
So Rachel Aguero from Costa Rica dropping the single highest score of the heat so far, putting herself in a strong position to compete and advance. I'm going to shout out all the crew from Costa Rica tuned in and all the crew from Costa Rica here in Barbados. And blue.
Blue, your last wave was a 7.5, blue. 7.5 on your last wave. You're currently in second. White, you are in third. You require a 6.01. 6.01 is your requirement, White. Blue, she's going to look to back up that 7.5. Coming off the bottom, going vertical up in the lip. Hanging on to the maneuver, throwing it back up there. It's one of those nice little inside waves that just line up. And she's going to replace that 2.17 for sure.
Yeah, that's excellent heat strategy from the young surfer from Costa Rica. Sitting under third priority, identifying scoring potential on that little nugget coming through the inside and going to town. So here we see the replay coming around that section. Big wrapping turn, staying close to the power source. Now is when she throws it up. Lots of energy into that turn, extending her legs, throwing a buckets of spray. That'll be a nice little backup score to her 7.
All right. Blue, your last wave was a 5.27, Blue. 5.27 for Blue. Blue goes to first. Red, you are in second. Blue's last wave was a 5.27. So Blue goes to first. Red drops to second. White, you require a 7.9. 5 minutes, 50 seconds.
Again, we apologize for any technical difficulties you may have had in the last round. I'm pretty sure we're all back on stream now. As we come up to the 5-minute mark in this first round, in the round of 40, first heat in the round of 48, the BTMI Barbados Surf Pro, the ladies are in the water. And we're going to be closing out the day with the ladies.
All right, White setting up. Out onto the open face. Nice little down carve. She's currently in third position. She's going to take the low road, stick with this one. Three minutes, 20 seconds remaining. All right, last of White, 4.23. That cuts your requirement to 7.37, White.
So the two surfers in first and second sitting on the outside by themselves. White trying to get herself back out into the lineup to put a little bit of pressure on the two surfers sitting in the qualifying positions, but she's still quite far down in the rip. We have 2 minutes to go, and priority sitting with the second place surfer in red.
All right, red in the next heat. Hold your position, red. All right, red pulled for that one. Priority change shifts to blue. So last of blue, 527, puts her in first. That was a while ago, but my mic is not really working properly. So blue first, red second. Red holding second priority with 1 minute, 5 seconds remaining. There we go, 20 seconds. Next heat, stop where you're going. Counting this one in 3, 2, 1. So that's no ride for. So the servers in the next seat, please hold your positions and stand by. We're on a short hold. So this is going to end with blue first, red second. So those two ladies will be advancing into the round of 64. Ladies in the next seat, stand by. We're on a short hold. We're going to cut the quick commercial break. We'll be right back after these messages. In 3, 2, 1. So we're back to live action coming up in this heat. In red, Avery McDonald. In blue, Fabiola Alcala. In white, Carl Schuster. And in green, Marlon Glaub. So this is heat number 2 in the round of 48 of the women's QS 5000.
All right, so we got Carl Schuster up, getting the heat started. Nice little turn, pushing out the back foot. Here she goes up in the lip. Carl keeping busy. Another nice aggressive turn as she makes her way towards the inside. And she's looking for that final tag. Go, Carl. All right. Carl, you dropped a 4.0 to get your account started. Also in this heat, we have in red Avery McDonald out of the USA. We got Fabiola Alcala from Puerto Rico. And Marilyn Glob. Right now, we're up and riding with Avery McDonald from the USA as she wiggles her way to the inside and sets up that big hit. Oh, just comes down with the soup. Doesn't manage to ride out.
lost a red, coming in at 250. Green, she's going to roll into this one and go down. Wilhelm, priority over to the surfer in blue from Puerto Rico, Fabiola Acala.
So once again, I want to say a big hello to everyone tuning in from all over the world. All over the east and west coast of the USA. All over Canada, Europe, Central America, all over the Caribbean, and all of those tuning in from right here at home in Barbados.
Oh, Blue digging for that one. She's going to lose priority on that. So priority is going to go to server in white, followed by green. So blue will hold third priority, red will be fourth. So priority order is white, green, blue, red.
Yeah, that was a little error on the part of blue there. Trying to pull at that smaller wave, but didn't make it in. And handing over priority to her competitors that already have a score each. And this is where the mental side of things come in, to know that you made that mistake, but to be able to get back out there, reset, know there's still plenty of time on the clock. And here we're looking at green. Green rolling in. Bit of a tapered wave, more out of the east, and that doesn't give green anything on offer. Here we got blue under priority, trying to roll in on the shoulder, but too much white water, and we might get a little paddle battle as a result. So at the moment, surfer in white sitting with priority, Carl Schuster. She's sitting on a 4.0 with a single wave. Surfer in red, you're in second place. You require a 1.5 to take the lead. Surfer in green, you're in third place. You require a 1.01 to get into an advancing position. So just small scores at the moment, but plenty of time to go in this heat.
All right, we're going to cut to the glass with Andrew for the winner of the last heat. Rachel Aguirre for the post-heat interview, powered by St. Luke's Clothing and Eco Lifestyle and Lodge. Take it away, guys.
I feel super happy to make my first heat and be here in Barbados. Yeah, it's a cool place.
In terms of wave selection, what waves are you looking to select out there today?
I was watching the waves with my coach, and he was like, just catch 2 waves, 2 good ones with like big turns in the section, and I did that, and I got a couple 5 and a 6 and a 7, and yeah, it was super fun out there.
And what's your favorite thing about Barbados so far?
Ooh, probably the waves. I surfed randoms yesterday, and it was super fun, and I surf here in Subol. It's super fun.
Is there anyone at home you want to shout out, family or friends?
Yeah, of course. Quiero decir hola a todos ahí en Costa Rica. Muchas gracias a mis patrocinadores que me permiten estar acá, Reef, Roxy, Surf Dojo, U-Wax, todos por ahí. Muchísimas gracias. Quiero enviarle un saludo a mi mamá, a mi papá, a mis hermanitos, y muchas gracias a todos los que están viendo ahí, pura vida.
Awesome. Good luck in the next round, Rachel, all right?
Thank you.
Keep ripping. Back to the booth.
All right, back to live action. While we were away, we saw Avery McDonald. She put down a 2.23, so she goes to first. Server in white, Carl Schuster drops to second. Server in green, she is in third, requiring a 3.1. And surfer in blue up and riding. She is currently in 4th position, requiring a 3.75. Let's see what she can do on this wave.
All right, Fabiola Alcala from Puerto Rico opening her account. Getting some work down into the rip.
All right, Red up and riding. Avery McDonald, she is the current heat leader on a better looking wave. We're spying on Green on the outside with a nice top turn. Floats the section off the North Peak and she can't hang on. So
just seems to have gone a little quiet in the last heat or two, Lou. Not seeing those long walls, not seeing as much of that north section, but hopefully that will come back as we look at the replay of Blue. As she comes in, takes a high line and wraps around to stay close to the white water. Another carving turn. A little bit of a pump trying to make her way to the inside because she sees that it's potential for a little bit of a more vertical snap. And here we go, a little tag on the inside and she cuts out. As we see Red, Avery McDonald's deep drawn up bottom turn. Nice snap, extending the back leg, throwing that spray, making an exclamation mark for the judges. But she doesn't see any more scoring potential down the line, so she also opts to cut out and head back into the lineup. As we see Coral Schuster in white on priority, trying to position herself.
those scores trickling in. Last of Red, 5.0. Last of Blue, 3.6. All right, ladies, just want to let you know the speakers are cutting in and out. So just bear with us. I'll do my best to get you the scores and the situation. Thank you very much. Last of Blue was a 3.6, so Blue is in third. Blue, you now require a 1.08. Green, you are in fourth. You now require a 2.6. 14 minutes, 50 seconds remaining. Blue, your last wave was a 3.6. You are in third. You require a 1.0. So White's up and riding. Getting a little hung up behind that white water.
A little bit of a priority mistake there from White, coming from a bit deep on that wave. We could see what she was looking for, but just not able to make it around that heavy white water section. And she's going to have to go back out and see what she can find for a backup score. Now sitting in, or will be sitting eventually under priority of the other three surfers. So she'll need to stay busy until she can regain priority. There's still plenty of time in this heat.
Red, your last wave was a 5.0. You are in first. We're having technical difficulties with the mics, so just bear with us, please.
Ladies, can you all hear us all right? Here we go. Something standing up. The girls are looking interested. Surfer in green has priority, and she drops from deep. She's making her way around, looking for that vertical wall. Building speed, attacks the lip. Here we go. Nice wrapping turn. Looking for more on the inside as the wave reforms. Running down the track on one more little tag, which she rides out of. Behind we have the surfer in blue trying to make her way inside to the inside. Nice tag. Runs it down the line, looking for that little oncoming section to redirect. As we have white up next, straight up into the lip. And that wave just runs on down into the channel and doesn't give her anything more to score.
All right, red on the outside. Avery McDonald throwing it up in the lip. Coming out onto the open face. So the three ladies, you have scores to drop. Coming up in the next heat, Maddie Stanton, Kiana Miller, Mia Calderon, and Oshia Green.
As we look at the replay of blue, she got a little hung up to start that wave. Manages one nice wrap and then almost gets hung up a second time, but she sees a little potential down the line, decides to pump her way through and get a couple of nice tags on the inside. But no real moves of consequence.
Waiting for scores for all three surfers. 4 surfers. So last of green, 407. Working on the next 3 scores. Blue, I'm waiting on scores. Last of blue, 477 for blue.
We're waiting on scores to drop, Green. We're going to update the situation very soon. 9 minutes to go.
All right, last of red, 243. So blue, you are first. Blue first, red second, white third. White, you need a 3.5. Green fourth, you needed 3.4. So green is fourth, needing a 3.4. Eight minutes, 20 seconds remaining.
All right, we're seeing a few lines approaching. The girls have spotted it, and they're making their move.
We go up and right in blue. Look at that fat one. Wow. All right, last up, blue 393. You are in first. White, you're in third, needing a 3.51, and green in fourth, needing a 3.4.
So looking at a replay of Fabiola, just missed time in that oncoming section. She does get one wrapping turn right before, but
Green, looking at this one, she's up and right and currently in fourth position. This little top turn. As the 5-minute bell goes, ladies, you can paddle out. Ladies on the beach, I am having a little bit of difficulty with your mics. So just bear with us. We'll try and get you the score as best we can.
oh, there's a heavy one coming through there now.
Red holding priority, just giving that a little peek. No right on that. So White, you're currently still in third. Red up and riding. Live action, Avery McDonald. Throwing it up in the lip on that north section. Lovely turn. So ladies, you can paddle out. Oh. She's looking to pair up something with that 5-point ride. Currently in second position.
Yeah, Avery got through a lot of work on that wave. I'm pretty sure she's going to say goodbye to that 2.5 as we look at White paddling.
Here we go, White up and right in. She's currently in third position, Carl Schuster. Two minutes, 50 seconds remaining. Last of blue, sorry, last of red, 5, 6, 7. Red, you go back to first. Blue, you drop to second. White, you now require a 4.7 for white. And green, you require a 4.6. Last of white was a 3.60. All right, blue up and right in. And she goes out the back. So that was not a good use of her priority. A lot of waves ridden in this heat. 5 waves for each surfer. Green, giving that a look.
Yeah, Green having a little paddle there, but she doesn't concede priority because no one else was in the lineup. So she retains her first priority, followed by the surfer in blue. The surfer in white and red are not yet in the lineup, so they do not establish priority. As we coming up to a minute and 15 seconds in this round of 48, heat 2 of the BTMI Barbados Surf Pro. The ladies are in the water. With 1 minute to go, is Soup Bowl gonna throw up some surprises?
All right, 40 seconds remaining.
Seeing some movement, Lou.
Audio level was high. Someone turned it up. Super loud. Get it out, so you turn the other one up.
All right, red, she's going to pull the trigger. 20 seconds remaining. Green, she's up and riding. She's going to have to get around this section. She can't do it. She's going to go down with 10 seconds remaining. And blue, white with priority. Oh boy, this. Okay, so stand by, ladies. Stand by. We are going to be on a short hold. We are on hold, ladies. We are on hold, short hold. Please hold. Fourth position. So official results, red first, white second, green third, blue fourth. So back to live action. Coming up in the seat, Maddie Stanton in red, Kiana Miller in blue, Mia Calderon in white, and Osia Green in green, ironically. So, all right, counting this one in 5 seconds, ladies. In 3, 2, 1. So we'll just explain what went on. They cut to a commercial break. While all that action transpired in the middle of that heat, we had a priority interference. The tongue twister. Priority interference, blue on white. So blue will lose a whole wave. She will drop to 4th position. So official results, red first, white second, green third, blue 4th. So bad luck for Fabiola and good luck for Carl. But Carl did have the priority, which means she had the right of way to any wave she saw fit. Here we go, start of this next heat, white, Mia Calderon. 2 lovely hacks off the top. Red up and right in Maddie Stanton.
Yeah, bad mistake from blue in the last heat. She's going to have to go and reset. But those are the kind of moments that you live and you learn, you grow. And these are young surfers. There's a lot more of that to come in their careers. So use these as teachable moments to grow from.
Green, looking at this one. She's up and riding.
All right, Osea Green representing Canada, opening her account as we see blue.
Up and riding with blue. Kiana Miller. She's also been coming here quite a few times. So first of red, 267. First of white, 5.5. First of green, 3.0.
Yeah, it's really good to see Kiana Miller out of the USA. Someone who's been coming here a long time. Really good to see her out there competing. She had an amazing session the other day over on the West Coast, but had a little accident. And I'm glad that she recovered in time. And she's out there ready to give it her all. So.
First of blue, 357. So early going, white first, blue second, green third, red 4th. White, she's up and riding. Mia Calderon dropping the single highest. Wow, that was a big turn by this youngster. She's serving with tremendous power. And on the outside, Maddie Stanton. Maddie Stanton currently ranked 25th on the North America tour as we wait for this last of white to drop in. Going to be the best of the heat so far. 6.5 white, 6.5 white. White to first. Last of red, 3.3. So red to second. Blue, your third. Blue, you require a 2.4. And green, your fourth, you require a 2.9. 19 minutes, 50 seconds remaining. Watch this replay of this 6'5" from White. Pure power. And she's a small girl, too.
Yeah, Mia Calderon getting low, showing that nice low compressed stance, making that board move and dance.
All right, we got a little break in the action. We're going to send it down to Andrew with the winner of the last heat, Avery McDonald, for the post-heat interview powered by St. Luke's Clothing and Eco Lodge and Eco Lifestyle and Lodge. Take it away, guys.
You're the last heat winner, Avery. What was the toughest part of that heat for you?
Probably just getting the right waves and finishing them to the inside.
In terms of wave selection, do you think you can improve that in the next heat, or?
Yeah, for sure. I definitely think that I'm going to have to fix a couple of things up from that last heat for my next heat, and I'm really excited.
You're telling me that you love the wave Brandon's. How is that wave compared to here?
It's very different. I think I like it a lot because I like going backside a lot, and it's just like a long, really pretty left. This is just like a short right. So.
Is there anyone at home you want to shout out before we go?
Yeah, I want to shout out all my family and all my grandma's friends and my family. I miss you guys.
Well, keep on ripping, and good luck in the next round, Avery, all right? Watch you guys at the booth.
Blue up and riding. Kiana Miller out onto the open face. Working it for all it's worth. Gonna look to get this finishing maneuver. So 3 servers in that flurry of waves, white, red, and blue. Leaving green on the outside by herself. Actually, she's not even on the outside yet.
Yeah, nice flurry of waves there as we look at the surfer in blue, Kiana Miller. And she works her way to the inside, just manufacturing the score as she goes along, working her way down the line, looking for that little steeper section so she can get a better board redirect. Here we're looking at Maddie Stanton. Nice turn right in the pocket, extending that back leg, pushing the tail out. A little wraparound turn, staying close to the pocket. And she just comes unstuck on the inside, but she'll be happy with that first turn on the outside.
All right, so we're waiting for those scores to drop. Silver and white, red and blue. There's a close heat. White in a commanding lead ahead, but then the rest are right there alongside everybody. So the scores for blue dropping. They look pretty good. All right, last of blue, 433. Waiting on red and white. Last of red, 4.6. Last of blue, 4.33 for blue. Blue with a nice top turn. Another nice top turn. Cuts it back. Waiting for this thing to stand up. She's got two outside maneuvers. Wow. Beautifully served wave. So last of white, 6.0. But hang on, hold the phone, because we got a score to drop for blue, and it's going to be a good one. If you could cue up that replay of blue, we could break that down for you.
So here we see blue just taking off a little bit on the shoulder, going straight into a nice top turn, and then a second outside top turn. Buckets of spray on both those outside maneuvers. Then she sees the wave just kind of flatten a little bit, so makes a couple of little turns back into the pocket, waiting for it to reset on the inside for one more tag. So strong surfing from the surfer in blue.
Right, last of blue, 7.0, blue, 7-0. You go to second. Red, you drop to third. Red, you now require a 6.74, red. A 6.74 is your requirement. Blue, your last wave was a 7. You're in second. Green, your last wave was 8.5. Your requirement is an 8.3. 12 minutes, 50 seconds remaining.
Yeah, Lou, so once again.
White, your two waves are a 6.5 and a 6. You're in first.
Once again, Lou, we see the judges consistently rewarding those big outside maneuvers, plenty of power and flow. Two solid top turns right in the critical section of the wave with lots of spray and no downtime in between maneuvers.
Green getting in the mix. Nice little top turn, but the wave's not going to offer much more for her. Yeah, you're right, Bodie. Those two back-to-back major maneuvers, that's what the judges are looking for. It's pretty apparent.
Especially the flow from one maneuver straight into the other without much downtime is always highly rewarded in those steep critical parts of the wave. So blue now sitting with the highest single score in the heat.
White, you're in first position. You have a 6 and a 6.5. 11 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Red up and right in. Maddie Stanton. She's sitting on a 4.6 and a 3.3. She's currently in third position. She needs a good score. She has plenty of time left, 11 minutes. But she does want to increase her highest wave. That will cut down her requirement. As we look at this replay.
Yeah, Maddie just trying to get up and throw it as much effort as she can into that one turn. Fortunately, a little bit mistimed. It doesn't really get the oncoming section that she was looking for. And then once she makes it to the inside, realizes it's a lost cause. That's not going to be the score she wants. So she's going to hustle back out to the lineup and try to pick off a little nugget or hope that she can regain priority and get herself a better scoring wave to cut down the requirement. Maddie looking for a 6.74 to get into an advancing position from third place. And Green, you're looking for an 8.33. You were in fourth place. want to say a big hello to Maddie's mom, Jen, on the beach. Haven't met her yet, Jen, but we'll catch up. Jen was staying over at my place over in Parla last week.
We're looking at Green up and right. And last of Green come in at a 3.0. So that goes in her score lane, but doesn't cut down her requirement. She still requires that 8.33 for Green. The last of Red, 2.77. Also does not cut down her requirement. She's still looking for that 6.74. Coming up in the next heat, we're going to see Ella McCaffrey, Ayla Stutzman, Yolari Carreras, and Valeria Ojeda. That will be the last heat of the day. Been a long day. We got 5 more days to go.
5 more days of fun in the sun.
There we go, watching White. She's the current heat leader, sitting on a 6 and a 6.5. And a nice looking wave approaching the lineup. Everybody lets it go. Blue is going to pull the trigger on it. Recognizing that wave, but the surfer in Green was in the right position. She could have got 2 turns before she got to Blue. Leaves it first. The surfer in Blue, she's looking to better her score line, increase that requirement for the surfer in Red and Green. Red currently requiring a 6.7 and Green currently requiring an 8.3.
Yeah, so we saw surf in Blue Kiana a little bit further over in the channel, but holding priority and using that priority to defend her position, block anyone else from taking that wave. As we see Red with priority taking a look.
She's up and riding. Gonna stick with it. This wave may offer something, and she doesn't like the looks of it. No outside maneuvers. So she's out the back with 7 minutes, 10 seconds remaining. Surfer in Blue way down in the rip. Surfed that wave a long way.
She started off almost in the rip.
Last of Blue, 3.20. Red score starting to trickle in with 6 minutes, 45 seconds remaining. Green, she's up and riding. And on the outside, White not being able to get into position, having to go under that one.
This last set that came in through just tricked everybody. We saw all the girls use their priority and none of them really get any good waves throughout that. That's the bowl when you don't know. It looks like it's going to do one thing, but it hits the reef and sometimes it just rolls off into the channel. Sometimes it just backs off completely, doesn't hit the reef at all. So wave selection is going to be key with the next flurry.
Last of Green, 2.03. Last of Red, 1.9. That will not factor in. Red still looking to better at 4.6 to cut down that requirement. As we roll into 5 minutes, 45 seconds remaining. So ladies, you got about another half a minute before you can paddle out. This is heat number 3 in the round of 48 of the women's side. All right, ladies, you can paddle out. 4 minutes, 45 seconds remaining. In case you haven't heard already, we're having a little bit of problems with our microphones and the speakers, so just bear with us. I'll do my best to get the scores to you. In the water, Red still in third, requiring that 6.7. She's going to pull the trigger here, up and riding. She's going to do it with big turns like that, but she needs to hang on, and she does. Going to float the section. Hopefully it will wall up for her, but that was a big turn in a critical spot. So she hangs on. We're going to see where the judges go. She's got 4 minutes remaining. If she can better that 4.6, she will cut her requirement as we watch this replay.
Yeah, Maddie coming in and just setting up for that one turn, fully committed, fully committed, enveloped by that white water, but manages to stay low and compressed onto her board, absorbing all that turbulence, and manages to ride out to get a score.
That was actually pretty technical. She really had to put that board in the right connection.
Yeah, that was way harder than it looked.
All right, looks like scores are trickling in. So last of Red, 507. So she cuts that requirement ever so slightly, now requiring a 6.27 with 3 minutes, 15 seconds remaining. But if she could have put a turn on the outside before that closeout, she would have got the score. Blue, you are in second position. Red's last wave was a 5.07. Red requires a 6.27. That's Red's requirement, 6.27. 2 minutes, 50 seconds remaining.
Blue, you require a 5.5.
Blue, you are in second position. Red is in third, requiring a 6.27. Here we go, Blue up and right, and she's not listening to me. She's going to try and better her score. So priority change, Red to first, green to second. 2 minutes, 8 seconds remaining. Red up and riding. Oh, big top turn. Can she back it up? Pushes out the fins. One more time. Gonna look to finish this strong. Here we go. Up in the lip, finishing strong. Maddie Stanton. Can she pull it out?
I don't think she could have done much more on that wave, Lou. Taking advantage of a little mistake by Blue, giving up priority and pulling the trigger on that little inside, and she went to town. She knew that she was given an opportunity there, and she definitely made the most of it. With strong turns, that first committed turn, making her way around the white water, another snap as we go back to live with green.
Throwing it up in the lip, looking for a second maneuver, and her foot slips off, but 1 minute remaining. The big score going to come is this one for Red. Next heat, just stay where you are, ladies. Thank you very much. Priority change, white second, blue first. Blue, you go to priority. Still waiting on the last of Red.
Yeah, we'd love to see another replay of Red's wave. We can break that down again. Maddie Stanton on the inside, coming from deep, taking a deep bottom turn straight into the lip. Throwing as much effort as she can into that first turn. Now she comes around the section, making her way around the white water. Another little snap on the inside where it stands up a little more vertical. And here she goes. Big tag to finish it on that oncoming section.
All right, here we go in 3, 2, 1. All right, we're still waiting for the last of Red. We're still waiting for the last of red. Ladies in the next heat, please hold your positions. We are going to be on a short hold. We're going to stick with this. We're not going to send it to a commercial break as we can finish out this heat. We are waiting for scores that could implicate this last heat, so we'll stay live until we get that scores. The judges are deliberating. They're talking about it. They're working it out. They're comparing waves, watching the replays.
The replays are so important to be able to go back and accurately compare one wave to another. And that's where the scoring chart really comes from. It's a comparison. Here we go.
All right, here we go. Score is going to start trickling in here now. We're on a position, servers. Hold your positions. So Maddie Stanton in red, waiting for the score. This is an important one. I see some scores dropping. She requires a 6. All right, she requires a 6.27, drops a 6.10. Not enough. So advancing into the next round will be Surfer in white and Surfer in blue. Ladies in the next heat, please stand by. We are counting it in, 10 seconds. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
All right, back to live action. The final heat of the round of 48. Surfer in red from the USA, Ella McCaffrey. Surfer in blue, Ayla Stutzman from the USA. Surfer in white, Jalari Carreras from Puerto Rico. And surfer in green, Valeria Ojeda from Venezuela. Congrats again to surfer in the last round, Mia Calderon taking out the win, and Kiana Miller recovering from that injury to make it through to the next round.
All right, coming up in this heat, we got Ella McCaffrey in red, Ayla Stutzman in blue, Yolari Carreras in white, and Valeria Ojeda in green. Testing, no, it's not going to work. 2, testing. All right, here we go. Green up and riding. She's up and down. And white putting herself in position. Wave not really offering too much. And she goes out the back. So just a quick up and down for blue. And a 1-4 for white. So that will leave red and blue sitting on the outside, battling conventionally for right of way on that wave. 22 minutes remaining. This will be the last heat of the day. All right, first of white, 1.5. First of green, 0.5. Green, she's going to pull the trigger on the inside. First turn, up in the lip. Out onto the open face. And on the outside, no takers. Giving that one a good look.
All right. Valeria Ojeda out of Venezuela dropping the first consequential score of the day, of the heat. As we have the surfer in red, Ella McCaffrey from USA. She drifts in, a little bit of a fade turn and then cuts back, but that wave peters out. So she's just getting her feet in the wax and getting warmed up. Priority now sits with the surfer in blue, Ayla Stutzman from the USA.
Such a couple of minimal scores on the board. Still early, 20 minutes remaining. Waiting for that last of green to trickle in. 3.67 for green, 3.67, 2.07 for red. So early going, green first, red second, white third, and blue fourth.
Once again, a big hola to all our Spanish-speaking audience from Costa Rica, Puerto Rico, Venezuela, wherever you're tuning in from.
Blue looking at this one. She's up and riding. Ayla banging it vertical, pushing out the fins. Well, that was not a bad surf wave. Showing some flair on that wave.
Yeah, Ayla getting a couple of maneuvers there, looking really stylish. Small wave, not a lot of scoring potential, but her board looks loose under her feet, and that would be a good way to warm up. Get back out there, and get in the mix. Here we're looking at that replay again. So Ayla just dropped in on a smaller wave on the inside, but nice little snap, and then straight back into a little attack on that whitewater section before she cuts out. Oh, a third little wrap. So just a warm-up wave.
All right, last of blue, 4.5, blue, 4.5. That puts you in first. Green, you drop the second. Red, you are third. And white, you are fourth. White with priority. She's up and riding. Carrera can't quite hang on to that north section, and she goes down. All right, we are going to take this short break to send it down to Andrew with the winner of the last heat, Mia Calderon, for the post-heat interview powered by St. Luke's Clothing and Eco Lodge. Take it away, guys.
Here with Mia. Mia, what was the toughest part of your last heat?
I would say, I was gonna say finding the waves, but in reality, at the beginning, I kind of got two good ones. So at the end, I think like keeping priority and calming down a little bit after getting those two good waves.
And where are you from, Mia?
I'm from Puerto Rico.
And from being from the Caribbean, how are the waves there compared to here?
They're very, very similar. This is actually really similar to my favorite wave at home, which is called Middles in Isabela. So yeah.
And what board are you riding today?
I'm riding a CI Pro 2.0, which is also my favorite model.
And surfing really well out there. So do you want to say hi to anyone at home, some family or friends?
Yeah, mami, papi, Noah, gracias por estar mirándome, a Uyaba también, a Millet, muchas gracias por apoyarme y seguimos para adelante.
Well, keep on ripping, Mia, and good luck in the next round, all right? Pass you guys to the booth.
Okay, back to live action. Thank you very much, Andrew. As you saw during that heat interview, we had a rider up and out, just garnering a .87. 16 minutes, 15 seconds remaining. And this last final heat of the day. Still waiting on the schedule for tomorrow. Okay, here we go. Red up and right in. Ella McCaffrey. Just waiting for this wave to wall up forward. Nice. Slashing down carve. Another one.
All right, Ella McCaffrey, realizing it's been a bit of a slow heat, deciding to pick off one of those little inside nuggets and try to manufacture a score, only requiring a 2.27 to get into an advancing position. So she'll paddle back out knowing that she's put a little bit of pressure on her competitors as things have slowed down a little bit. And while there's a little break in the action in the water, we just want to shout out all the judges and all the officials, the guys who've been here all day.
All right, last of red, 3.9 red, you go to first. Blue, you drop to second. White, you are third. You now require a 2.5. And green, you are fourth. You require a 1.7. Just catch the tail end of that replay.
Literally. So yeah, once again, just want to shout out all the judges, all the officials. These guys are out here from 8 in the morning, 9 hours of concentration as we see some waves approaching.
And blue. And everybody's going to wear this one. Priority change, so green goes to first, blue goes to second. So priority blue, red, green first, blue second, white third. Last of red, 3.90. Here we go, blue. A little down carve on a slopey wave. This low tide could be affecting the inside section a little bit now. Wind seems to be swinging a little bit more around on shore, but it is very light. Trust me, we know it's hot as can ever be under this tent. All right, here we go. White, no ride.
Yeah, just not quite seeing as much of that north section coming through in the last 4 or 5 heats. So things have slowed down a little bit. Not as much scoring potential, but it's an even playing field out there, and they all have to find the right wave.
Green with priority, lets it go. Ella McCaffrey up inside in red. She's in the right position. Big down carve. Wrapping around cutback. She was in the right position for that wave. She's currently sitting on a 3.9 and a 2.07. I'm sure that's going to be her best. So green up and out. 9 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. 5.83 for red. Red, you go to first. Blue, you drop to second. Green, you're in third. Green, your requirement is a 3.0. White, you are in fourth. Your requirement is a 3.85.
So here we have the surfer in red, Ella McCaffrey from USA, showing her experience here at the bowl, recognizing that everything went a little slow. She paddled a little deeper, closer to where we would call the high rock, just out of the bowl. Manages to catch a little wedge from way up inside and get to work, dropping the highest single score of the heat and moving her into first place. So that was excellent heat strategy from Ella McCaffrey, who was under priority at the time. Again, showing her experience and her knowledge of the break after coming here for so long. That's a tactic that we often see our local hero, Josh Burke, coming from way up inside. Like I said, everybody has the same opportunities out there. It's just a case of where you position yourself.
All right. Free surfers, free surfers. Take your time, fellas and ladies. Stay on the beach, please. Stay on the beach. Thank you.
Stay in the exfoliation section. Go have a little lay down. People pay a lot of money at spas for that kind of scrub. But don't paddle out yet. Don't paddle out yet. There's still 7 minutes to go in this heat, guys. Stay on the beach. We'll let you know when you can start to paddle out.
A green up and right in.
So as we totally understand, all these kids are chomping at the bit to get out there and get some of the Soup Bowl afternoon action. But they've got to respect their competitors. There's another 6.5 minutes to go, and then you guys can charge all evening. Just hang back.
White with priority. She's going to roll into this one. Throwing it up on the north section, and she can't hang on. She goes down. Currently in the 4th position. Not requiring too much. Free surfers. Here we go, Blue up and right and banging it vertical up in the lip. Can she hang on? All right, last of green, 260. You still require that 301 green. Your requirement is a 301. Five minutes, ladies. 5 minutes remaining. Red, your last wave was a 5.83. You're in first position. Red up and right in. Ella McCaffrey eyeing up this north section. Oh, big slashing turn. Can she hang on? No, she can't.
Ella just putting a little too much into that last turn. Not getting the projection to right out, getting a little hung up, coming down with the soup. And too much turbulence for her to right out.
Loss of red, 273, does not factor in. We are in heat number 4 in this round of 48. I'll give you the schedule as soon as this heat is over for tomorrow's surfing. Just want to invite everybody to stick around after the event's over. We're going to leave the music on. The bar will be serving food and drinks after the event. We just have a little lime, as we call it here in Barbados, just a little hangout. Meet the surfers, meet the parents. Here we go, White, looking at this inside. Nope, leaves it alone. Both of these girls just require minimal scores to move into the advancing position.
I think there's also meant to be a movie night under the tent and a karaoke night after. So there's still plenty of activities when all the surfing's done. So feel free to come on down, whether you finish school or work, come down to the East Coast.
Free servers, hold your positions, guys. Free servers, hold your positions. Thank you. Here we go, green. Banging it up in the air. Blue up and riding. If any of you free servers are still in this event, right, there's still 3 minutes. Go by. You guys are in the lineup, guys. Come on, man. Have some respect. Right? You can still be penalized, so go to 4th priority when your heat starts. White, waiting on your last score to drop, so just give me a minute. Last of white, 203. You now require a 3.85. Last of green still to drop. But I also have a wave for red and also one for blue.
Looking at that replay of green, Valeria getting a couple of nice tags on the inside, staying nice and low, making her way around the section into 1, 2 more snaps. That was a nice turn. Lots of flow. And there we have blue coming from deep, making her way around the section. Wave slows down a little bit. Here it stands up, and she attacks that lip. Riding out, coming back onto the open face, settles herself down. She's looking to see if there's anything more available and gets 2 more tags on the inside. So that's a good exchange.
All right, last of green, 4-7-3, changes the situation. Blue, you drop to third. You will also have a wave coming, Blue. So hold the phone. Let me see what happens. 1 minute. So last of blue, 4-6-0. So you go back to second. Green, you require a 4-3-7. White, you require a 6-2-7. No more paddling, free servers. I got out my binoculars and I'm looking to see who you are. Trust me, I will penalize you.
We will take names. Free surfers, do not move. Stay where you are. There's 30 seconds to go. Uncle Lou is going to start identifying you guys. Here we go. Red up and right in. Looking to make a statement on this last wave. Big turn up into the section. Here she goes one more time. The oncoming white water, but doesn't ride out.
All right, here we go. And counting this one in. And 3, 2, 1. So green is up in time with a big top turn. She's up in time, so this will count. Working her way to the inside. So once again, we're going to hold on the commercial till this exchange gets judged.
Here we go. Looking at a replay of red, Ella McCaffrey. Nice wrap. Here she comes again, attacking that section. A little fin drift. Comes back around, attacks it one more time, but unfortunately can't ride out. Ella's already in a strong position, but we're waiting for a replay of white here and green. So here we have white. A little bit hung up on her bottom turn. Catches the rail a little bit. Losing a lot of speed. Couple of soft check turns. And waiting for that replay of green.
Well, this one went down to the wire, so green on the buzzer, literally. We're looking at that very, very carefully.
Here we go. One more replay to drop. Valeria Ojeda from Venezuela. Here we go, looking once again at White's last wave. Catches that rail on the bottom turn, losing a lot of speed. Wave does not really stand up for her.
All right, last of green is dropping. Last of green requires a 4-3-7, drops a 5-5-7, goes from third to second, turns the heat. So taking the win, Ella McCaffrey coming in second in green, Valeria Ojeda. As we're just looking at that replay right now, so she moves herself up into an advancing position. So we're going to cut to a quick commercial break. We're going to come back with the interview with the heat winner, Ella McCaffrey. So stand by. We will give you tomorrow's proceedings, and then we will move on. Have a little bit of a highlight reel to show you after the interview, so stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Pleasure doing the call with you, Lou. I'll see you guys all tomorrow.
All right, Bodie, thank you very much. QS round of 32, junior men's round of 32, women's QS round of 32, and junior women. So please stay tuned. Please stay tuned on the webcast. We're going to have a heat interview with Ella McCaffrey, the winner of the last heat. Immediately following the next interview, we will have a highlight reel of today's proceedings. All right, we're going to send it to Andrew down on the glass with the winner of the last heat, Ella McCaffrey, for the post-heat interview powered by St. Luke's Clothing and Eco Lifestyle and Lodge. Take it away, Andrew.
Here with Ella closing out day 2 with a heat win. How are you feeling, Ella?
Feeling good. It was nice to get a couple waves out there before the end of the day.
In terms of wave selection, is there certain waves you're picking out there?
Yeah, I was trying to find ones with a wall. It was a little difficult because there's a lot coming through that sort of just shoulder off, but I think my last one had that.
And compared to other waves you might have served, how does it will feel?
It's such a fun wave. It's kind of like a skate park. It like bowls at you. There's sections, there's flat spots. You can kind of just do anything.
And do you want to say hello to anyone back at home?
Yeah, shout out to my parents. Thanks for watching. Shout out to my brother. He's here too. And thank you to my sponsors and shout out to the crew I'm staying with. You guys are awesome.
Good luck in the next round, Ella. Keep ripping. See you guys tomorrow.
Short highlight reel, and then we will close out today's proceedings.
wave to stepping up and then goes